The invaders coming from whatever was beyond the abyssal rift only saw thousands of flashes of pale blue light, approaching at breakneck speeds from the bright spot that was the enemy castle. Dodge. The quickest to react hurriedly moved through space performing evasive moves in an attempt to dodge the enemy attack. Even if they were confident, they certainly weren't stupid enough to take head-on an attack that, even from a distance, had enough power to burn their eyes out as it approached. However, it was only the invaders who had movement abilities that managed to dodge the first beams. The others were simply not that lucky. Bright sword flashes flew everywhere in the sky, and the sound of the melody coming from the magical musical instruments of each invader helped to weaken the enemy's attack power a bit. However, none of this did any good at all. BOOMs, BOOMs, BOOM, BOOM, BOOMs, BOOM, BOOM, BOOM. The sword flashes were shattered, and the beams fired from the cannons of the demonic army's castle continued to advance with no obstacle able to stop them at all. Each beam exploded with the power of a high-magnitude atomic bomb when it hit the body of an invader, making them blow up into millions of pieces. Just the shockwave from each blast was enough to damage all the invaders near the center of the explosion's severity, and when their bodies were shaken, they could do nothing before a cannon beam turned them into minced meat. As the seconds ticked by, the members of the demonic army watched speechlessly as the sky lit up at the glare of each shot fired from the fortress cannons. About 90% of the time, each shot resulted in the death of at least one invader. As for the remaining 10%, tens if not hundreds of enemies were sent flying back with red blood pouring from their bodies and floating into space. This was the first time most of those present had seen the power of the castle they often visited, and all of them admitted in their hearts that it was terrifying. Each invader has strength equivalent to a fifth-order soul evolver at the very least. There are even some comparable to sixth-order beings. A demon with 2 pairs of black wings, indicative of his status as a sixth-order demon, sighed and said in admiration, "But in front of His Majesty Lucifer they all fall like flies. They can't even forget about fighting back." Everyone felt considerably optimistic about this war. Even those who had participated in previous wars against the Golden Domain felt that, way since this time, Lucifer was using the power of his soul armament without inhibitions. Only a handful among the members of the demonic army realized that, while it was true that the power of Alistar, the name of Lucifer's soul armament, was terrifying, the reality was that the consumption of using it was not small. Lilith looked at Lucifer's back with an indifferent expression and calmly commented, "His Majesty Lucifer's mana has dropped quite a lot of the total in such a short time if I'm not wrong. It seems that his soul armament really is a big glutton. Beautiful little lady, do you think I can fire these cannons at will any time I feel like it?" Lilith jumped in surprise when the voice from the castle spoke to her. "Alistar, stop flirting." Lucifer rolled his eyes as he retracted his wings and landed in front of the first wall. "Leave me alone," the castle growled. After about a minute, the cannon fire stopped, and the members of the demon army didn't know if this was because the demon lord wanted to save energy, or if it was because there were no longer any enemies to shoot at. That's right, there were no more enemies in front of them. They had all been slaughtered. However, quickly more and more were coming out of the abyssal rift, so it was only a matter of time before their ranks would recover. Well, that was about 600,000 invaders to me. Lucifer looked at Hellscar and said calmly, "Hellscar, do you want to take some young kids and have some fun?" "Can I really do that?" Hellscar roared with bloodshot eyes as he stared at the enemies in the distance like a rabid dog. "If you don't want to, it's fine," Lucifer shrugged at him. "Brats, follow this master. It's time to kill some little pieces of shit." Hellscar didn't dare to linger any longer, and with a fierce flapping of the 6 black wings behind his back, he turned into a lightning flash in the direction of the enemy army. Seeing that the members of the faction were looking at him, Lucifer motioned with his head towards the enemy army to indicate that it was all right to follow Hellscar, and when the demons saw this, they stopped hesitating. Hellscar arrived before the enemy ranks in a matter of blinks, and an invader whose strength was comparable to that of a 6th-order demon advanced to attack him. Sunfire slash! The invading warrior roared as he slashed with his sword horizontally. A giant crescent-shaped flame, seemingly capable of incinerating everything, shot out from the blade of the male invader's sword. As the crescent-shaped flame moved away and advanced towards its target, its size grew more and more terrifying, and the power with which it burned, did not stop escalating to the point where some invaders had no choice but to move back. Die! Helskar roared even louder than his enemy, and without holding back at all, he punched forward using his right fist covered by a large gauntlet as a weapon. Boom! The seemingly normal, small fist clashed with the sunfire slash of the enemy that was as large as the entirety of Beijing. Despite the huge difference in size, however, the fire attack was crushed, and even space itself trembled. The invader hurriedly retreated, as he felt the blood inside his body stirring after being hit by the resulting force of the enemy fist. His attack had been shattered by a mere punch, without even the use of skills or abilities, and despite the distance, he was still injured by the remaining strength of the enemy fist. When the invader raised his head and prepared to attack again a second later, his pupils contracted to the size of needles, and his face went deathly pale. Boom! After ending the life of one of the most powerful invaders among the present ones, Helskar did not stop, and with a bestial roar advanced. It didn't take him long to reach the enemy army, and soon his fists turned into something similar to meat grinders, since only one blow of his punches was more than enough to explode the bodies of all the invaders that were in the area of effect of the shockwave. When approximately 20% of the total members of the demonic army joined the fray, the invading troops began to be slaughtered unilaterally with such ease that those watching from behind wondered if they would really be needed in this battle. However, after about an hour or so, things changed. From the abyssal rift, along with a large army of over 500,000 invaders, an existence whose aura sent shivers down the spine of even those higher existences who had already planted their feet firmly within the Sixth Order many years ago. An invader swiftly retreated just in time to avoid the lethal slash of the sword of a Fifth Order demonic army's member, at the same time as his bleeding finger struck one of the 8 strings of his zither. Infernal purge, the invader roared. The Fifth Order demon's movements froze for a second, and without even a cry of pain, his head exploded into 1,000 pieces. The invader with the zither sighed in relief at the sight of the jade-green-robed man with a jade-green spear. This invader was incredibly handsome, so much so that most men present were unable to hold a candle to him. However, his expression was incredibly arrogant even after seeing those who were apparently his fellow teammates being slaughtered. This man's name was Lim Kinyu, and he was considered a genius in his faction back in the Golden Domain. His sky-blue eyes rested on Helskar, and his lips curved into a sardonic smile. Cloud steps. Helskar had just crushed a dozen invaders equivalent to Fifth Order soul evolvers, when he suddenly sensed danger and out of pure instinct leaned back in a hurried motion. Boom! Despite his excellent reaction, Helskar was still hit, and his plate armor sank inward into the left shoulder area as his body was forced back hundreds of meters. Lim Kinyu coldly snorted and pursued. His emerald-colored spear glowed, and before Helskar could fully stabilize his body, what appeared to be the ghost of a giant tree appeared behind him. Serenity of vulnerabilities. Lim Kinyu's voice had barely fallen when Helskar finally managed to stabilize. However, it was at that moment that the ghost of the tree behind him charged into his body, and in an instant Helskar felt his power falling. Lim Kinyu did not stop there as he quickly stabbed forward with a graceful yet fierce move, Forest Fiend Stab. Helskar roared, and with a lightning-fast movement, unsheathed the giant sword that had rested on his back all this time. Fury burst. Soon the spear and the giant sword met at a midpoint. An explosion that surpassed all the previous ones by a considerable margin sent every living thing within a 1,000-kilometer radius flying, with the point of impact between the two weapons as the center, be it invader or defender. The lucky ones escaped with injuries, and the unlucky ones were killed outright. It was thanks to this first clash that the two monsters were soon left alone on their own battlefield, while the others went at each other's throats. For the first 30 minutes it seemed that Helskar was at a slight disadvantage, but after 40 minutes of battle, the scales began to tip in his side, and 50 minutes after the first clash, Lim Kinyu found himself gritting his teeth and grunting as he did his best to block his opponent's increasingly unrestrained attacks. Die. Helskar seemed to have gone mad as he had given up most of his defense, while seeking to shatter his enemy's body with attacks that lacked elegance, but held enough power to make space tremble every time he swung his giant sword surrounded by a strange fiery red fire-like energy. From a distance, Lucia watched the battle unfold and said in an emotionless voice, "You did plan it, didn't you?" Lucifer looked sideways at her, with a confused expression on his face. "You left Hellscar locked up for all this time precisely aiming for this." Lucia pointed in a flat voice, and without taking her eyes off the ongoing battle voiced her thoughts. "The skill, Rage of Ancestors, is one that all members of Hellscar's race are born with, but his was particularly strong from a young age. This skill forces him to fight and kill at least once every certain short period of time, or else the user will accumulate all that battle drive, which when exploited will take away some of their sanity in exchange for a steady increase in power." And so, Lucifer raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. "You knew this was going to happen, didn't you? That's why you locked Hellscar up, to have him at full strength." Lucia finally looked at him. Hellscar might not be the smartest or even the most acute when it came to thinking or planning. However, when it came to battle power and effectiveness on the battlefield, probably only 3 or 4 in the entire demonic army were capable of surpassing him when he was at his peak. Lucifer gave Lucia a sidelong glance before turning his attention back to the front. After a moment of silence, he said in a bored voice, "Sis, aren't you overestimating me? I just happened to forget Hellscar locked in that subdimension, that's all. A great misfortune indeed." "Misfortune, you say? If you say so, then let's say that's the case then." Lucia shook her head, saying no more. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 990, Lilith's Turn. Lilith listened to the brother-sister duo's conversation from a few meters away, and when she looked at Lucifer's back, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Really, none of the 8 leaders could be underestimated. Even Lucifer, apparently lazy and unwilling to waste energy on thinking, was truly terrifying. "Don't look at me like that, bloody succubus," Lucifer said suddenly and looked over his shoulder at her. "I don't think the lower existence who gave you that earring would like it if he knew you were staring so intently at another man you know." "You?" Lilith frowned, and a flash of anger shone in her pupils. "Why are you getting angry? You make it look like you're really in a sentimental relationship with a lower existence." Lucifer's green-colored eyes flashed slightly as he said these words, and ignoring Lilith's reaction, he turned his attention back to the battlefield. "We are all just spectators. Well, small players on a big board. Fire Sorrow is like that, Lucia is like that, I am like that, and even you are just a small player within the big board, though perhaps a bit more important than us." Lucifer shrugged as flashes of light from the explosions on the distant battlefield illuminated his silhouette and that of the rest behind him. "This war against the Golden Domain will probably be the toughest to date, not only of the ones our demonic army fought, but of all the ones fought so far as well. And I'm sure it won't stop getting worse from here on out. Who knows, the next one could be much sooner than expected." Valiant looked at Lucifer for a few seconds before calmly saying, "Your Majesty seems to know something we don't." "Not much, really." Lucifer looked up at the giant crimson crack and said slowly, "I've said it before, did you forget, Valiant?" Valiant frowned slightly with a confused expression, and after a few seconds Lucifer continued, "Our universe has existed for a long time, and everything will eventually face its end. This is a rule that even I cannot break. Our universe is destined to reach an end, it's just a matter of how long. Unless something really big comes along, something capable of fighting against this unbreakable rule. It takes something to end for something new to begin." Fire Sorrow sighed and said softly, "Every beginning happens because there was an ending before. Hopefully, whatever is to come we can see it through to the end. And with luck, we will be part of the new beginning." Crow's eyes darted back and forth between Lucifer, Fire Sorrow, and Lucia. He scratched his head and said in frustration, "Arg, I have no idea what you 3 are saying. I get the beginning and end thing, but what's with all the philosophical talk? Wouldn't it be better to go finish off the enemy as soon as possible? How about I join Hellscar in killing that spear guy him? Or else it'll be days or even weeks before Hellscar can kill that lance guy." Lucifer narrowed his eyes and said in a serious voice, "Crow, get ready to fight. You're taking some of the troops with you." "It's about time." Crow opened both hands and exhaled in relief. "I was getting bored to death here. Don't worry, Your Majesty. With me and Hellscar joining hands, that invader will fall in no time." "No," Lucifer interrupted. "Your target is not Hellscar's enemy, your target is that one." Crow saw Lucifer nod toward the crimson crack, and just then a new figure whose aura seemed to be comparable to that of Hellscar's enemy appeared amidst the roars and curses, along with apocalyptic explosions. Great! Crow narrowed his eyes and before dashing towards the battlefield at lightning speed ordered those behind him, "Follow me." A good portion of the demonic army unsheathed their weapons, and with powerful flapping, followed Crow from a respectful distance. The new arrival possessed power equivalent to an archangel or demon general like Crow. His name was Han Jian, and just like Lim Kinyu, he was a genius although the two were part of different factions. Han Jian looked ahead as he was thinking of going with his troops and joining the battlefield. However, his plans changed as he saw a new wave of enemies charging straight in their direction. "The enemy leader is mine. You all can take care of the minions." Han Jian smiled and waved his whip outwards, taking advantage of that seemingly casual movement. He slashed towards Crow, Frost Lash. Accompanied by the terrifyingly swift movement of the whip, a good portion of the battlefield showed signs of freezing, and Crow immediately felt his skin turn goosebumps at the cold temperatures. "Hell flame!" Crow bellowed, and an instant later his entire figure was engulfed in a wide swirl of violet fire, crushing all the frost flying in his direction. "Heh," Han Giant sneered, "my frost lash isn't that easy to stop." Boom! Although Crow had managed to intercept the enemy's lash with his sword, his body froze in mid-flight. This greatly surprised all the members of the demonic army behind, and they subconsciously stepped back a few steps to avoid being hit by the aftershock. "Sir Crow, how can this be possible?" The members of the demon army could not believe what they were seeing. One of the demon lord's generals had been defeated this easily. "Looks like I got one of the weaker ones." Han Jian shook his head scornfully before waving his whip fiercely towards Crow's frozen statue. "Oh well, I'll get a nice reward when I get back just by taking your head, so I guess it's okay." Flash of frost. The deep blue whip in Han Jian's right hand turned into a flash of light, and in an instant struck the chest of the frozen Crow. Boom! When the ice statue crashed, Han Jian's expression abruptly changed, and without even pausing to think he flew backwards in a hurry. Swoosh! Seeing a flare of purple fire falling from the sky above his head, Han Jian gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Heavy frost shield." Boom! "You don't seem to be smiling anymore. I like it better this way," Crow sneered. Soon his eyes turned blood red as he cruelly said, "You survived the first one. Let's see if you can survive the ones to come." Soon, the members of the demonic army that followed Crow to this other battlefield within the all-out war began to fight fiercely against the new arrivals from beyond the abyssal rift. "Crow has improved again in his skills," Valiant commented with a nod. "Although his personality is a bit lecherous and arrogant, the fact that he is a genius in feint magic is irrefutable. His physical and magical attacks are also not weak at all," Fire Sorrow added. Crow's personality was a bit troublesome, but nothing too big in the eyes of people like Valiant and the other demon generals. Besides, even if there was no mention of his talent, which certainly gave him the qualifications of being arrogant and prideful, Crow was completely loyal to the faction, and his contributions had been no small over the years. For better or worse, Crow was held in high regard by everyone in the demonic army. Lilith watched both battlefields with indifference and simply waited her turn to advance. 1 week later, the war on the Wall of Chaos simply grew fiercer and bloodier with each passing day, and by this point practically, the entirety of the demonic army had been mobilized days ago, and were currently fighting with their lives on the line against the invaders coming from beyond the abyssal rift. Valiant had joined the battle 2 days after the war broke out, when a new enemy comparable to a demon general made her appearance. She was not as overwhelming and fatal as Hellscar, nor was she as cunning as Crow, however. Valiant was much more agile and balanced in terms of overall power. Therefore, although she showed no signs of defeating her enemy in the short term, Valiant certainly had an easier time on the battlefield when compared to the two aforementioned generals. Regarding Hellscar and Crow, both had suffered some low-medium grade wounds while fighting their enemies, but this was completely normal considering that they were facing beings whose power rivaled theirs. However, it wasn't all about battle power. There was something that Hellscar and Crow had plenty of, but their enemies lacked: combat experience. Lim Kinyu and Han Jian had experienced a relatively smooth rise, and both were so young that they hadn't seen major setbacks to reach their current height. But Hellscar and Crow reached their current position of power after dancing hand in hand with the Reaper for most of their long lives. Fiery Tempest. Hellscar slashed with his two-handed sword, wreathed in flames with such speed and power that Lim Kinyu was forced to retreat repeatedly, while using all his learned techniques and skills to block. He didn't even have time to counterattack, and his body was filled with all sorts of bloody wounds. Chaos Storm. The black sword wreathed in purple flames in Crow's right hand was so fast that even Han Jian could barely keep up with it using his frost whip. In addition, the wounds that Crow's flame with corrupting properties had inflicted on Han Jian during the previous week had exhausted him so much that he could barely draw 70% of his full power, and it would only be a matter of time before he lost his head at this rate. Indeed, approximately 2 hours later, both Lim Kinyu and Han Jian coughed out fresh blood and were sent flying backwards at practically the same time after receiving a blow that left them with medium-high-grade injuries. The members of the demonic army cheered loudly as they saw that 2 of their generals managed to completely take the upper hand against the 2 enemy generals. During the past week, a total of 26.465 superior existences belonging to the demonic army had lost their lives while facing the invaders. Nearly 30 beings who were once admired and crowned as heroes and kings of their own worlds and races had fallen in such a short time. Considering that a higher existence was only rarely killed, this was an incredibly high number, especially since the war still showed no signs of stopping, as even though over 1,740,000 invaders had been killed, more were still coming as if there was no end in sight. Hellscar and Crow's victory was no different than finding a woodshed with a warm fire in the middle of the forest on a cold winter's night. Just at that moment, 2 silhouettes wearing identical robes, which was a clear indicator that they were part of the same group, emerged from the abyssal rift. The aura of these 2 was chilling, and although only they had arrived on the battlefield this time, since the abyssal rift probably couldn't send anyone else given the power that both invaders had, the numbers certainly weren't a problem for these 2 recent arrivals. "Looks like these old men are kicking our asses," Duan Delan. One of them smiled slightly as he stroked his bowstring. "The elders warned us not to underestimate some of these people, but some of them really don't learn." The young man named Duan Delan shook his head as he unsheathed his sword. "Although they look young, they are probably thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years old. It's a bit embarrassing to admit this considering they are just our own livestock, but in terms of real experience it's true that we are below them." "I'll join that fellow Lim Kinyu to deal with the big guy," Duan Delan decided. "In that case, I guess I am joining Han Jian then," the other young man whose name was Dai Ya nodded. At the same time, Lucifer looked indifferently at the 2 new invaders. After a moment of silence, he looked over his shoulder and calmly said, "Bloody Succubus, it's your turn." Lilith nodded. She was brimming with energy since she hadn't participated in the battle for the past week. "You don't need to directly fight any of those guys equivalent to a 7th Order," Lucifer suddenly said. In that case, Lilith frowned in confusion. "You will be the wild card in this war," Lucifer said as he looked out onto the battlefield. "You will assist everyone, kill whoever you can while moving all over the place. With your overwhelming charm and crowd control ability, you will be able to completely overpower the enemy in a matter of days." Lilith looked at the chaotic battlefield with a cold expression. Blood floated next to incomplete corpses belonging to both allies and enemies. Shattered weapons and armors, ripped robes in tatters, and constant explosions capable of turning sizable cities to dust. "Okay," Lilith nodded, and the 2 pairs of wings behind her opened wide. Her lips curved into a bewitching smile as she playfully whispered, "That's my preferred battle style after all. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up." 3. Chapter 991, Dragon Slayer Lucia. With the appearance of 2 other beings on the invading side who possessed enough power to easily compare to 7th Order soul evolvers, Hellscar and Crow immediately began to suffer despite the fact that, a minute ago, they had the absolute upper hand over their enemies. Both were furious and frustrated, and how could they not be now that someone had snatched the victory that belonged to them? Although Lim Kinyu and Han Jian were injured and could only call for 60% to 70% of their full capacity, that was 60–70% of 2 beings comparable to demon generals. When Duan Delan and Dai Ya joined the fray, bringing 100% of their peak conditioned selves added to the power of Lim Kinyu and Han Jian, the number of injuries on Crow and Hellscar grew exponentially. It was only a matter of time before the two suffered wounds that would force them to retreat. Although this was not a battlefield from which one could retreat just for the sake of retreating, at least not for the demonic army that was bound to hold its ground no matter what. The appearance of Duin Delan and Dai not only impacted on the two main battlefields, but also indirectly affected the larger battlefield, where the invaders of the Golden Domain and the troops of the demonic army were clashing. The previously high morale of the demonic army began to fall, and the low morale of the Golden Domain began to rise. This was the consequence of having their strongest being defeated. Just at that moment, the movement speed of all the enemies plummeted as a great blast of frost-like energy covered the entire battlefield. Invaders with power equivalent to Fifth-Order beings lost over 40% of their mobility. Those comparable to Sixth-Order soul evolvers lost 20% of their movement ability, and those who were comparable to a Seventh-Order general felt their movements become so stiff that in a flash they had lost 10% of their total freedom of movement. Focused will. A voice sweet as the song of a nightingale in spring sounded in the midst of the massacre that was occurring, and immediately after that the battlefield underwent a new change. The invaders comparable to Fifth Order could now move with 100% freedom, as if the white frost covering the whole area could not affect them. On the other hand, invaders comparable to Sixth Order now moved 40% slower overall, and the most powerful ones directly lost 20% of their total mobility. Shit, Dai moved his head to the side as his body felt stiff, and he barely managed to dodge a torrent of flames Crow had shot at him. Ha ha ha, Crow laughed like a lunatic as he began to attack ferociously, now managing to stand on equal footing with two enemies whose individual strength was already comparable to his own. You're the best, Lilith. Lilith stood like a goddess in the middle of the battlefield, and from her body came constant bursts of frost that blocked the invaders but did not obstruct the members of the demonic army at all. She waved her left hand outward, and in an instant tens of thousands of obsidian-colored ice blades formed. With another wave of her hand, just like a bandmaster directing an opera performance, the tens of thousands of obsidian-colored blades were slightly camouflaged by the darkness of the universe and coiled in the sky like dragons as they flew at thunderous speeds towards different invaders. All those blades were aimed at the invaders whose combat power was comparable to that of Fifth-Order higher existences, and in less than 50 seconds, Lilith had not only saved the lives of several members of her faction, but had ended the lives of over 10 enemies. However, not even a drop of blood came out of the wounds of those who were pierced by one or more ice blades. They all froze in a matter of seconds into ice statues, and then exploded into tiny shards of glittering ice that floated in outer space like precious pearls. The change in the overall war was tremendous and simply impossible to ignore. You have received. You have received. You have received. You have received. You get magic plus 75, strength plus 54, agility plus 83, stamina plus 25. You have leveled up and reached level 577. You have received 64 status points to distribute freely. Now this is interesting, Lilith muttered to herself. Going up a single level was incredibly difficult for her and any other higher existence, as it wasn't easy to find many good caliber opponents to kill and grow stronger. This war was no different than a harvest, in fact, just as Lucifer had said. If they treat us like cattle, then can't we do the same? Lilith licked her lips. Bitch. An invader who had just beheaded a Sixth-Order demon after 2 days of fighting charged towards the just-arrived enemy. Many weaker invaders followed this man, who used a normal-looking sword as his main weapon. Everyone had realized that the new enemy was even more troublesome than the other two enemy generals. The other two, at least, could not affect the battlefield to a large extent in the short term. Furthermore, the invader leading the charge could sense that the beautiful female possessed great abilities to affect the masses, but was not as strong as the other two, and therefore he was confident in dealing with her. Lilith had an ice-cold expression as she watched the over 600 enemies charging in her direction. When her eyes landed on the leader's sword, and she noticed that a powerful attack was being charged, her luscious red lips curved in a charming manner as she opened her mouth leisurely. Do you really want to kill me, all of you? She stood there without moving in the slightest, except for the frost that was constantly coming off her body, and making her black dress and hair of the same color dance softly. Although she had not made any big movement, all the invaders froze in their tracks, and those who had raised their weapons began to shake. Your witchcraft is useless against me. The invader, comparable to a sixth-order existence, roared as if to express his strong will, and when he arrived in front of her at lightning speed, the man raised his sword above his head. Molten ray. Do you really want to kill me? Lilith smiled with no change in her expression, even though the enemy attack was an inch ahead. The invader's sword froze in a dead stop, as his eyes met the ruby-colored eyes of the woman in front of him, now glowing brightly like those of a true demon. Although Lilith's lips were curved into a smile, her ice-cold, glowing red eyes were certainly not smiling, while she stared into the fighting, expression-filled eyes of the opponent inches in front of her. You, the invader gritted her teeth and tried to resist, but found it increasingly hard. Look, your allies have already decided to join me. Lilith looked slightly at the over 600 invaders, who suddenly turned around and began attacking their own allies before turning her attention back to the invader. Giving your life for me doesn't sound so bad, does it? She opened her lips a short distance in front of him, causing the invader's legs and will to weaken as he looked at that beautiful mouth of hers. A strange pinkish-colored mist with an exquisite sweet scent came from between her lips and was soon absorbed by the invader, who immediately lost all resistance, and as if his soul had died, his eyes lost all light. Lilith took a step back and said in a cold voice, "Go." The invader did not hesitate, turned around, and immediately raised his weapon against those who had been his colleagues seconds before. Unlike Shangyuan Bingzu, who used practically none of her charm on the battlefield, Lilith was using her abilities to the fullest for the sake of surviving and killing her enemies. She was just enchanting her opponents regardless of whether it was male or female. It wasn't like she had to kiss them or something to get the wanted effect. Shangyuan Bingzu maybe seen it as a bad thing, but Lilith did not. At least not in the present, not after losing everything. In Lilith's eyes, as long as she could survive, it didn't matter the method she would use it, as long as her bottom-line pride was not affected. There were some changes now, of course, since she was in love and in a sentimental relationship with someone she respected, and would respect at any cost. It was no longer just about surviving, but also about protecting her loved one. Wars between beings of similar power were bound to drag on for a long time, and that was precisely the case for the war that was developing and getting bloodier and bloodier between the demonic army and the Golden Domain. It had been a total of 3 weeks since the war on the Wall of Chaos broke out, 2 weeks or so since Lilith stepped forward and joined as a support existence, but ended up doing much more than just providing support to the members of her faction, but also dispersing terror and panic among the enemy ranks. Fire Sorrow, do you think you could do the same thing she is doing? Lucifer asked with his eyes fixed on the distant battlefield. Before Lilith joined the battle, Lucifer had been forced to use the power of his soul armament from time to time in order to decrease the number of enemies, or else the demonic army under his power would end up being overwhelmed. However, since she stepped forward 2 weeks ago, Lucifer had not even lifted a finger, something he was extremely grateful for, as he needed to save his strength for later. If it comes to slaughtering ability, then I can certainly match Lilith, and even surpass her quite easily regardless of whether she has powerful warriors under control using her charm. Fire Sorrow reasoned after a moment of silence. She looked at the back of the beautiful woman who was like a goddess that strangely no one wanted to get close to and said honestly, "But if it comes to providing general support, I'm afraid I'm not capable of doing such a thing." Fire Sorrow was a genius mage with truly terrifying skills. In fact, according to rumors, she was the most powerful mage in the universe when it came to pure magical power. However, what Lilith was currently doing was not about magical power, but rather it was the path she walked, a path very different from the one Fire Sorrow walked. "I thought so," Lucifer nodded. He looked at the surroundings seemingly uninterested and said calmly, "It should be soon. Lucia, do you want to go? I'll need Fire Sorrow to back me up occasionally." Lucia took a step forward and tightened her grip on her spear as she used her completely white eyes to look off into the distance. "I'll back you up, but don't blame me if I hit you by mistake. Some things can't be controlled, you know." Fire Sorrow sighed and muttered, "I really don't understand why we have to do it this way." "All right, Fire Sorrow, this time it's different, so naturally we have to act accordingly." Lucifer patted her shoulder and said in a serious voice, "Lucia, don't let the bloody succubus die." Lucia nodded, and soon there were hundreds of tiny black lightning flashes with silver edges dancing around her body. Her 3 pairs of wings opened wide, and with 6 strong simultaneous flaps, her body became a blur. The force of shock caused by the high speed with which Lucia burst out all at once caused Fire Sorrow to be forced to gently cover her eyes. Seriously, she and I are both 7th order, but what's with that unhealthy physical skill? Fire Sorrow shook her head. She might think the same thing about your magical power. Lucifer pouted before sighing. Forget it. When it comes to close combat, Lucia is the absolute champion. Even I can't beat her when it comes to pure physical skill. Did you forget? Her main class is Dragon Slayer. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 992, Mortally Wounded. At this point of the large-scale battle, there were no more enemies who dared to come close to Lilith. No one took the initiative to go and bother her, even though they knew she was the culprit behind the fact that everyone was getting weaker and weaker, with thick layers of frost hindering their movements and forcing them to consume their energy to break through the ice, even though they knew it was only a matter of time before they get covered again. Lilith did not have the large-scale destructive skills of Fire Sorrow, nor did she have the speed and monstrous physical strength of Lucia. However, as long as she had an army at her side or an army as her enemy, Lilith was virtually invincible. Of course, this was because she was not being obstructed by any enemy capable of fighting 7th order beings, or even higher. Lilith was under the protection of 2 invaders who had fallen under her charm, while she occasionally formed ice weapons and used them to end the lives of some enemies. Suddenly, her expression changed, and with a single thought on her part, the 2 invaders comparable to 6th order soul evolvers stepped forward as she stepped back and waved both hands forward. Ice defense. Imitate. At the same time, Lilith's body shook, and what seemed to be a perfect imitation of herself, she and her copy became blurry for an instant. The 2 invaders under Lilith's control seemed to begin some kind of technique as the aura of their bodies increased and their weapons shimmered. Unfortunately, their heads were sent flying after a clean cut. It all happened in less than a second, and before Lilith could get too far away, a flash of bright light illuminated the sight in front of her. Boom! The obsidian-colored ice wall that had appeared in front of her was easily cut in half and then exploded into millions of tiny fragments. Swoosh! Bang! Followed by a high-pitched swoosh, the copy Lilith had created earlier was cut from the waist down, and in the next instant exploded into tens of thousands of ice shards, just like what had happened to the ice wall. Lilith frowned tightly as she noticed how only a few meters ahead appeared an invader who looked a bit old in comparison to the others. It was a man who looked to be over 40 years old, which was a bit old compared to all the others who looked to be between 20 and 30 at most. Her ruby-colored eyes glowed brightly, and she released her charm completely, focusing it in her gaze and in her voice as she commanded in an urgent voice, "Stop! Your tricks won't work on this old man, you impertinent brat." The invader, whose name was Xing Li, snorted. Her charm and skills were not working. Considering that she was able to affect even beings 1 stage above her own, there was only one explanation. The invader in front of her was a being comparable to a 8th order higher existence, an existence on the level of the leaders of the 8 major factions of the universe. Blazing slash. Seeing the huge crescent of flames blazing towards her, Lilith stopped her retreat, and a snow-white colored sword with what seemed to be a big ruby in the center of the guard appeared in her right hand. Void slash. As the yellow light and white light of both swords collided, an explosion that was much bigger than all the previous ones so far caused the entire battlefield to rumble noisily. From amidst a cloud of blasting chaos and blazing flames, Lilith was ejected, and her feet slid across the void for over 100 meters before, with a fierce flapping of her 4 wings, she barely managed to stabilize her body. I see you're not only good at enchanting men, but you're also good at wielding a sword. Swoosh! Xing Li flew out of the cloud of flames and white lightning in Lilith's direction, already with his sword held high in preparation for a new attack. If it was any other 6th order existence, they would have already died in the first clash against a being capable of fighting a higher existence leader. However, Lilith was a peak genius in every aspect: magic, charm, and hand-to-hand combat. Consecutive flare. Frozen star. Small groan of pain escaped Lilith's mouth as she hurriedly retreated. The other side didn't even care about the invaders she had under her control, and directly killed them when they approached and tried to protect her. "You've been killing enough for so long, it's time for you to pay the price," Xing Li bellowed. Just as Lilith was in trouble, The expression on Xingli's face abruptly changed from confidence to wariness as he hurriedly swung to his right. Xingli was immediately forced back a few hundred meters since he had been taken by surprise, and when he finally managed to stabilize on his feet, he looked over at his right hand with which he was holding his sword. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw his hand trembling slightly. Looking ahead and seeing not the enemy leader but a beautiful young woman with white-colored hair and white eyes wearing a black-colored armor paired with a jet-black spear, Xingli narrowed his eyes as he actually recognized this person. Looks like I'll be able to reel in a big one this time. Xingli smiled as the aura of his body began to rise when a strange red-colored energy appeared around him. Although it's a pity I can't hunt Lucifer, you're not a bad prey, spear goddess Lucia. Lucia looked at Lilith out of the corner of her eye and asked calmly, all well? Lilith nodded and looked at Zhongli cautiously. I'm fine, but this old man seems to know you. Lucia looked at her new enemy, the first since this war broke out, and said casually, since we know some things about the other side, it is only natural that the other side knows some things about us. Lilith nodded with understanding. Lucia was a very old being, at least relatively close to Lucifer and Fire Sorrow in terms of age. This meant that she had been fighting wars against the Golden Domain for many generations, hundreds of thousands and even millions of years. Therefore, it was no wonder that the enemies knew her, and she became famous after surviving so long. Bloody Succubus, step back for now and keep doing what you were doing before. Lucia waved her spear and took a step forward while looking at Xingli icily. Sure, be careful. Lilith didn't insist and gladly flapped her wings to bring her body back as she looked at the two about to clash. Dragon Force. Lucia's voice had only fallen when her aura immediately grew exponentially. Small silver scales grew on parts of her face and neck, and her once completely white eyes suddenly gained a straight golden pupil each. I see that you. Xingli's pupils contracted as with a sonic blast, the woman in front of him disappeared, and hurriedly raised her sword to head height in a horizontal position. Boom! Lucia's spear struck the blade of the enemy sword, but instead of break apart, both weapons continued together as Lucia pushed Xingli backwards, taking advantage of the momentum of her speed. This little, Xingli gritted his teeth, and a flash of anger shone in his eyes as his gaze met Lucia's indifferent eyes, who using her wings as propellers continued to push him backwards. Tearing moon slash. Boom! Lucia was forced back, but not even a second later she charged forward again and stabbed with her spear using a technique that lacked feminine elegance but certainly didn't lack power. Boom! Lilith's eyes glittered slightly as she tried to follow the movements of the two with her eyes, only to be disappointed, as both Lucia and Xingli were exchanging strikes and moving so fast that even she couldn't follow their silhouettes with clarity. All she could see were two blurs moving at lightning speeds across the starless sky, along with large spatial disturbances similar to exploding air spheres forming with each collision in the distance. Lilith thought to herself and quickly simulated different scenarios of a battle between her and Lucia. But she soon came to the irrefutable conclusion that even though she was capable of fighting seventh-order soul evolvers, unless she used the power of one of her firmament shards, she would definitely end up dead in a matter of minutes. This was because Lucia's physical attacks were brutal, bestial, and death-dealing. She came too soon. I don't think it's a coincidence. Lilith looked back and somehow wasn't surprised when she saw Lucifer looking at her calmly. With that person being around here, it's probably impossible for him to miss anything. Lilith secretly shook her head as she realized that somehow her lazy faction leader turned out to be more reliable than he appeared. However, every battlefield was prone to change, especially one as messy as this one. The reason Lucifer had been able to partially control things so far and even know that there was a powerful enemy in the shadows waiting for a good time to hunt down an important figure of the demonic army was because he was stronger than those enemies. He could not get ahead of someone capable of matching him in terms of power. Just as Lilith was about to head to the battlefield and continue her task as large-scale support, her expression changed slightly, and her face turned slightly pale as she noticed the expression on the distant Lucifer's face change from calm to shock as his eyes grew wider and wider. Lilith had felt death many times in her life, and the number of times she had been more than half a body beyond the gate of the underworld was so large that it would probably be hard for her to write it down. This was one of those times. She sensed a frightening aura behind her, one that made the previous invader pale greatly. Dodge, fight back. Number Lilith knew she only had a shred of hope if she activated the power of Scatty's will. Even if it ended up giving her away as the culprit in the annihilation of one of the worlds under the control of the army of heaven, that would already be a problem to think about later. Niffle. Unfortunately, Lilith underestimated the speed of her enemy to get close to her. The letters "I'm" died inside her mouth as a small grunt of pain escaped from her closed lips. A second later, a thin trickle of blood slipped from the corner of her mouth and fell on her battle dress. Slowly, Lilith turned her head, and with ice-cold eyes looked over her shoulder at her enemy. This was an extremely old and wrinkled man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s. He was all skin and bone with only a dozen white hairs on his black-spotted head, and his eyes were sunken inward like those of a ghost. But his strength was terrifying. Lilith looked at the old man's right hand with which he held his sword, and following the direction it pointed, she soon found that just like the pain in her chest suggested her body had been stabbed. And judging by how her health began to fall so fast, Lilith knew immediately that her heart had been pierced from side to side. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 993, Beginning of Despair. Earth, around 4 meters below sea level. White hole expel energy. As these words left Bai Zemin's mouth, the small milk-white sphere suspended just in front of his 2 outstretched palms quickly turned red, until it reached a bright crimson color that illuminated over 5 kilometers of the surrounding area, giving the waters a bloody tinge as the color became deeper and deeper. Thao Zhai had experienced many life and death situations throughout his life as a soul evolver. In fact, not long after waking up from countless years of deep sleep, he fought the young man in front of him, and if not for him fleeing the battle, Thao Zhai could have died right there back then. However, in that instant when his reptile-like eyes were fixed on that white-colored sphere, turning redder and redder, Thao Zhai felt one of the biggest dangers he had ever felt in his entire life. As WOSH, the crimson glow that had tinged the waters became much deeper, and large amounts of sea vaporized in a jiffy, when from the sphere suspended in front of Bai Zemin shot out a great blood-colored ray that in a heartbeat reached in front of Thao Zhai and passed beyond. It all happened too fast. Shangyuan Bingzhu had not yet comprehended the situation, and for the first time in years, she was stunned looking at everything that was happening without her brain and heart, adapting to the terrifying roller coaster of emotions she was subjected to in a short span of seconds. No more than a few seconds ago, Shangyuan Bingzhu had witnessed the same energy beam that had shattered Kang Jun's defenses, severely wounded him, and pushed him probably several kilometers deep into the ocean, completely covering Bai Zemin's body. She knew that he had more than likely died but simply did not want to and could not accept it. But seeing him standing not too far away, all covered in wounds and exposed burns with all of his equipment shredded to the point where he was currently almost completely naked, what Shangyuan Bingzhu felt was not joy and happiness. What she felt was fear and terror. Ah! A small sound similar to a little kitten's whine came out of her mouth as she wanted to say something, and it was then that she realized that there were still crystal-clear tears running down her face uncontrollably. Shangyuan Bingzhu looked at the hand with which she was holding the sword that Bai Zemin had given her and then looked at her free hand. She was trembling. Her whole body was trembling. Her legs felt weak as jelly and her teeth were clattering beyond her control. It was at that very moment that she was horrified with the realization that a split second too late on Bai Zemin's part, a miscalculation during the activation of that unknown skill, the lack of that skill. A single change, the slightest one, would have been enough for him to lose his life right before her eyes without her being able to do anything. It was at that precise moment that Shangyuan Bingzhu remembered the words Lilith had said to her more than 2 months ago. A little kid who has lost nothing and can afford to restrict her power for such a childish reason wants to defeat me. You're still 55 years too young, brat. That was what that woman had said to her. But it was only now that Shangyuan Bingzhu realized that Lilith was right. She had lost practically nothing since the world began to evolve, and from many points of view had gained much more than she had lost. She had no idea how terrifying and frightening was the feeling of helplessness one could feel at the loss of a loved one, while she could do nothing but watch with wide eyes as the life of someone of utmost importance was extinguished in front of her, partly because of her own incompetence, or in this case, and even worse, because of beliefs that perhaps did not make much sense. As Shangyuan Bingzu began to undergo a change of mind that would likely take time to fully settle in, Bai Zemin winced as he lowered his hands. He really didn't die even with that. He gritted his teeth as he read the message that flashed in his eyes. You have received the soul power of third order Xian Kun level 134. You. Previously, Bai Zemin had placed himself in a position where after taking that strange beam, he managed to have both Thao Zhai and Xian Kun in a perfect straight line. Thus, even if Bai Zemin could not kill Thao Zhai, he would at least be able to end the third prince's life the moment he returned the beam attack, since even though Xian Kun was imprisoned by the formation that Kali and Meng Qi worked on for a long time, there was still a need to get past Thao Zhai to kill him. The fourth-order alligator certainly would not allow it. Although Bai Zemin had managed to kill Xian Kun, and was now only one opponent away from evolving to the second order and finally acquiring his blood mystic class, he was not satisfied at all. Bai Zemin coldly looked to his right, and right there he saw Thao Zhai's body slowly materializing. Unexpected, too unexpected. Thao Zhai seemed to have lost his sanity a bit as he stared wide-eyed at his missing left leg and half of his severed tail. Even with Blink being an automatic life-saving skill, I still suffered so much damage. Thao Zhai looked at Bai Zemin with wide eyes and said in a low voice, as expected from the canons of the city of His Majesty, the Forgotten King, even angels and demons would fall before its power, not to mention a mortal like me. Thao Zhai extended his hand outward, and from the distance, a small object suddenly released a faint glow before flying towards him. Bai Zemin immediately realized that it was a small wooden pagoda. It was definitely the pagoda that was in Xian Kun's possession before. This pagoda, it belonged to His Majesty the Forgotten King. He began to talk to himself. But after His Majesty fell, after those events happened, I took the pagoda and immersed myself in deep sleep in a safe place. The immortal ice coffin can protect the soul and physical body from the passage of time without letting the records of a living being weaken over the years. But in return, you can't leave unless someone removes the top of the coffin. And the person who opens the coffin can ask for a will from the being resting inside. Bai Zemin did not interrupt or try to attack right away. He didn't care about Thao Zhai's story, but what he cared about was using overlap regeneration to the max to increase his health stat and recover a little faster from his injuries, serious injuries that he had been unable to escape from earlier. That stupid Xian Kun asked for my help to become the next king of the seas, so I did everything I could to help him. I even lent him the pagoda of corruption. Thao Zhai looked at Bai Zemin, and his eyes finally showed a terrifying glare as he said almost in a whisper, "It was you. You messed it all up." Rumble. The mana inside Thao Zhai's body suddenly began to boil furiously, and the sea began to rumble viciously as his magical power made its full presence known. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Hundreds and soon thousands of glowing magic circles appeared everywhere, top, bottom, left, right, center. It was as if the entire sea had been covered by magic circles in a matter of a second or two. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and tried to think of what to do, while slowly began to become desperate. His current condition was far from good, and he had been fighting for a long time, so he could probably only use overlap regeneration for another 3-4 minutes at most. In addition, he also couldn't use White Hole again at his current stage. Therefore, his number of cards had been drastically reduced. Gravity Manipulation, 4th Order Active Skill, Level 5. Its power depends on the user's knowledge and imagination. It consumes 200 mana points to activate and 30 mana points every 5 seconds to keep active, allowing the user to increase or decrease the gravitational power of the world or part of the universe they are in at will up to a maximum of 150 times. Second activation, Ruler of All Matter. Third activation, White Hole. White holes absorb energy for a short period of time and then expel it again in the opposite direction from which it came, unlike black holes that devour everything. The magic power and soul league of the user is too low, thus you can currently only use this third activation one time every 24 hours. Effect: absorbs 70% of anything and releases it as energy. Soul manipulation did not allow raising the level of skills that increased the knowledge of something, but Bai Zemin knew perfectly well the theory of white holes and their characteristics. Therefore, he was not really receiving basic knowledge of anything. He only gained power and a terrifyingly powerful third activation. Unfortunately, although the power of the third activation of gravity manipulation was unquestionable, its limits were clear. In this case, the limit was none other than Bai Zemin himself. Just when Bai Zemin was contemplating what to do since, with his current situation it was absolutely impossible for him to defend against so many magical attacks, as even if 50% of them were stopped by the anti-magic domain, the other 50% was enough to devastate him given the severity of his wounds. A silhouette stood next to him. "I will fight alongside you." Bai Zemin looked at Shangyu and Bingzu and somehow felt that she was a little different. Unfortunately, there was no time for such things. "I will do my best, little kids." Shangyu and Xinyu also joined in. Wu Yijin stood next to Shangyu and Bingzu, and although she said nothing and her expression was not visible due to the mask, everyone wore her resolve and intention were more than obvious. There was not much they could do anyway. They could only fight with what they had. 5,000. 10. 15. 20. The number of magic circles did not stop growing, and although the trio knew it was better to attack rather than let the number increase, sometimes it was difficult to do what was the best as the circumstances were often even more of an obstacle than the obstacle itself. Just at that moment, a small disturbance in the area occurred a few hundred meters ahead. Thao Zhai, who had directly consumed 70% of his remaining mana to launch a fatal attack, was surprised, and his eyes widened in shock as a beautiful figure with blonde hair tied in a ponytail appeared inches in front of him. Instinctively, Thao Zhai activated his strongest barrier to defend his body, but his pupils contracted fiercely when he realized that the female in front of him had played it cool. He could not activate his barrier less than half a meter away from his body, and the woman whom he had overlooked and whose existence he had forgotten since she had not participated in the entire battle was less than 5 centimeters away. Evangeline's emerald eyes flashed coldly under her mask, and at the same time as a strange energy covered her body she said in a low voice, "Distortion dance." Under the wide eyes of Thao Zhai, Bai Zemin, the Shangyuan surnamed mother-daughter duo, and Wu Yijin, around 30,000 Evangelines suddenly appeared all around the sea, one for each magic circle. It all happened too fast, fast enough that the brain and nerves in Thao Zhai's body could not move before the female in front of him did a 360-degree turn, and soon enough all he felt was an overwhelming flood of pain. "Bitch!" Thao Zhai's bellow was not unlike a roar, and from inside his mouth came a huge fireball which Evangeline had to dodge by making use of one of her life-saving skills. BOOM! The fire drowned and suppressed by the water did not go out but exploded, sending Thao Zhai flying with injuries now more severe than before. He writhed in pain in the water as large amounts of blood spurted from the sockets where his eyes had previously been. Not only had Evangeline slashed Thao Zhai's eyes, depriving him of the privilege of seeing, she had even somehow made all the magic circles disappear without a trace. Thao Zhai had literally just lost 70% of the mana he had left to gain anything because of Evangeline. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 994, The Last Records. When Evangeline stood next to Bai Zemin and the rest, both of her hands were trembling, and there was a continuous trail of blood coming from her left shoulder. Bai Zemin didn't even have a chance to ask questions when she said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." "You don't need to apologize," Bai Zemin sighed, understanding that the plan had failed. He looked at Thao Zhai, whose aura had suddenly begun to rise abruptly, and said in a voice filled with regret, "The one who needs to apologize there is me. It is probable that none of you will get out of here alive because of me." Bai Zemin's plan was simple, but at the same time easy to accomplish. There was only one possible obstacle, and apparently Lady Luck was not with them today. He, with the help of other members of his faction, had searched for third-order soul evolvers throughout Inner Mongolia and a small part of China without success. This was completely normal considering that the human-led Transcendent faction was the ruler of the country, so of course, there weren't many third-order enemies, and those that were alive certainly wouldn't be seen so easily. Going to hunt in Russia was absolute nonsense. Where would Bai Zemin go to hunt Russians? He didn't even know where the enemy bases were, and Russia was one of the largest countries in the world even before the planet expanded. He could as well run for months without finding anything but unclassified, first order, or second-order enemies. But he preferred to leave that task to those who had little analytical ability and couldn't reason on something as simple as that. Therefore, only the sea was a valid option within the time limit. Bai Zemin wanted to lure some sea city guards by causing a ruckus, luring some third-order power under the power of some prince or princess, and then killing them. He could do so without worrying about anything since, in the eyes of others, he was part of the faction led by Xian Mayer. But there was a big obstacle, the king of the East Sea. If Xian Mayer's father intervened and decided to order his troops not to move or take part in the war that was going on outside the city a few kilometers above them, there was little to do unless Bai Zemin himself showed up there, which was impossible since he needed to stop Thao Zhai. Really, I should have killed one of the 7th Prince's bodyguards after all. Bai Zemin expressed regret. Frustrating, extremely frustrating, and extremely furious. Bai Zemin was frustrated by his powerlessness and furious with himself for his own weakness. He was frustrated because he knew the chances of winning were slim, which meant he was about to lose. He was furious that people who were important to him could die right before his eyes, without him being able to do anything to prevent it. The safety of your loved ones has been threatened in front of you. The first level of your skill, Blood Berserker's Wrath, has been triggered. All the body's pain receptors have been turned off. Strength plus 400 and agility plus 400. The side effect of the first level, loss of rationality equal to 10%, is weakened by the effect of your title Brilliant Mind by 10%. The rationality loss is weakened by half thanks to the passive effect of your unique skill of 4th order, Immovable Heart. The path you walk has been challenged. The second level of your Blood Berserker's Wrath skill has been triggered, merging benefits of the 2 activated levels. Strength plus 1000, agility plus 1000, magic plus 1000, stamina plus 1000, health plus 1000. For the next 120 seconds, the cooldown times of all your skills will reset to 0 immediately. The side effect of the second level, loss of rationality equivalent to 15%, is weakened by the effect of your title Brilliant Mind by 10%. The rationality loss is weakened by half thanks to the passive effect of your unique skill of 4th order, Immovable Heart. Despite the huge power boost he had just received, it was still not enough. He needed the 3rd trigger added to the 2 already active. Only then would he be able to overcome the severity of his wounds. Even if he no longer felt pain and could now move freely at the cost of rapidly worsening his condition even more, the fact that he couldn't even draw 70% of his full strength even before the 1st and 2nd triggers fired was his cruel reality. I don't care about anything anymore. You all will be buried here and now, Thao Zhai roared. Everything in his surroundings suddenly began to glow brightly to the point where his silhouette was barely visible, and his aura exploded towards the sky along with his voice. Soul Corruption. Soul Corruption was a skill learned by Thao Zhai after more than 4,000 years of study. This skill allowed him to recover 100% of his mana and multiply his magical power and magic stat by 2 for 60 minutes at the cost of losing his life. If Thao Zhai was in his right mind, he may not have activated Soul Corruption. But after suffering consecutive defeats at the hands of soul evolvers weaker than him, something finally broke inside him. Let's give everything we have. Not everything is lost, and this could be our last race. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and tightened his grip on annihilation of the falling sky. I'll go first. Boom! He didn't wait for anyone's response, and immediately dashed towards his enemy. The flesh and muscles of his arms were torn to pieces, but Bai Zemin had surrendered to using blood manipulation to stop the bleeding and improve his condition. The improvement would be negligible in a short period of time, and time was precisely what he lacked. Legs, arms, torso, and even from his face and neck, Bai Zemin's skin began to explode and the water to turn red. Feeling no pain, he continued. Shangyuan Bingzu followed him a few meters behind. Evangeline vanished, and Shangyuan Xinyu together with Wu Yijun began to do their best to provide support. Rumble. The battle went on for another 4 to 5 minutes, and although this amount of time was not long, the danger of each second was colossal considering that all of them could attack at least 100 to 300 times per second. Wu Yijun was the first to be out of the battle after consuming all her mana. Shangyuan Xinyu tried her best, but her skills were not meant to be used under the sea. She was seriously injured after being hit by more than a dozen of Thao Zhai's magical attacks and lost consciousness not long after. Her fate was unknown. Evangeline had managed to pierce Thao Zhai's heart after Bai Zemin destroyed her thoracic cavity thanks to Shangyuan Bingzu and her charm. But the cost to pay was a large wound in her abdomen that left her mortally wounded and knocked out on the spot. Unfortunately, neither Shangyuan Xinyu nor Evangeline was particularly close to Bai Zemin. The third trigger was never triggered. Shangyuan Bingzu was gasping for air. Her two arms hung on either side of her body, and although she had suffered several bloody wounds, none of them were fatal. The problem was that she didn't have a skill like overlap regeneration to replenish her mana dozens of times, and after spending all her mana and using mana drive from the rank 4 earring Bai Zemin had gifted her, she finally ran out of fuel. Broken arms and no mana, no more melee combat and no more magic. Her beautiful blue eyes were bloodshot as she looked at the scene in front of her, and although her beautiful face was distorted by hatred, the tears falling uncontrollably gave her an extremely fragile and pitiful appearance. Never in my life did I think I could hate someone this much, not for a first-order soul evolver, Thao Zhai hissed through his teeth. His magic staff hovered at his side, and he was currently using his one hand to cling tightly to the neck of the being he hated most in the entire cosmos. He had come to hate this human so strongly in such a short time that it was hard to believe. Bai Zemin felt no pain, and with his half-consciousness dulled, he could barely feel the sharp claws of his enemy digging into his neck. His left arm was nowhere to be seen, and the same applied to his left leg. Both limbs had exploded in bloody mist after failing to break 2 lightning snakes launched by Thao Zhai. His eyes were barely open, and the only thing keeping him awake was the fact that he knew that if he closed his eyes, it would mean the true end not only for him, but for those with him. If I had only chosen an easier class, if I hadn't been greedy, I wouldn't have had to face such absurd requirements to evolve. A special second-order class would have been more than enough for me to be able to kill this bastard. Although Bai Zemin's consciousness was semi-dulled, his thoughts were clearer than ever. He thought of his family, sister, mother, father. They would surely be sad. What was to become of Meng Qi? She was waiting for him in the royal city of the Sea Kingdom together with Xian Mayer. He thought of Shangyuan Bingzu, and admitted that if it weren't for Lilith's existence, he would consider her as a possible life partner now that her feelings for him seemed to be at least a little more than mere friendship. He thought of Wu Yijun. She was an excellent woman in every possible way, but somehow he just couldn't accept her feelings for different reasons. Bai Zemin felt that he had been a little unfair, and he hoped that he would ever be able to repay her, if there was a next life at least. Bai Zemin also thought of Feng Tianwu. He felt some regret since she would probably die soon. Would it have changed anything if he had not made that request to her more than half a month ago? Bai Zemin did not know and still did not understand why she did what she did. How many seconds had it been since Thao Zhai had captured him? Probably no more than 10, but those seconds were like an eternity for Bai Zemin. At some point, and as Thao Zhai continued to inflict wounds on his broken body, Bai Zemin's thoughts shifted to Lilith. It was a pity. He had finally found true love and was one big step closer to fulfilling his greatest dream of all, but now everything seemed so distant and impossible to achieve. Bai Zemin apologized in his heart, as he wasn't going to be able to return the favor for everything she had done for him ever since day one of the apocalypse. He believed that she would forgive him for not keeping his promise, but surely she would not forgive him for dying. Bai Zemin hoped that Lilith could move on in her own way, as he knew that she had lost too much in her life, and hoped that losing him would not become the cause of her fall. Finally, Bai Zemin thought of his daughter. Although she was not conceived by normal methods, daughter after all, since a small part of her soul was composed of records born from him. He really was a terrible father. His daughter had barely been born and needed the paternal warmth that only he could offer her, but a month or two later she was left behind while he went to another world. Even if Bai Zemin had no options back then, the reality was undeniable. After 6 long months, he had returned to Bai Shilin's side, but only 3 months later he was about to leave her again, and probably permanently. Really, what a bad father he was. But Bai Shilin was powerful and talented. Plus, she was very young, so maybe she could get over it easier than the adults who had a greater understanding of what death represented. Bai Shilin, Shi, Lin. It was then that by pure coincidence or things of fate, Bai Zemin's thoughts moved to the object Kang Jun had given him before diving into deep water. Although Bai Zemin's memory was a bit dull given his current bad condition, He could remember Kang Jun telling him that the item was something he would be needing today in the words of the former queen of the Weaver Ants. But how was a soul stone supposed to help him with his current situation? Unless a new golden spear appeared out of nowhere and killed Thao Zhai, there was no way to get out of this alive. But even then, Bai Zemin had nothing to lose. He felt a little grateful to Thao Zhai, who, while causing more and more holes in his body, had at least left his right arm for him to connect with his spatial storage ring on the index finger of his right hand. A faint and almost indistinguishable purple flash shone on the bottom of the sea, and a second later, a small cracked stone appeared on Bai Zemin's right hand. It was the same cracked third-order soul stone from before. Cracked, Bai Zemin had never seen a cracked soul stone before. Out of pure natural instinct, he sent some of his mana through that crack. Still struggling, ha 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 ha, fight more. The more you fight, the more satisfied I will be. Thao Zhai conjured a water spear, and with a thought pierced Bai Zemin's stomach, I have 54 minutes left to live, and I will make sure to unleash all my hatred on you for at least 50 before finally killing them all. Bai Zemin was not listening to him. Not only because he could no longer hear anything, because even if he could, he certainly wouldn't pay attention to Thao Zhai's words. This was because he finally understood something while learning a big secret. Bai Zemin did not know if it was a figment of his imagination, but for an instant, he saw himself back in the command room of the Sky Destroyer, back to that fateful day when he and she met for the first and last time. He didn't know if it was his imagination or not, but somehow, Bai Zemin could once again see that milk-white, naked, exotic beauty with long, silky smooth black hair, tantalizingly covering part of her feminine charms. It was as if he could see that enchanting, mysterious smile as she looked at him with her completely black eyes and said for the second time, I have decided to bet everything until the last of my records on you, and I believe you will not disappoint me. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// how much ahead I have thought this story through. You just have to follow me and stop trying to look for holes. You might be ashamed of your comments hundreds of chapters later. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 995, Second Order, Bai Zemin and First Meeting. By injecting large amounts of mana, the small crack in the soul stone simply grew a little, but it still needed some time to break completely. And Bai Zemin was clearer than anyone else. That time was exactly what he lacked. Therefore, he could only make use of a resource he had been saving, reserving, and had been unwilling to use or spend for fear of not being able to recover it. Rather, for fear that recovering it would be extremely difficult if it was even possible. For the first time, Bai Zemin focused on that stat with a solitary, embarrassing point in the face of the rest of his other main stats. However, to his surprise, what Bai Zemin faced when using that single point of spiritual power was not only the total absorption of the records inside the soul stone, but he also discovered something that would definitely open a big door for him in the not-so-near future. There were many things from his conversation with the former queen of the Weaver Ants that Bai Zemin had simply overlooked, or had not given them that much importance at the time. However, it was only now that he finally understood how mysterious, powerful, and brilliant Shilin was. The former queen Shilin had 100 years to live, but when she used her skill to see Bai Zemin's future, she lost those 100 years, leaving her with barely a few minutes. What did this mean? The answer was very simple. From the most natural logical sense, Bai Zemin was the cause of Shilin's death. He had killed her even if he had not used force or had not intended to. No, he had not killed her. He had not dealt the final blow. Therefore, what the former Queen Shilin did was simple. She stored her records inside a third-order soul stone, with methods known only to her race. In the same way, she had passed most of her records to Bai Shilin to nurture her as the supreme queen of the Weaver Ants. Once the soul stone was shattered, Shilin's death would be fully confirmed, and Bai Zemin, who had critically injured her in the past by taking 99.99% of her lifetime, and now shattered the soul stone, where the former queen's remaining records rested, was naturally going to obtain what quintessentially belonged to the victor of a battle of records. Will Bai Zemin get much? Probably not, considering that the vast majority of the former queen's records were bestowed by her to the egg from which Bai Shilin was born. But he didn't need much. All Bai Zemin needed was the record of him killing a third order being by himself. That was more than enough. Everything else was minor benefits in comparison. Backslash, backslash, backslash. In a world where there was no life. In this world, the air was incredibly heavy, and even breathing would become a laborious task for any living being, if there were any inhabiting it. The gravity of this planet was sickeningly powerful, so powerful that a first-order soul evolver would die immediately just by standing there doing nothing. The whole world smelled of iron, and the visibility was very bad because of the thick fog that covered the whole Earth. However, this fog was not a normal fog of the kind that formed on cold days, and its coppery color was proof of this. The fog was actually old blood that had been condensing in the world for a long time, and part of the reason behind the iron smell that stank up the whole globe was exactly this reddish-colored fog. The land was arid as if a great drought on a global scale had punished this planet for years after years without mercy. However, if one were to look carefully through some of the small cracks that covered the world like patches trying to cover up something troubling or scary, they would immediately notice that the ground was stained red. It was dried blood, dried over a long period of time. On top of a mountain over 700 meters high. Sitting on a seemingly normal rock about 30 to 40 centimeters high, a lone man stared into the distance with his eyes as red as those of a legendary demon portrayed in picture books staring into nothingness. There were no trees to look at, and there were no passages to appreciate. This man had been sitting in that same position, with only minor changes for at least 10 years, with his movements being more abrupt, recently during the last year and a few months in particular. Just then, the man seemed to feel something, and raised his head for a few seconds before looking down again. His eyes stared at the small and practically unnoticed green sprout that seemed to be starting to grow in the middle of one of the cracks, and although it was just a small grass that many would definitely ignore or step on, in this man's eyes it was very significant. Maybe it was because this might be the only sign of life left in this world. Maybe it was because that sprout had been keeping him company. Or maybe it was because that little sprout gave him hope that things would soon be different. The man slowly stood up with somewhat stiff movements, and his bones boomed like thunder exploding in the clouds. At the same time, something deep in the man's soul suddenly began to release a brilliant crimson radiance, and in a matter of seconds, the radiance had become so powerful that the man's upper body began to glow, and this was noticeable even with the heavy plate armor he wore. He remained standing as he looked forward with a serene expression on his face, but in contrast to before this time, he really seemed to be waiting for something, as the slight expectation that shone in his eyes with each blink was impossible to miss considering his eyes hadn't shone in a long time. Backslash, backslash, backslash. You have received records of third order, Shilin level 200. Congratulations, all the evolution requirements have been fulfilled to perfection within the set time limit. Analyzing records obtained during the class evolution period. All records have been successfully analyzed. As Thao Zhai tortured Bai Zemin by not only inflicting constant wounds on his body, but also saying hurtful and humiliating things, his expression suddenly changed for the worse, as even though his eyes had been torn apart by Evangeline, it did not obstruct his ability to sense the changes of everything around him at all. Feeling the aura of the young enemy he hated more than anyone else in the universe rise abruptly, until it soon reached a level of considerable danger, Thao Zhai roared in preparation to end with Bai Zemin's life the very next second. Unfortunately, Thao Zhai's opportunity disappeared the moment he decided not to finish off Bai Zemin, when he had the chance to do it all for the sake of satisfying his desire for revenge. As to what price Thao Zhai would have to pay for this, he would soon find out without a doubt. Boom! A large explosion suddenly sent Thao Zhai flying backwards, and the waters of the sea churned fiercely, causing Shangyuan Bingzhu to retreat under her reluctantly, as well, since Wu Yijin had no mana to activate hydrokinesis. However, she and Wu Yijin let out cries of horror and panic when they saw Bai Zemin's body exploding without warning. Everything about him disappeared. His flesh exploded in such a way that it turned to blood, joining the blood coursing through his veins and painting a small part of the sea crimson red. No, 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 no. Wu Yijin shook her head slightly at the same time as her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She seemed to be on the verge of mental and spiritual collapse as she stared at the place where the one she loved had just disappeared after exploding. Shangyuan Bingzhu's face was pale as a ghost as she watched the red blood slowly spreading and dissolving. It wouldn't be long before everything of what once conformed Bai Zemin as existence would disappear. and the very thought of it made her feel as if she was going crazy. Just at that moment, Shangyuan Bingzu saw a small red flash, something similar to a cube-shaped stone that soon began to release a brighter and brighter glow, illuminating part of the sea with its radiance. What is that? Shangyuan Bingzu whispered to herself in a voice somewhat hoarse from the tears choking her. Under her and her good sister's disbelieving eyes, all the blood mist that Bai Zemin had exploded into began to recoil, and at surprisingly high speeds, his body began to reshape itself. However, not even a second after his body reappeared before the eyes of both women, it exploded again. Boom! This time, both Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin watched as that small cubic stone glowed brighter and brighter as Bai Zemin's body reformed, and then exploded for the third time. 4 times. 5 times. 6 times. 7 times. Bai Zemin's body exploded over and over again, but as strange as it seemed, he could still see the whole process as if he was in spiritual form appreciating how his body was reforming. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to second order. You have received unique class, Blood Mystic. Your physical body is too weak to support the records stored in your soul during the advancement process. To evolve and survive, both body and soul needed to be within a certain level of balance between the two. If the soul was too powerful in comparison to the body, what would happen would be very similar to what would happen if a person put a light bulb in a power generator meant to abruptly power a construction machine. Therefore, Bai Zemin's physical body needed to be rebuilt in order to adapt to the power his soul would have once he absorbed at least part of the records gained during the period he was stuck at level 50. In addition to feeling grateful for the fact that his body's pain sensors had been turned off after the activation of the skill Blood Berserker's Wrath, as feeling his body explode and regenerate repeatedly was certainly not something Bai Zemin wanted to feel. His greatest gratitude was directed towards the former Queen Shilin, Bai Shilin's first mother. She had certainly played a big role in Bai Zemin's life, even though they had only known each other for less than an hour. His meeting with her on the Sky Destroyer had been one of the biggest turning points in his life, even surpassing that moment when Bai Zemin managed to kill the mutant beetle back at the university during the early days of evolution. As Bai Zemin watched everything happening from what seemed to be some sort of astral form, his consciousness suddenly began to be pulled towards the small red cube-shaped stone. He didn't even have time to think over things too much. In less than a second, Bai Zemin found himself on top of a mountain in an unknown location. Before Bai Zemin could look at his surroundings, a hoarse voice similar to someone who hadn't said a word for a long time sounded behind him. Blood Mystic, Bai Zemin hurriedly turned around, and when he saw the man in front of him, he was surprised not by the fact that this man was by a considerable margin the most perfect in terms of physical appearance, but by the not-so-slight resemblance he had with himself. In addition to being better looking in general, the man before Bai Zemin had red eyes and an ice-cold expression on his face. The most notable feature would be that, unlike Bai Zemin, this man had blood-red hair falling down his back and swaying gently despite the strong winds blowing at the top of the mountain. Who are you? Bai Zemin frowned as he looked at the small cube-shaped stone floating in front of the unknown man. The man said nothing, and for what seemed like minutes simply stared at Bai Zemin with seemingly curious eyes. Bai Zemin glanced sideways to the corner, and what caught his eye was the heavy-looking two-handed sword stuck in the ground. The sword looked quite old but still magnificent, and what made his eyes tremble was that attached to the hilt of the weapon was something that Bai Zemin easily identified as the modified sinew of a mutant beast. Our next meeting, I look forward to it. Bai Zemin looked at the man, slowly sitting on the rock behind him. Bai Zemin wanted to open his mouth to say something, but couldn't as he soon began to feel a great pulling force dragging him somewhere. However, he could still faintly see the man and hear his voice. The next time we meet it won't be this friendly, keep that in mind, and grow up strong. Blood Mystic doesn't seem to be much. In the next instant, Bai Zemin disappeared, and the man with long red hair stared at the empty space in front of him with an indifferent expression. He was alone, once again. However, the man was fine with that. He wouldn't be alone much longer, and at this rate, he would soon be able to fulfill his dream. You and I are destined to be enemies even though it shouldn't be that way. If there is anyone to blame, it would be you for being the lucky chosen one able to have everything while I am nothing but the black sheep that fate chose to punish on a whim. Fate or not, he was going to crush it all. No matter who or what, everything that came his way was going to be destroyed. That was the way it had been so far, and that was the way it was going to be in the future. The man looked at the small cube-shaped stone in front of him, and when the small stone stopped glowing, the incomplete part that was previously covered by the light became visible. You and I are destined to be enemies because the existence of the two of us is not allowed, with that person or without. It's just a matter of time. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 996, Race Evolution and Blood Mystic. Thao Zhai, Shangyun Bingzu, and Wu Yijun. The three of them stared as Bai Zemin's body continuously reformed over and over again, only to explode again less than a second later. It was as if a video was being played on an endless loop of fast-forwarding and reverse. However, there was one thing that was clear to all three of them after the first 20 or 30 seconds, and it was the fact that Bai Zemin was definitely not dying. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Exploding into hundreds of millions of tiny fragments certainly had to hurt, not to mention a process of such magnitude repeating itself dozens of times. However, regardless of all the pain Bai Zemin might be experiencing, the reality was that his aura had not stopped growing during this entire terrifying and tyrannical process. Bastard! Thao Zhai roared, and the entire sea over 3 kilometers around him shook with vigor. His aura broke out completely as he shouted with his head looking up to the heavens. Soul record, whatever you are, I curse you 1 and 1 million times. Thao Zhai had never felt so many complicated emotions at the same time, let alone because of a first-order soul evolver. But how could he not feel anger, fear, frustration, shame, and desire for revenge? How could he be at peace knowing he had less than 50 minutes to live? Such a thing was impossible. Thao Zhai could sense that his hated enemy had entered the second order, and given his severe injuries, his chances of killing him were not particularly high, even if the young human was also not in good condition, and was in fact worse off than he was. Bai Zemin was capable of causing all these injuries to Thao Zhai while he was still at level 50. It didn't require too much thought or a genius to know the obvious. To flee, no. The thought of running away never crossed Thao Zhai's mind. What was the point of running away if he was going to die one way or another anyway? Since he was going to die regardless of whether he was killed or not, then he might as well do everything he could to make the impertinent young man in front of him live with regrets for the rest of his miserable life, and thus make him wish for death. You really get on my nerves. Thao Zhai's roar of anger, despair, and frustration would have easily raised waves of great magnitude were it not for the fact that he was currently almost 4,000 meters deep in the sea. However, even with the pressure of the water and the gravity of the world, his voice resounded in the depths under the drive of his high magical power. Wu Yijun was out of mana and was currently trying to recover as fast as possible without being able to drink mana recovery potions, but when Thao Zhai's roar hit her with sonic strength, her mind went blank and she staggered. Shangyun Bingzu quickly moved to try to help her when she saw blood starting to gush out of Wu Yijun's ears, and when she managed to hold her up using her teeth and clinging to her magic robe, Shangyun Bingzu couldn't help but wince in pain. The sudden movement had caused both of her arms to move all over the place, making her feel all her pulverized bones moving past skin and flesh. Die! Thao Zhai stepped back, making use of his only leg as he took back his magical staff and waved it outward, freeze lightning lash. Despite his fatal wounds, magical attacks did not require a good physical condition to launch, as was the case with physical attacks. As long as one had enough mana and high magical power, they could unleash any magic that their consciousness allowed them to activate. Seeing the ice whip with bright flashes of lightning slashing towards them, Shangyun Bingzu abruptly turned around with her back facing the oncoming attack and shielding Wu Yijun's body. Shangyun Bingzu had no mana to use any skills, nor could she use her sword to defend against it, and although her agility gave her a 60% chance of dodging Thao Zhai's magical attack, the same could not be said with Wu Yijun needing protection. By the time Wu Yijun realized this fact, it was already too late. Fortunately, the worst did not happen because, at the same time as Thao Zhai's magical attack approached, both Shangyun Bingzu and Wu Yijun were enveloped and surrounded by a strange force that, despite weakening them, gave them incomparable feelings of security and trust. Bang! Like an eggshell hitting a wall, Thao Zhai's magical attack broke apart ridiculously, and without causing the slightest damage when this strange energy surrounding both women came in contact with it. I curse you, I curse you, I curse all of you. Thou Jai did not give up, and as his roar spread under the sea, he launched several magical assaults more. However, even after launching 10 attacks, they all ended up exploding and turning into tiny particles of light before finally becoming nothing. With Bai Zemin's strength stat growing exponentially, the range of the anti-magic domain increased as well, now covering an area of approximately 500 meters in total with him as its core. Furthermore, he was now a second-order soul evolver, so the magical attacks of a fourth-order existence like Thao Jai had a 75% probability of being completely nullified. While it was true that Bai Zemin and the two women had been lucky that the other 25% didn't show up, they had been unlucky enough today. Now that they were having a bit of fortune on their side, they certainly wouldn't complain. At that precise moment, and before Thao Jai could continue his assault, even before the former leader of the Legion of Mages of the former kingdom, under what was now known as the East Sea, could think of changing his targets to the two unconscious women floating in the distance. An explosion louder than the previous one shook the water vigorously as Bai Zemin's body exploded again. A flash of golden light shone for an instant, and when the only three beings able to remain standing and awake on the battlefield looked forward, they all noticed Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin was standing in front of Shangyu and Bing Zhu, and Wu Yijin with his back facing them, while looking at Thao Jai with an indifferent expression. Wu Yijin looked at Bai Zemin's body, and seeing that both his left leg and left arm were missing, she couldn't help but feel her heart ache. You okay?" she asked practically in a whisper. "I won't die. None of us will, not now, not this time, not today." Bai Zemin didn't lie saying he was fine, but at least he didn't say discouraging words either. "I see," Wu Yijin whispered before nodding weakly. "I believe in you." Then she looked at her friend and rephrased her words, "We believe in you." Shangyu and Bing Zhu did not say anything. She did not even nod but stared at Bai Zemin's back as if she wanted to engrave his form deep in her memories. In less than an hour, she thought she would never again see that back that she had inadvertently started to follow, not because of competitiveness, but because she did not want to be left behind. If she had doubts before this, Shangyu and Bing Zhu no longer had any doubt about the fact that she definitely liked Bai Zemin. She liked him not only as a friend but also as a man. As for where this would lead, Shangyu and Bing Zhu didn't know what she wanted to do with these feelings, but she certainly didn't want it to end like this. Regardless of what Shangyu and Bing Zhu and Wu Yijin might be feeling, Bai Zemin looked at Thao Jai and couldn't help but sigh at how much of a difference there was now. "You and I are both seriously injured. Actually, my condition is even worse than yours." Bai Zemin stretched out his right hand, and this simple movement caused several of his muscles to tear as if to prove his words. "But now that I reach the second order, you cannot defeat anymore." Bai Zemin's physical body had become far more powerful than before, so much so that the difference between his self from a minute ago and his current self was simply too massive to explain with numbers. Even so, his serious injuries were still serious, except that he was now healing a lot faster thanks to the terrifying health boost along with overlap regeneration. In fact, Bai Zemin could have close to, or even over 10,000 health points if he used overlap regeneration. This meant that the current him could recover at least 10 times faster than before. "I can't defeat." Thao Jai trembled not out of fear but out of anger. He laughed softly and said slowly, "And what makes you think so? I still have a lot of mana to use, and I don't think I need to lecture you on whether my magical power is capable of damaging you or not." Bai Zemin looked at Thao Jai, but his mind was elsewhere. He secretly wondered if what he had seen before was just an illusion or not. But on second thought, Bai Zemin remembered having a dream with an atmosphere very similar to that. Probably just a lucid dream, he said to himself before dismissing what had just happened. At the end of the day, he had been at the bottom of the sea all this time with Shangyu and Bing Zhu and Wu Yijin as witnesses of this fact. "Well, regarding your question," Bai Zemin looked at the blood on his body, and it wasn't hard for him, who was aware of the change, to notice the small golden tint almost undetectable amidst the deep red. "You have leveled up and reached level 100. You have received 200 status points to distribute freely. Your second order class, Blood Mystic, raises your race by 1 league. Congratulations! Now that your race has been raised by 1 league, your strength, agility, health, stamina, mana, and magic increase by plus 1,000 natural points each. Your level has reached the peak of the second order, and therefore part of the records gained during the evolution process could not be absorbed, and will be added to your soul once you select your third order class and successfully evolve to the next power league. With the league of your race going up by 1 and the improvement of your physical body, your passive skill First Order Superhuman Health Level 5 has been raised to the next order in a natural way. With the league of your race going up by 1 and the improvement of your physical body, your passive skill Third Order Golden Bones Level 1 has been raised to level 5 in a natural way. Your passive skill First Order Enhanced Dexterity Level 5 has evolved to the next order in a natural way. By absorbing the records of a being with the skill Clairvoyance, you have learned more about the mystique of seeing events before they happen, which grants you the privilege of being a friend of time. Your passive skill, Unranked Danger Sense Level 5, has evolved to the next order. Congratulations! By becoming Blood Mystic, your Third Order Blood Manipulation Level 5 skill is leveled directly to the max level of the Fourth Order. There were several records that needed to be checked, but given the circumstances, it was impossible for Bai Zemin to do it right now. However, there was one thing that was certain. My advancement to Second Order is not just a matter of stats, Thao Jai. Bai Zemin said softly. His eyes filled with exhaustion flashed for a second as he slowly said, I'll show you this new power I obtained, more specifically a pretty scary skill. As Bai Zemin said, his breakthrough was not merely about statistics. Although he was not yet aware of all the records he had gained and would only be able to check them once things calmed down a bit, there was something Bai Zemin knew. And it was the fact that his current self was disgustingly strong. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 997 End of the Battle. I refuse to believe that my attacks can't reach you. Thao Zhai muttered before roaring from deep within his soul, I refuse. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As Bai Zemin looked indifferently and exhaustedly at the hundreds of glowing magic circles that appeared around him and illuminated a good portion of the sea, Thao Zhai waved his magic staff and shouted in a hoarse voice, Jinx of water. The magic circles released a great flood of magical power, and soon the mana in the waters got disturbed. Bubbles of hot gas began to emanate from the depths and ascend, but some of them exploded on the way, causing explosions triggered by the appearance of hot gas in a place where it shouldn't be. B-O-O-O-M. B-O-O-O-O-M. B-O-O-O-O-M. Despite being just seemingly harmless bubbles, each blast of opposing forces resulted in large quakes below sea level. Even on the surface, changes rose as dozens of waves large enough to wipe out the coast of a city easily soared skyward, as if they wanted to touch the clouds themselves. However, it was not all. Each time a bubble of hot gas exploded, the heat released evaporated large amounts of water at the same time, until soon a small emptiness began to take place on the battlefield. That emptiness quickly filled with highly toxic gas, and with so much water in the surrounding area acting as walls, there was no place to run away from it. This was an attack that Bai Zemin could not nullify with his anti-magic domain. The power behind each explosion and the toxic gas certainly contained some magic in them, but even if that magic disappeared upon contact with the anti-magic domain, they would not be completely nullified. However, Bai Zemin did not panic. His current self was not the same Bai Zemin from 60 seconds ago. Taking advantage of the empty space that had formed in the sea, Bai Zemin waved his right hand, and the storage pearl flew out from inside his spatial storage ring. A great torrent of blood shot out from the crimson pearl, and before Shangyuan, Bingzhu, and Wu Yijin realized it, they were both enveloped by a red-colored sphere with golden veins. When the toxic gas came in contact with the blood, instead of sizzling, what happened was that the golden veins of the sphere glowed, and soon all the gas was absorbed. The power of the sphere increased a little, and with that, it held easily steady, withstanding the shock waves of each explosion without hurting the two people inside. At the same time, 3 thick, long blood chains shot out from the back of the blood sphere, disappearing into deep water in a matter of blinks, with only the part that attached them to the blood sphere visible. Thao Zhai could not see, but he could definitely tell what was happening. Bai Zemin breathed in deeply, and as if in his lungs there was a black hole, all the toxic gas began to fly towards him and was absorbed by his breath. At the same time, several shockwaves hit him, but his body barely moved. Impossible. How can you still be on your feet? Bai Zemin exhaled heavily, and inwardly he felt his blood absorbing the toxins from the poisonous gas. It wasn't hard for him to notice how his flesh and broken muscles were now beginning to heal faster than before. It was then that he finally accepted the fact that he was no longer a normal human. In fact, his race was not exactly human even in the status window that was the graphical representation of the records that made up his existence. Thou Jai, I think it's time to put an end to this. Bai Zemin shook his head to shake off the dizziness and tiredness he felt. His condition was very bad. He needed to rest or else he would end up collapsing soon. You're right, it's time to put an end to this once and for all. Thou Jai roared and his aura increased again, as a sign of him getting ready for a new magical attack. However, swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time as the sea water thunderingly returned to its place, the pale blue blood coming out of Thao Jai's wounds suddenly glowed and moved as if it had abruptly come to life. Again this trick from before. It didn't work before and it won't work now. Bai Zemin had already tried to imprison Thao Jai using blood chains. Unfortunately, Thao Jai's magical power was simply too overwhelming, so all the bindings always ended up broken in less than 2 seconds. Besides, it wasn't as if stopping a mage by binding them was really a big deal. At the end of the day, mages could still cast magic even if they were imprisoned. I was a first-order existence before, but now I am second-order peak. Bai Zemin muttered under his breath. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Thao Jai and said in the same tone of voice, before, blood manipulation was a third-order skill, but now it is a fourth-order skill. Bai Zemin's body glowed, and soon his figure was enveloped by that familiar halo of golden light that always made him feel so warm. His hair seemed to be tinged with gold amidst the glow, and even his blood-red eyes seemed to be tinged slightly golden in the process of activating overlap regeneration. Thao Jai attempted to activate several magical skills at the same time, and indeed he succeeded. However, his expression changed abruptly as the runes that were beginning to light up on his soul suddenly began to gradually fade more and more until they became completely dull. "Well, don't mess with me." Bai Zemin's expression was ice-cold as he watched from a distance, while Thao Jai failed time and time again in his attempts to throw magic. Magic circles were appearing all over the area, but none of those magic circles reached their maximum brightness before the skill cast. Bang, 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 bang. Like glass bottles crashing to the ground from great heights, tens and soon hundreds of magic circles exploded and turned into tiny particles of bright light that soon disappeared in the form of mana feeding the waters of the sea. It won't work no matter how hard you try. Bai Zemin shook his head and deactivated his anti-magic domain, which was starting to become a heavy weight on his badly wounded body and exhausted spirit. Thao Jai seemed more confident as he felt the anti-magic domain disappear, but the results were the same no matter how hard he tried. Bai Zemin used the waters to his advantage to slowly advance towards his enemy, and when his eyes landed on the 4 thick blood chains with golden lines coiled around Thao Jai's body, he couldn't help but have his pupils light up slightly. "What's with these chains? They're sucking all my mana and that of my skills." Thao Jai finally began to feel genuine despair. As a mage, his magical power and the mana that acted as fuel to power it were everything. Even if Thao Jai lost his limbs, he would still be fine as long as he could cast magic. However, now that his 2 most important attributes were being consumed and absorbed, Thao Jai found himself falling to the bottom of an abyss. Bai Zemin looked at the golden veins on the blood chains and sighed in his heart as he watched them slowly but surely absorb all of Thao Jai's mana. Worse yet, every time he tried to activate a magical skill, the mana he diverted for the activation of that skill was swallowed by the blood chains to become stronger and self-sustaining. What was the limit of this new automatic blood manipulation feature? Bai Zemin was not too clear, but the only reason it was working on Thao Jai in such an overwhelming way was probably due to the fact that he was severely injured and for better or worse could not draw out his full self. Sensing Bai Zemin's presence closer, Thao Jai swallowed his next words and waited in silence for what he knew would come sooner rather than later. Or so he intended. "Hey, human," Thao Jai smiled fiercely and said hoarsely, "how does it feel to be so strong?" Bai Zemin did not reply. "It must be fun for you to make fun of everyone, isn't it?" Bai Zemin remained silent. Being a first-order existence, you were able to fight against an initial fourth-order soul evolver. You will probably be able to fight against a fourth-order medium, or maybe peak now that you have evolved, isn't it? Silence. Tell me, what will you do to ease the hatred you feel towards me? Torture me? Humiliate me? Tell me your plans. I want to know how you feel before I die. Thao Zhai felt no fear but somehow seemed very interested in knowing more about Bai Zemin before he was killed. Unfortunately, he didn't know Bai Zemin well enough. What have you been talking about all this time? Bai Zemin said indifferently. You ask me what it feels like to be so strong. Not much really. I know there are beings far stronger than me. You say it must be fun for me to make fun of everyone. Apart from not having time to waste in that way, I haven't thought like that even once in my life. Feel hatred towards you. Thao Zhai, you and I don't have any blood feud. I feel anger towards you because you hurt my subordinates and some people precious to me, but I don't think you are worthy of my hatred. Hatred? Thao Zhai and Bai Zemin were enemies because they were standing on opposite sides. It was natural to face each other to death since fate dictated it. But hatred? Bai Zemin had only come to hate very few people in his life, and Thao Zhai did not meet the requirements. Without waiting for a response from his enemy, Bai Zemin, enveloped by the halo of golden light, said indifferently, "Divine blood punishment." His words had only left his mouth, sounding a bit hollow inside the mask that allowed him to breathe, when suddenly a kind of crack opened up in the bottom of the sea, and the water within several kilometers seemed to be dyed crimson, and some of the water turned into red chains that coiled around Thao Zhai's already restrained body. Divine blood punishment has been activated, and you are affected because your blood is inferior to the enemy's. While the effect lasts, your level falls to 200 and your league to third order. At the same time as two messages filled Thao Zhai's head as a warning of what was happening, his already weakened body became even weaker. Thao Zhai was hit by a wave of exhaustion and pain that made him grunt as his head whirled. What is this? He could no longer even speak properly, and with his stats suddenly dropping by a substantial amount, the severity of his condition only worsened greatly to the point where his mind was no longer clear. Bai Zemin reached his right hand forward and first took the wooden pagoda in Thao Zhai's possession along with the magic staff. After putting these things away, he looked at his enemy for a few seconds before extending his right hand again, but this time towards his mauled chest. Amidst the golden halo, a faint but clear blood-red glow suddenly covered Bai Zemin's right hand and soon spread up his arm until it reached his shoulder. This was a new skill he had acquired by evolving to second order and becoming a blood mystic. Bai Zemin knew what this skill did, but he wanted to check it out, and the enemy in front of him was perfect as a first subject. Bai Zemin's hand did not hurt Thao Zhai's body, but continued to move forward, and like a small stone falling gently into a lake, it pierced further and disappeared. Thao Zhai felt a slight discomfort, but that slight discomfort soon grew, and his more primal instincts made him fight back. What are you doing? Stop. Arg. With each passing second, Thao Zhai's discomfort turned to despair and fear before finally culminating in terror after realizing what was happening. As a mage, his strength was too low to break the chains that bound him, and being unable to use magic, as the blood chains were sucking up all his mana, all Thao Zhai could do was writhe a little and howl in pain and fear. Approximately 5 minutes later, the shrieks stopped completely and the water regained its calm. No more explosions, no more yelling, no more magic, no more terrifying physical attacks, no more movements. Just calm and silence, terrifying silence that only a place as deep as this could have. Bai Zemin looked at the small, normal-looking but wound-covered alligator slowly being torn apart by the weight of the water and gravity. The lifeless creature did not hold up under such pressure, and in 2 or 3 seconds it exploded into a pile of bloody pulp. Bai Zemin lightly clenched the small bright blue pearl in his right fist and whispered to himself, no wonder. He hadn't even explored Blood Mystic's power yet, but what he had just done was enough to make his hair stand on end. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 998 Lovers with critical injuries, without knowing each other's situation. Looking around, all Bai Zemin saw was pure darkness. With no light from magic skills and Wu Yijin's seeds destroyed, the bottom of the sea was truly terrifying. It was like a wolf's mouth. There was nothing in sight but endless darkness. It was surprising that even though Bai Zemin's race had ascended, he still couldn't see anything beyond 3-4 meters in front of him without mana and magic alterations. Bai Zemin turned around, and with a thought made the blood sphere that acted as a shield, meant to protect Wu Yijun and Shangyuan Bingzhu lose its form. However, he held the 3 blood chains firm as he needed them. When Shangyuan Bingzhu and Wu Yijun were released, the two were shocked by the darkness in the surroundings but soon understood that the battle was over, and subconsciously the two sighed in relief, which ended up causing them great pain and making them grunt softly. Bingzhu, Yijun, I'm really glad you two are well. Bai Zemin spoke from a short distance away. I'll send you to the collector's pocket world so that you can recover from your wounds and refuel the mana spent during the battle. What about you? Shangyuan Bingzhu asked in a low voice as she tried to focus her sight to see better. I'll first look for Evangeline, Kong Jun, and your mom. It's hard to explain, but now that I evolved and obtained my blood mystic class, I can sense the location of my subordinates more clearly. Although I can't accurately sense Aunt Shangyun's location, I can say that she is close to Evangeline. All of them are alive. But Kong Jun needs to receive treatment soon or he will die in less than an hour. Bai Zemin stopped and quickly stepped back. Yijun, don't come closer. Is something wrong? Bai Zemin heard a soft, sweet, worried, and slightly disappointed voice from no more than 3 or 4 meters in front of him. He quickly explained, not that you did anything wrong, but, well, my treasures somehow came back to me after my body stopped exploding. But the same can't be said for my equipment, so, you know, yeah. For a second or two, absolute silence returned to the depths, until Bai Zemin heard a short gasp followed by a soft grunt of pain, probably brought on by the gasp and the wounds of the person in question. Are you telling me that you are completely naked now? Shangyuan Bingzhu could barely get those words out, making it clear that the previous gasp was her creation. Are you seriously surprised by something like that? Bai Zemin shook his head, which earned him a new groan of pain now that his pain sensors had been reactivated with the deactivation of Blood Berserker's Wrath. Well, Shangyuan Bingzhu didn't know what to say. She finally looked at Wu Yijun beside her and said in a low voice, I hope you're not thinking anything perverted, little Yijun. Wu Yijun jolted in surprise and embarrassment, as if she had been caught doing something naughty. She was lucky as she was practically unharmed, and her biggest problem was the loss of mana and stamina, or else she would have opened her wounds badly with her sudden move just now. Shangyuan Bingzhu shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She felt much calmer now. Bai Zemin was alive, her good sister was alive, Bai Zemin's sister was alive, and she was alive. Shangyuan Bingzhu could not ask for more from life. Soon, the two women were sent to the collector's pocket world by Bai Zemin, and he did not delay as he quickly headed to the bottom of the sea without approaching the city of sea creatures. When his right foot touched the bottom, Bai Zemin immediately slashed several times with annihilation of the falling sky in the form of a one-handed sword. The sudden movements naturally did him no good, but he needed to leave a message behind. Approximately 10 minutes later, the blood chains he had sent out earlier in different directions returned. But this time, they were not alone, as each chain was delicately but tightly coiled around 3 unconscious bodies. Shangyuan Xinyu had several small wounds, but the worst was on the top of her head, and the major cause behind her loss of consciousness in the midst of the battle. Her life was out of danger since that wound had been caused by a shockwave and not by a direct attack. She only needed a few hours at most, and she would open her beautiful deep blue eyes to the world again. Evangeline, on the other hand, had only 3 or 4 wounds throughout her body. The problem was that one of these wounds was on her upper chest. She was alive, but certainly needed to be treated with magic skills, or else she might die if her health stat and regeneration speed could not keep up with the rate of damage that the outsider mana was inflicting on her body. The biggest problem was undoubtedly Kong Jun. Bai Zemin frowned as he saw that 70%–80% of Kong Jun's exoskeletal armor was gone, while the remaining 20%–30% of it was in bad condition. The loyal guardian's flesh was visible, and although his blood was moving like a living being trying to reform the lost parts and close the wounds, it was more than obvious that the damage caused by the crimson light beam was just too much. Before leaving, Bai Zemin picked up a silver-colored ring that he saw glowing faintly in the distance. It was most likely Thao Zhai's property, but now it was his spoils of war. Approximately 15 minutes after Bai Zemin entered the collector's pocket world, several silhouettes with lights around them approached from the distant point of white light, where the royal city of the kingdom Xian Mayer came from was located. A few minutes later, the figure leading them, A powerful-looking middle-aged man with deep blue hair and heavy sky-colored plate armor covering his upper body stopped as his large gold-colored fish tail slowly swished behind his body. Xian Mei stood next to Meng Qi and her two-third order bodyguards, but she was not the only princess there. Apart from there being 4 other princesses, all of whom were beautiful and radiant with dazzling supernatural charm, a total of 6 princes with similar but different demeanors at the same time were separated from each other. Each of them was accompanied by at least 1/3 order guard, and those who had 2, as was the case with Xian Mei, were the most powerful and prestigious among the offspring of the royal family. Approximately 1 minute later, the Eastern Sea King snorted, and his beard moved like waves in the sea at his outburst. Looks like there were 2 dead here, and judging by the fact that Xian Kun is nowhere to be found, I bet he and that damn bodyguard of his must be the ones to lose today. The king's expression was indifferent, but his tone of voice held some anger. That stupid son of mine really put a shark in a fish tank. The reason behind the king's anger was not in the death of his son, because unlike humans they were mutant beasts. This did not mean that mutant beasts did not have deep feelings for each other or for others. It was just that most saw the death of the weaker as natural. The strong would survive and the weak would perish. That was the one absolute law of life. However, Royal Father, an extremely handsome tall young man with brown hair and blue eyes, pointed out, "What were those shots before? Those cannons are definitely not part of our city's defenses, are they?" This young man was the first prince. His name was Xian Yuan. His level was 159, and many said that he was the most qualified to be the next East Sea King among all his brothers. There are many things you kids still have to learn. The East Sea King shook his head and said calmly, "You are young and inexperienced. Our waters are not as simple as they appear to be, just like the surface has its mysteries. The cannons that bastard alligator used are only a part of the secret weapon of our kingdom, but because of him." The king gritted his teeth in fury, and barely managed to restrain himself from breaking into an outburst. The princes and princesses exchanged glances with each other. They all saw astonishment in the eyes of their peers, as this was the first time they had heard anything about their kingdom's secret weapon. Indeed, there were many things they did not know despite their positions. Xian Mei frowned slightly upon hearing her father's words. Secret weapon. She couldn't help but think about what Bai Zemin had asked her days ago, and without hesitation, she ended up agreeing to it. If that thing really existed, wouldn't she end up becoming a sinner? As for not giving up what she promised, honestly, Xian Mei never thought about it, but even then she wouldn't dare. All she wanted was peace, and going to war against Bai Zemin's faction for breaking a promise after they had helped not only her but her people so much. Xian Mei simply did not see it right. "Mayor, you said that besides your human friend there were 6 others, didn't you?" the East Sea King suddenly asked. That's right." Xian Mei nodded and replied honestly, "Royal Father, other than Evangeline, the human woman you chased away earlier when she tried to cause problems, there are 5 more. That human female is really powerful. If not for the fact that she clearly had an urgent goal to complete, it wouldn't have been easy for me to chase her out of the city." The East Sea King nodded calmly. It was he, the one who fought Evangeline and forced her back after inflicting a medium-grade wound on her left shoulder, inadvertently causing Bai Zemin's plan to go down the drain. "Let's go back to Krea City. There's nothing to see or do here." The East Sea King looked down at the bottom of the sea and shook his head before turning around to leave. Before leading the way back to the city, however, the East Sea King stopped and looked at Meng Qi with a serious expression. "Young lady, you have a really good brother." "I am aware of," Meng Qi responded, bowing slightly as a show of respect to the other party. At the end of the day, the status of the man in front of her was equivalent to that of her brother Bai Zemin, and what Meng Qi least wanted was to cause trouble for her family. The king nodded, and soon continued on his way with the rest following not far behind. "Hey, big sister Mayor, can I ask a question?" A little mermaid with silky smooth blonde hair approached, waving her emerald green tail gracefully. She, as was very normal among non-combat mermaids, had 2 beautiful seashells covering her chest area and some jewels, but other than that her upper body was uncovered and exposing her white skin to everyone's eyes. Her body was very petite, like that of a kid, evoking tenderness instead of bizarre thoughts. Her name was Xian Baobao. She was the 9th princess of the East Sea. She was only 34 years old, and although 34 years old was a lot from a normal human's point of view, She was actually equivalent to a little kid of 7 years old among the sea creatures, as they developed slower but lived longer after developing intelligence. Xian Meier really liked this younger sister of hers. Xian Baobao was one of the few members who did not compete for the throne, which was obvious considering she was so young. Although most saw her as a nuisance, in Xian Meier's eyes she was like a beautiful pearl, being as innocent as a newborn and having no evil in her heart. Xian Baobao looked at Meng Qi with her big blue eyes filled with curiosity and asked in a low voice, "What were you talking about before with royal father? Is this big sister's big brother really that good?" Xian Meier didn't know what to say about it. Actually, everyone had understood the meaning behind the king's words, but little Xian Baobao was too innocent to think of such things. The reason why the East Sea King said those words to Meng Qi earlier was that if not for Bai Zemin's existence, Meng Qi's life would not be guaranteed in the sea. Simply put, the East Sea King did not want to go to war against a human kingdom that had already managed to establish in a year's time since the beginning of the apocalypse, especially considering that the king of the said human kingdom had the ability to fight and kill Thao Zhai. Regardless of whether he did so with help, the East Sea King did not downplay this feat, since he would also have no chance of winning against Thao Zhai in a one-on-one battle. It was precisely this reason why Bai Zemin retreated to the collector's pocket world, and although the East Sea King did not know where he had gone, he certainly understood and praised his clever reasoning. If Bai Zemin had appeared before the East Sea King in his badly wounded state, things might have been different, but if he appeared after recovering enough to fear nothing, then the East Sea King would think twice before making any moves against him. Meanwhile, Meng Qi would definitely not be in danger after the East Sea King learned that she was the sister of the King of China. On the other hand, the same time that Bai Zemin was retreating with serious injuries, he did not know that his beloved was in a critical situation, while fighting her own battle, just the same way she did not know that her loved one was a hair's breadth away from dying on 2 occasions. Tomorrow I might be able to post a 3rd chapter before the reset since I have some free time, unless something unforeseen comes up. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 999, An Existence Cloaked in Mystery. Somewhere in outer space, within the boundaries of the Wall of Chaos, the war between the demonic army and the invaders coming from beyond the abyssal rift, from the mysterious place called the Golden Domain, not only continued, but became fiercer and fiercer with each passing second. Although it seemed as if the energy used by the invaders was stronger than the mana used by the defenders, for some reason the defenders proved to be more powerful in a 1-versus-1 battle, and in most cases, it took 2 or even 3 invaders to fight as equals against any one member of the demonic army. Although the 5th and 6th orders were fighting their own war, a portion of everyone's attention was focused on 4 other battlefields that in some sense were more important, as any change there would mean that an even bigger change in the overall war would soon begin. These battlefields were naturally where the generals of each army were clashing with each other, with increasingly murderous and vicious attacks, despite the fact that the wounds of each of them kept piling up one after another. However, there were only a few seconds in which, as if by prior agreement, they all stopped attacking each other, all for the sake of looking towards a battlefield in the distance. Lilith, Crow choked on his next words as he stared wide-eyed into the distance. Ha ha ha, that fucking bitch finally got what she deserves. Han Jian laughed darkly as he took the opportunity to look at his severed left arm, which caused him to grimace in hatred and pain. The members of the demonic army despaired as they saw an enemy's sword cleanly piercing Lilith's chest, right in the area where the heart was located. Even higher existences could not live long with a pierced heart. This kind of wound was considered fatal for both lower existences and higher existences. The only difference was that piercing the heart of a higher existence was far more difficult. While the members of the demonic army despaired, the enemies of the Golden Domain cheered with delight. Lilith had been like a goddess on the battlefield, and her skills, as well as her ability to effect large-scale warfare, were qualities that literally began the enemy's undoing. Therefore, while her allies saw her as a divine goddess, her enemies could not wait to tear her flesh into 1,000 pieces. It was just that no enemy dared to approach carelessly after several of them, even some of the strongest, fell under her control. But at the sight of the embodiment of the demon itself being severely wounded, The entire golden domain trembled with excitement. Lilith seemed unaware of all the cries of surprise and terror from her allies. She didn't even seem to be bothered by the cruel mockery of her enemies. Her focus was solely on her current situation, and not on what others thought or felt about it. My heart was completely pierced. This is really a tough situation. Lilith realized that she really might die here if she didn't do something soon. Lilith could not allow such a thing to happen. She had not only not completed her goal that she had been fighting for so long, but now she had a very important reason to live for. Not for a goal, but for herself and her own happiness together with someone she really loved. However, it wasn't that easy. "Young lady, you have caused a lot of disturbance." Lilith heard the voice of the wrinkled old man behind her sounding like two sandpaper rubbing against each other, extremely unpleasant to the ears. Her expression suddenly changed, and a flash of panic finally shone in her beautiful ruby eyes as she felt the metal blade digging into her heart begin to grow in temperature and buzz. She probably had no more than 2-3 seconds before she died. How was a person with a pierced heart and under the grip and gaze of a much more powerful enemy supposed to even escape? "All right, Zemin." A glimmer of hope shone amidst the despair as Lilith remembered her loved one. The wrinkled, sunken-eyed old man didn't seem worried at all, which was completely normal considering that the female under his control was simply too weak to do anything that could affect him in the slightest. He looked at Lucifer in the distance and said in a hoarse voice, "It's been a while, Demon Lord Lucifer." Lucifer did not respond as he was trying to find a solution to this big problem. He had been overconfident this time and was caught off guard. In the past, the most the enemy sent apart from many normal enemies were two generals, beings capable of fighting against seventh-order higher existences. Lucifer had foreseen that this invasion would be different, so he was not surprised when 4 or 5 generals appeared. He was not even surprised when someone comparable to a soul evolver of 8th order initial stage appeared. But Lucifer certainly never, even in his wildest dreams, imagined that the enemy would send a second being of such magnitude. The abyssal rift had widened beyond his estimation, and events were spiraling out of control. As he felt the enemy's power rising higher and higher, Lucifer clenched his fists, feeling for the first time in a long time frustrated and angry. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do in this situation. Even if the bloody succubus heart hadn't been pierced, I can't make a move without that old fucker noticing. Lucifer gritted his teeth secretly before looking at Lilith with apologetic eyes. It was impossible for him to move and get to Lilith faster than the old man. Just at the last moment, when the old man was rejoicing at the sight of the enemy leader's expression, his expression froze along with his movements. Absolute frozen domain. These 3 words sounded like a practically inaudible whisper, but in the old man's ears, they sounded as loud as a thunderclap in the middle of a beautiful spring afternoon. Before he could increase his power outflow to turn the enemy female's body into a pile of meat paste, making her explode, everything around him seemed to shut down for a brief moment, and when his senses returned to normal, his expression sank. The old man looked ahead with an ugly expression on his face, but there was also confusion in his eyes as he saw that his sword extended forward was stained with blood, but his enemy was no longer there. "How did you do that?" he asked in a shadowy voice as he looked at Lilith from over 1,000 meters away. What? Limkiniu as well as everyone else looked on with wide eyes. That powerful elder was really asking something like that. They had all watched as Lilith simply stepped off the edge of the sword, moving forward and cutting through space to appear 1,000 meters away. The old man just stood there and did nothing to stop her. The old man did not charge at Lilith again. His opportunity was gone as Lucifer was now standing in front of her and looking at him with a dark expression on his handsome face. The old man's expression only improved a little at the thought that this female would die soon anyway. Her heart had been pierced from side to side, so her fate was sealed. "Fire sorrow," Lucifer bellowed with his eyes fixed on the old man and not daring to let him out of his sight. "Lucia, I need you to hold on for a while," Fire Sorrow called out as she looked towards the fiercest battlefield. There, Lucia and Qingli were exchanging blows practically at the speed of light. Both were moving so fast that only Lucifer and the old man who stabbed Lilith's heart could see their movements with clarity. The explosions caused by each clash of their weapons were getting more and more dreadful. No one dared to even try to get close to those two monsters. However, Lucia was slightly at a disadvantage. Even then, she should have no trouble holding out for a considerable amount of time, and Fire Sorrow could afford to turn her attention to something more urgent. Fire Sorrow pulled a pill from her storage ring and handed it to Lilith. Lilith, quickly swallow it. Her voice sounded anxious, which was natural considering that half of a previously black combat dress was now red due to the blood running out of Lilith's chest. Lilith tossed the red-colored pill into her mouth at the same time, as Fire Sorrow pointed with her magic staff. Hex of Greater Healing. Hex of Greater Healing was a spell learned by Fire Sorrow, not a skill gained through skill scrolls. This spell was very powerful. Not only could it restore lost limbs in a matter of minutes, but it also had a relatively low consumption. It had taken her nearly 800 years to learn this skill. Indeed, Fire Sorrow was not disappointed when the bleeding began to diminish. However, her expression slowly began to change as she realized that, while the bleeding was slowing, it was still far from stopping, not to mention healing the wound on Lilith's chest. Fire Sorrow stayed calm and tried using other skills. However, the more time passed, the more serious her expression became. Fire Sorrow had been able to heal pierced hearts of allies in the past, and she was sure that she could heal any wound of any being weaker than her. The problem was that, while it was true that Lilith was a sixth-order soul, evolver, her true capacity was much higher, and thus the main records of her existence were much more difficult to recover after being damaged. I made a change to Lilith's level and forgot to remind you, sorry. Chapter Dragon Slayer Lucia. Lilith's expression was ice-cold, but only she knew how grateful she was to Bai Zemin and Kali for the earring she wore on her right ear. Leaving aside how amazing the earring was in general, it was its special skill what saved Lilith from death. Absolute Frozen Domain uses the full power of the earring, rendering it useless for 48 hours to activate. Effect creates a time domain 2 meters around the user, freezing everything except the user itself for 0.5 seconds. This effect cannot be avoided, ignored, or broken regardless of the difference in level, order, or power between the user and the enemies. 0.5 seconds may not be much, but for existences capable of moving so fast and even slightly manipulating space, that amount of time could make the difference between who lived and who died, as had just happened to Lilith seconds before. Bai Zemin's blacksmithing, Kali's runes, and the efforts of both, 2 first-order lower existences had unknowingly intervened in a great war in which higher existences were falling like flies, saving Lilith's life in the process. No, Lilith's life was not out of danger yet. She looked at her heart and noticed a malicious energy preventing it from fully healing. Lilith immediately knew that Fire Sorrow would not be able to heal her, and at this rate, she would end up bleeding to death. I can't afford to die, not now. Lilith sighed and whispered the activation of a skill in her heart. Fire Sorrow was beginning to sweat nervously, but just then she noticed a flash of dark green light surrounding Lilith's heart, and her expression went from nervous to surprised. Would nature type energy? Fire Sorrow looked at Lilith in shock and said incredulously, Lilith, you. Wood type energy was rare in itself, and few higher existences had it. All of them were usually very powerful healers. However, the wood type energy that came from nature itself was even rarer, as it could not be obtained unless one linked with the Tree of Life, and among all the higher existences only Archangel Gabriel had it. Fire Sorrow was in shock upon discovering that Lilith actually had such a power, and could not understand how such a thing was possible. Lilith's expression was cold. She held her left hand, which was surrounded by a layer of light, near her chest, slowly but surely regenerating her heart and chest at the same time. She wiped the blood from the corner of her lips using her free hand and looked at the enemies of the Golden Domain. For the first time in a long time, she felt nothing but fury in her chest, and she was certainly going to take it out on the culprits. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1000 Blood, as precious as an elixir. Collector's Pocket World. Bai Zemin appeared in his room when he activated the skill of the Collector's Pocket Watch. He couldn't help but feel grateful for this fact. It would have been a bit awkward to appear before Wu Yijun and Shangyuan Bingzhu completely naked. Although, considering his current situation, probably no one would care. His upper body was covered in bloody wounds. Some holes were so terrifying that they were halfway deep. Bai Zemin could even see part of his liver if he leaned forward a little, but he had no desire to see such a thing. Worst of all, however, and without a doubt, were his arm and leg. Bai Zemin's left arm was completely gone almost from the shoulder all the way down, and although he still had his left thigh relatively healthy, the rest of his leg had exploded during the battle against Thao Zhai. With great difficulty, Bai Zemin put on a pair of shorts to cover his lower body, and then went out into the courtyard using blood chains to move like a certain villain, from a certain movie of a certain superhero able to climb buildings like a spider. Bai Zemin met Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun. The two were trying to recover while looking at the three unconscious on the ground. Seeing him arrive, Wu Yijun explained, "We helped Auntie and Evangeline drink potions to support their recovery, but we're having problems with Kong Jun. His body is practically completely paralyzed, and he doesn't even move subconsciously." Shangyuan Bingzu pointed out with a frown, "All the potions were forced out when he coughed instead of swallowing. The same thing that happened with you in Oblong World." Bai Zemin nodded as he approached Kong Jun. "Oblong World, Bingzu, you were injured to the point where you couldn't drink potions." Wu Yijun looked at her good sister in confusion. "This, Yijun, about that." Shangyuan Bingzu hesitated at the same time as in her heart she cursed Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin naturally had no ill intentions or strange motives when he said what he said. His attention was focused on Kong Jun, as he needed to be treated as soon as possible. First things come first. He took out a health potion capable of increasing the body's natural recovery rate by 25% for 120 minutes, and opened Kong Jun's mouth before spewing the contents inside. "Oh no, you won't." Bai Zemin quickly used blood manipulation when he saw Kong Jun about to cough out the precious liquid, and investing a good amount of mana managed to control the throat muscles of the mighty weaver ant, forcing him to swallow the elixir. The change was immediate as the speed and effectiveness at which Kong Jun's stem cells recovered and worked to form new tissues, and these tissues gradually tried to regenerate the damaged organs increased considerably. Unfortunately, after a minute or two, Bai Zemin noticed that the power of the recovery potion was not enough. The energy from that damn beam is still in Kong Jun's blood and flesh, continuously nullifying the effort of his stem cells. Bai Zemin frowned, but a second later his expression returned to normal. Under the confused and perplexed eyes of the two women beside him, Bai Zemin knelt down beside Kong Jun, and then extended his right hand until his palm was in front of the guardian's open mouth. "What are you?" Shangyuan Bingzu was forced to swallow her words at the same time, as her pupils contracted slightly, while Wu Yijun covered her mouth, letting out a muffled cry. "Actually, I'm no longer completely human. I'm not even a normal soul evolver at this point. To be honest, I don't know how to explain it." Bai Zemin watched as his red blood with a faint golden tinge fell like a waterfall from his outstretched palm, and his face grew paler and paler as he weakly said, "Well, to say that my entire body is a treasure for a comparatively normal race like ants is not an exaggeration." In less than 20 seconds, Bai Zemin had lost practically half of the blood left in his body, and only then did he stop. "This really is crazy," he said, gasping for air as he slowly let himself rest on his back. "If I was a human, I would have definitely died. Fuck its mother, I think I have like 1 liter of blood running through my body or so." Wu Yijun, with a face as pale as a sheet not only from the lack of mana, but mainly from the fear she felt, quickly knelt down next to Bai Zemin and prepared to help him. However, he stopped her. "Yijun, help Evangeline first, please." Bai Zemin was so weak that his voice was no more than a whisper. I'm fine." "You are fine. You are dying." Wu Yijun glared at him with tears in her eyes, but besides pain and fear, there was also anger in her usually innocent and loving gaze. When you started to become warmer and kinder, I was happy. But now you always end up like this. I know it's not right, but sometimes I really wish you would stop risking your life even if others have to die." Bai Zemin looked at her through his half-closed eyelids and couldn't stop the corner of his lips from curling slightly into a practically invisible smile. Really, she's a great woman. For the first time, Bai Zemin admitted when he was on the verge of fainting that maybe, just maybe, he might become a little uncomfortable to see a man monopolizing such kindness and gentleness. Before fainting, Bai Zemin used what little will he had left to tap into his spatial storage ring and pull out a skill scroll. At the same time as his eyes closed, the skill scroll exploded into particles of light as it came into contact with his hand, and in an instant all those particles of light entered his body, soul, and formed a new rune. "You have learned the passive-active skill restoration. You have 19 free slots to learn active skills." Wu Yijun gritted her teeth and shook her head. You can get angry later if you want." She was very sorry for Evangeline as she really liked her even though they hadn't talked much. In fact, it could be said that Wu Yijin considered her a friend. But between Evangeline's life and Bai Zemin's, the priorities in the Asian beauty's heart were more than clear. "Yijin, wait." "What?" Wu Yijin looked at her best friend who had just stopped her. Her expression was not particularly kind, and her words were not directed in the form of a question, but of annoyance. Shangyu and Bingzu couldn't help but smile bitterly at the sight of the usually gentle Wu Yijin's annoyed expression. It was as if her 2 arms turned to dust, and the wounds on her body didn't matter at all. Although truth be told, her injuries weren't really serious, with the biggest problem being the pulverized bones on her 2 arms. "Cool your head a bit, busty girl." Shangyu and Bingzu sighed and nodded forward. "Take a good look." Wu Yijin frowned slightly and looked at Bai Zemin's body attentively as she was suggested to do. It was then that she realized that Bai Zemin had not made his earlier decision as hastily as it might have seemed. What's it all about?" Around Bai Zemin, small crimson-colored particles seemed to form seemingly out of nowhere, and like magnets of opposite poles were attracted to him. These particles of light were absorbed by Bai Zemin's body, and it was not difficult at all to notice how very slowly his aura began to stabilize. In fact, Wu Yijin and Shangyu and Bingzu noticed that the blood he had lost before was being replenished very quickly. It seems that Bai Zemin's evolution was not just a class evolution. The reason it took him so long to break through was because of those absurd requirements, but looking at this kind of power, I think it's understandable. Even his original race was modified. Shangyu and Bingzu looked at Kang Jun and noticed that Kang Jun's severe wounds were slowly starting to stabilize, thanks to the blood Bai Zemin had fed him. "I wonder if I will undergo such a great change when I advance to Third Order," Shangyu and Bingzu wondered. However, thinking better on a particular requirement that the soul record was asking her to complete in order to advance. "Although I'm likely to be stuck even forever," she sighed. Trying to put such thoughts aside for later, Shangyu and Bingzu lay down next to Bai Zemin and closed her eyes as she said softly, "I can feel the surrounding mana being absorbed into him to help him recover. I wonder if it has something to do with the skill scroll Bai Zemin learned a minute ago, or if it is due to a feature of his class in particular." Wu Yijin looked at Bai Zemin and subconsciously clenched her fists. In the previous battle, I was able to do practically nothing." Shangyu and Bingzu softly opened her blue eyes and looked at her friend standing up and walking towards Evangeline. "I thought all my life that the day I loved someone I would never get to feel unworthy or less than, but with each passing day I realize how stupid my thoughts were. Not only can I not help the one I most want to help, I can't even fight shoulder to shoulder with you, Bingzu. In our entire faction you are probably the one who is best suited to him on the battlefield." Wu Yijin stretched her hands forward and whispered, "Revitalize." Shangyu and Bingzu watched as all the grass and the few trees in sight suddenly glowed with a faint light green glow, and moments later, a ball of light of the same shade of green covered both of Wu Yijin's hands. Soon, Evangeline's body began to improve, and it surely wouldn't be long before she was out of the mortal danger zone. Shangyu and Bingzu slowly closed her eyes and whispered in her heart, "Yijin, you are very powerful and impressive. It's just that your forte is not in fighting particularly strong enemies. But there are things that neither I, nor Bai Zemin, nor any other member of our faction can do, but you can." Just as Shangyu and Bingzu was about to rest and relax now that things were mostly settled, her friend's somewhat anxious voice brought her back to reality. "Bingzu, is it me or has Bai Zemin's hair changed?" Chapter 1001, Status Window Records, Apparition and Warning. Bai Zemin had fallen unconscious after losing so much blood, which was completely natural considering that there was at most 1 liter of blood running through his body, and considering the current condition of his body, it was already quite surprising that he had not died. This was all thanks to the fact that his evolution had been an evolution that raised even his deepest records, those of his race, to a whole new league. Even the most powerful soul evolver would die from the loss of about 4/5 of their total blood, plus heavy wounds. Strangely, although Bai Zemin could no longer sense the outside world, a sign that he was unconscious, he was somehow aware of his own existence. Perhaps he was not in a state of total unconsciousness. Bai Zemin did not know. It was as if he was floating in a void of nothingness, in a big cloud surrounded by gray mist and a dark world in the surroundings. Regardless of everything, and feeling that he was in no apparent danger, Bai Zemin took the opportunity to check the records gained when he finally evolved to second order. First order superhuman health level 5, second order superhuman health level 1. Passively increases health by plus 580 points and increases the body's natural recovery rate by 30%. Healing type skills are 40% more effective on you. Third order golden bones level 1 has been raised to level 5 in a natural way. Third order golden bones, third order passive skill, level 5. Your skin becomes so tough that now no pre-evolution weapon outside of the annihilation category can break through your defenses. Rank 0 weapons are unable to cut you, and rank 1 weapons are 40% less effective against you, while the damage of rank 2 weapons decreases by 20%. The hardness of your internal organs is multiplied by 2 times the previous level, and your bone skeleton is now equivalent to a gold skeleton, which multiplies your natural defense x 5 times. It automatically increases your endurance stat by plus 900 points permanently. First order enhanced dexterity level 5, second order enhanced dexterity level 1. Automatically increases the user's agility by plus 300 points and reduces the stamina consumption in combat by 8%. Unranked danger sense level 5, first order predicted danger sense level 5. The user will be able to passively foresee any kind of danger 1 second in advance. The skill has a great burden on the soul and mind despite not consuming mana or stamina, and the greater the danger, the greater the burden on the user, to the point of causing temporary loss of sight or hearing. You have learned a unique skill of the Blood Mystic class. You have learned Record Devastation. Record Devastation, unique skill, level 5. Depending on the power of the user's bloodline, it is possible to degrade a soul evolver with lower blood running through their veins. Consumes 1500 mana points and 1500 stamina points to trigger the skill. First activation, Record Degradation, only works on subjugated enemies. Reaches deep into the enemy's records and degrades them until they are sealed into a consumable item. The user can bestow the consumable item on an ally, raising that ally's power tremendously with a league below the original records. Most of the records obtained during the evolution process are absorbed and assimilated by your body and soul. You have received strength plus 4977, agility plus 4740, health plus 4502, stamina plus 4492, mana plus 3820, magic plus 4109. You cannot absorb any more records until you choose your advancement class and advance to third order. All records obtained during the evolution process will be saved for later absorption. Blood Mystic, second order. Mystics are considered to be mysterious and almost unreachable existences, geniuses in the path of magic and unmatched when they set out to focus on a field. It is said that the path of a mystic must be walked by those who wish to achieve true perfection. Decreases mana consumption by 30% when using attack-type magic skills, and increases the critical hit rate by 20% when using magic against an enemy. Note, your synchronization with your Blood Mystic class has not reached the maximum point. Bai Zemin paused while floating in that big space of nothingness, and after a moment's thought he called up his status window. Bai Zemin. Status points 220. Level 100. Race High Human. Bloodline High Human. Class Blood Berserker First Order, Blood Mystic Second Order. Subclass King. Title: One hit to kill, irregular, brilliant mind, savior of the world, destroyer of destroyers, 1vs millions, king of China. Strength 6947 plus 255, agility 7030 plus 295, health 6769 plus 70, stamina 7752 plus 235, mana 6691 plus 65, magic 7002 plus 255, spiritual power 1. Active skills: Blood Manipulation, 4th Order active skill, level 5. Blazing Punishment of Divine Blood, 4th Order active skill, level 1. Regeneration, 3rd Order active skill, level 5. Shadow Blink, 1st Order active skill, level 5. Crimson Lightning Flash, 3rd Order active skill, level 1. Invisibility, 1st Order active skill, level 5. Gravity Manipulation, 3rd Order active skill, level 5. Void Fist, 3rd Order active skill, level 5. All for One, 3rd Order unique skill, level 5. War Cry, 2nd Order active skill, level 5. Lonely Wolf Aura, 3rd Order active skill, level 5. Rumbling the Heavens, Shaking the Earth, 3rd Order active skill, level 4. Mankind's Pioneer, 3rd Order active skill, level 3. Soul Manipulation, X-Rank Passive-Active Skill, Level 1. Record Devastation, Unique Skill, Level 5. Passive Skills. Super Warrior, First Order Passive Skill, Level 1. Immovable Heart, Fourth Order Unique Passive Skill, Level 5. Superhuman Health, Second Order Passive Skill, Level 1. Golden Bones, Third Order Passive Skill, Level 5. Mechanic Unranked Passive Skill, Level 5. Cooking Second Order Passive Skill, Level 2. Throwing Unranked Passive Skill, Level 5. God of War's Will, Third Order Passive Skill, Level 5. Blacksmithing, Fourth Order Passive Skill, Level 1. Predicted Danger Sense, First Order Passive Skill, Level 5. Enhanced Dexterity, Second Order Passive Skill, Level 1. Blood Berserker's Wrath, Unique Skill. Magic Break, Sixth Order Passive Skill, Level 5. High Human, Bai Zemin sighed and subconsciously thought of the light novels he loved to read so much when he was younger, and before the apocalypse broke out. Damn, this daddy will turn into an elf or something. Please don't do it. I'm already so handsome that if I become even more amazing, ladies won't stop harassing me. While expressing his thoughts out loud, Bai Zemin looked at the benefits of his improved race. High Human, you are slowly getting closer to becoming the perfect being of a race. Now you cannot be affected by any viruses, and your need for sleep decreases drastically. All food you consume will give you the maximum possible benefit, discarding the unhealthy automatically. Increase your natural charm by 70%, and increase the effect of your words when talking to other humans, which will make it easier for you to be obeyed. Your body's natural defense and the hardness of your internal organs is multiplied x3 compared to your previous self. Your blood has extremely powerful healing properties and is very attractive to other subjects. Oh no, Bai Zemin sighed and shook his head. Looks like this elder really is destined to be a lady killer after all. 70% increase in my natural charm, not bad at all. Worthy of someone like me. That's how it should be. Soul Record, this daddy will spoil and be gentle with you even though you often bully me. Bai Zemin was silent in what he thought was his inner self, and after several seconds he couldn't help but be surprised by her shamelessness. Thank heavens no one can hear me, or else I would really have to hide for a couple of thousand years in some remote cave, without coming out to see the sunlight. Just as he finished rambling, two bright eyes as red as blood flashed in the middle of the darkness right in front of him, and Bai Zemin subconsciously stepped back with his heart beating like crazy. Who are you? Bai Zemin demanded instead of asking, while keeping his wits about him. Was this not his subconscious? Because Bai Zemin was pretty sure it was. But if that was the case, how on earth had anyone come in here? Many might think he was delirious, but Bai Zemin trusted his instincts and knew that what he was seeing was not as simple as an illusion caused by his injuries. Far from it. This was real, and it was happening right in front of him. Several seconds passed, and those seconds soon turned into minutes. However, Bai Zemin got no response or any words in return. Finally, a surprisingly gentle and kind voice that caused his guard to inadvertently drop rang out amidst the dark world and gray mist. Great changes will soon come over your life and the lives of those close to you. You have grown and are now many times stronger than before, but do not let your new strength go to your head. The time of trial is closed, and the real battle is only about to begin. The eyes in the midst of the darkness slowly grew dimmer and dimmer, as the voice grew weaker and weaker with each word it spoke. You already know what path to choose next. When you advance to the third order, you will need to seek me out to continue your path. As for who or what I am, you already know in your heart, at least in part, that is. Bai Zemin stood stunned, staring at the darkness in front of him fixedly, and for a long period of time did not move from that spot. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1002, Blood Warlock. Bai Zemin stood stunned, staring at the darkness in front of him fixedly, and for a long period of time did not move from his place. After a long time, or at least according to Bai Zemin's personal point of view, he slowly sat down in the middle of the mist and looked straight ahead with a confused but at the same time serious expression on his face. First of all, what Bai Zemin needed to ask himself was the following. Who or what was it? Or rather, what or who does that presence from before belong to? He muttered, even though in his heart he already had a somewhat clear answer. If that presence and voice belonged to Sirius the Heavenly Wolf, then it would all make sense from a certain perspective. It was no secret to Bai Zemin that, regardless of whether the connection between him and the heavenly wolf was big or small, the reality was that this connection was there, beating alive like a moving heart. However, if that presence from before really was Sirius the heavenly wolf, then there was a new unknown that somehow made Bai Zemin a little uneasy. Just before, when the heavenly wolf spoke, Bai Zemin felt a lot of inner peace. This kind and degree of inner peace was something he had only felt very few times in his life, mostly during his youth while he was still living at his parents' house. This was a depth of peace that only someone extremely close to him could transmit. Sirius was a legendary existence, but Bai Zemin knew practically nothing about him. All of his information came from what Lilith had told him about Sirius' constellation and what she had heard from other older higher existences. It was said that the heavenly wolf Sirius was a being who had exceeded the limits of this universe and the soul record, and therefore eventually traveled to a higher plane, as did the ice goddess Skadi. As to what that higher plane was, Bai Zemin now knew it was the so-called golden domain, the true beginning of everything, the core of everything, the parent plane of all worlds that existed in the domain under the control of the soul record. Was the heavenly wolf alive or dead? No one knew for sure, probably. The only information about the heavenly wolf was probably within the constellation that was imprinted in the stars, a way to honor a being worthy of respect even from the soul record. Am I really the reincarnation of the heavenly wolf? Bai Zemin let himself fall onto his back and stretched both arms outward as he gazed into the infinite darkness above him. Somehow, something felt out of place, but Bai Zemin could not pinpoint what it was. Just as that presence said before it disappeared, Bai Zemin was practically 100% sure it was Sirius. However, just as Sirius said before vanishing into the darkness, it was just an idea and nothing certain, as Bai Zemin didn't know if Sirius was his past self or something different. But Bai Zemin frowned. His voice sounded like a hollow echo in that unknown space filled with nothing. The words Sirius said and the words Shilin entrusted Kang Jun to tell me. What is this all about? It was touching on this point where Bai Zemin's confusion kept growing. He knew nothing of what the two mysterious existences wanted to point out with their words, and somehow this made Bai Zemin angry with them, even though in his heart he knew that such a thing was not only immature, but would also get him nowhere. But couldn't you two just say in plain words what is about to happen? Bai Zemin sighed. Besides, the heavenly wolf said that after the third order I will need to go to him in order to continue advancing. If I'm not wrong, what Sirius the heavenly wolf means is that in order to continue walking the path I walk and destroy the walls or barriers that appear at each key point, I will need to go to where his constellation is. Bai Zemin slowly stood up, grateful to the fact that at least in this place his body was in one piece. Bai Zemin had been stuck in the first order of the universal power scale for almost a full year. At that time, he had been furious and in some way felt that the requirements the soul record had demanded of him were too much for someone of level 50. But as time passed, Bai Zemin came to learn that those requirements were not necessitated by the soul record, but were the materials, the very foundation that would build the continuation of the path he had begun to walk when he chose Blood Berserker as his first job. Of course, Bai Zemin could have chosen a different class and evolved faster. He would have gained levels and stats faster, become more powerful quicker, and his level would not have stagnated for so long. However, would those classes have evolved his race to a higher one? Would they have given him such powerful skills? The answer was no. The good was long overdue, and Blood Mystic was excellent. How long will it take me to complete the requirements of my next election? 1 year, 2 years, maybe more. Bai Zemin smirked. If this were a novel, there would surely be readers crying like little girls for not seeing a level-up message. Though I wonder if the author would care. There are all kinds of authors in this world. In between his ramblings in an attempt to calm his agitated heart, not only by finally being a little more aware of his new strength, but also by the fact that something unknown but big was coming his way, Bai Zemin called out the continuation of his path. Let me see them, my paths to the third order. The soul record seemed to be waiting for these words, as not even 2 seconds later several messages flashed in Bai Zemin's retinas. Your possible paths of evolution have been studied and confirmed. With the achievements and the records you have earned until now, a path you can take is now seen. Please select a job. A befitting trial will be given to you. Option 1, Warrior of the End of the World. Option 2, Chaotic Blood Mage. Option 3, Blacksmith of Fortune. The first two options somehow scare me a little bit. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth trembled slightly as he said these words to no one in particular. Warrior of the end of the world, end of the world. Considering that Bai Zemin indeed was capable of destroying a lower world if he gave his all, and was willing to die for it, the name of the option one was very good. But I don't want to have anything to do with the end of the world. Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chaotic Blood Mage didn't sound as bad as the first one, but it still sounded ominous. Chaotic? What was that supposed to mean? Bai Zemin was looking for peace and calm, not chaos and disaster. Ironically enough, though, all the places he appeared in or visited ended up being chaotic in one way or another. For example, Eventide World was in relative peace for thousands of years, but in less than half a year, there was a world war between human kingdoms, and after that a war broke out against the demon race. Of course, Bai Zemin was not choosing the first two options not because of their names, but for two other reasons in particular. Both Warrior of the End of the World and Chaotic Blood Mage were very powerful classes. Bai Zemin was 200% sure of that. He was sure that if he chose one of those two classes, when he reached the third order he would probably become invincible among all the lower existences in the universe regardless of the difference in level or talent. This was not arrogance but his belief after analyzing many things based on his experience. However, hadn't Lilith warned him enough about classes that are extremely powerful, strong at first but eventually fell a bit short compared to others, in most cases at least? Warrior of the End of the World was probably a class with monstrous physical attacks, and coupled with the power of overlap regeneration, its effectiveness would certainly be frightening. Just thinking about it, or imagining it, made Bai Zemin's legs tremble. Chaotic Blood Mage, a class that would definitely increase Bai Zemin's magical power and magic to new scales. In fact, it was very likely that blood manipulation would rise to 5th order right away, and even features like bloodlines would be unlocked with this class. The word chaotic in particular was proof of its terror and dominance on the battlefield. But neither of those two paths is the path I want to walk. Bai Zemin blinked and breathed out, because neither of those two paths is capable of leading me to where I want to go. As for option 3, Bai Zemin never planned to become a blacksmith despite the fact that he somehow turned out to be quite talented in this field. Talent added to how hardworking Bai Zemin was. The blacksmith of fortune class was a very good option, but he didn't consider it even for a moment. Just like you said, serious heavenly wolf, whoever you are. Bai Zemin smiled mockingly and looked at option 4 with bright eyes. From the moment I chose Blood Mystic as my 2nd order class, I already knew the continuation of the path I would walk in the future. And now it was time to see if he was wrong or not. Option 4, Blood Warlock. There was no surprise in Bai Zemin's eyes as his gaze fell upon the 4th and last evolution path that the soul record had been able to study based on the records he had been accumulating all this time until now. From the moment Bai Zemin saw his paths to the 2nd order and chose Blood Mystic as his continuation, he immediately knew what the path he would choose to the 3rd order would be. I wonder if there was ever anyone capable of finding the path they would walk faster than the soul record. Bai Zemin scratched the bridge of his nose gently and muttered to himself. Blood Berserker for the 1st order. Berserkers, extremely talented and terrifying existences in close combat. Blood Mystic for the 2nd order. Mystics, existences that through the use of magic try to connect with their souls, and thus achieve divinity. Blood Warlock for the 3rd order. Warlocks, they were practically perfect entities. They mastered the arts of melee combat, but were also extremely talented mages capable of combining both styles of combat. Bai Zemin believed, and was confident that Blood Warlock would lead him to where he wanted to go. Berserker for the body and Mystic for the spirit. Bai Zemin laid down on the black floor again, and as he stared into nothingness he thought aloud, just like a bulb and electric power, the two need to connect and match in order for the light to come on. I have soul manipulation, so now I am more certain than before about this fact. With both body and soul being perfectly linked together, all Bai Zemin would eventually get would be the absolute perfection. Soul record option 4, Blood Warlock. Bai Zemin's voice echoed, amidst the silence and fog that enveloped his figure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Several seconds passed, during which the only sound was Bai Zemin's breathing. He also did not receive messages, as in the 2 previous cases when he chose Blood Berserker or Blood Mystic. But Bai Zemin was not anxious and waited. Patience was a great virtue. He was not particularly patient at all. The reason Bai Zemin waited was because, As stupid as the thought was, he seemed to feel how much effort the existence or thing called soul record was putting into this. Finally, the fun began approximately 30 seconds after Bai Zemin expressed his intention and said in a clear voice his choice. You have chosen Blood Warlock as your breakthrough class to the third order. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1003, Evolution Requirements and Weird Petition. You have chosen Blood Warlock as your breakthrough class to the Third Order. Warlocks, beings born with one of their parents being an exceptional warrior with incomparable talent, and the other being a mage without paragon on the path of mysticism. By merging the two paths, there is some possibility for a warlock to arise in the universe. Warlocks possess the potential to become ruling figures of entire worlds, but few have managed to grow enough to reach a stage of power with which they can stand their ground against all winds and tides. Blood Warlock, a path that has only been opened for you who have walked a short but rougher and bloodier path than the longer paths that others have walked. Prove that you are worthy of mastering the power of the bloodlines, making yours and your allies what does not belong to them. Prove you're worthy to go against fate itself with each and every one of your actions, replacing talents at will and building monstrous legions with your own hands. Complete the following requirements to advance to the next order. Evolve your Void Fist skill to 4th Order, incomplete. Evolve your Shadow Blink skill to 3rd Order, incomplete. Take control over 5 of the 6 fragments of the Key of Destiny, 1-5. Absorb the fragments of the Key of Destiny, incomplete. Use the first activation of your Record Devastation skill, Record Degradation, and take over the deepest records of the following ancient existences. 9-Headed Immortal Dragon, incomplete. Saint of the Absolute, incomplete. Demon of the Corruption, incomplete. Mana Eater Tree, incomplete. Get control over the earth and make the other factions no choice but to retreat. If you join a faction or submit to any other leader, you will fail the trial and will not be able to advance to the Third Order. Cool. Bai Zemin slapped his thigh with the palm of his hand and said matter-of-factly, at the very least I don't have a time limit at all, which is cool, no, ha ha ha. Bai Zemin laughed and laughed for what seemed like an eternity. His laughter echoed amidst the darkness, slowly becoming weaker as he stopped laughing like a lunatic as time passed. Bai Zemin breathed all the air out of his lungs heavily and fell silent for several seconds before taking a breath and sighing again. Evolving those 2 skills in itself are already 2 difficult requirements to achieve, but they are actually the easiest of all the ones I need to complete. Bai Zemin closed his eyes and muttered to himself, fragments of the Key of Destiny. Where the hell am I supposed to find them? No, for starters, what the hell is this Key of Destiny? And how the hell do I have one of the 6 that exist? This daddy can't remember ever getting anything this good in his whole life. Putting aside the fact that apparently Bai Zemin already had one of the 5 fragments he needed to get, even though he had no idea when did he obtain it, or what it was. He had no idea where those fragments were. He didn't even have a clue what the Key of Destiny was. How was he supposed to seek something he didn't know what it was? Still, Bai Zemin wasn't stupid, and the soul record certainly wouldn't put impossible requirements before him to complete. At the very least, there had to be a 0.00000000001% chance of success, or else the fairness that the soul record was known for would disappear. 4 fragments. Bai Zemin looked at the 5th requirement he needed to complete, and his eyes glittered peculiarly. 9-Headed Immortal Dragon, Saint of the Absolute, Demon of the Corruption, Mana Eater Tree. I have no idea who those are, but they're probably from Thao Zhai's time or even older, according to what this soul record message says. Coincidence or not, Bai Zemin needed 4 fragments, and there were 4 beings he needed to defeat to subsequently snatch their records. The problem is, once again, I don't know where those 4 old farts are. To begin with, how the hell are those old things still apparently alive after their mothers know how many years? Bai Zemin sat down as he cursed under his breath. Thao Zhai survived for some coffin whatever, but now it seemed that there were 4 beings just as old or even older than him. Besides, unlike Thao Zhai, who was an alligator, these 4 new enemies definitely made Bai Zemin feel bad vibes just from their names. As for the last requirement and the warning at the end, Bai Zemin didn't know what to think about it. Conquering Earth was something that in some sense Bai Zemin had already seen coming, and in fact was one of his goals, so it wasn't particularly surprising. The problem here was that he needed to conquer Earth to kick the other factions out of this world. Soul Record, could you tell your daddy who these other factions you're telling me about are? Bai Zemin grumbled. Of course, there was no response. It wasn't like he was expecting for one anyway. Bai Zemin was happy that the Soul Record didn't seem to be a sentient being, or it would have definitely killed him with a lightning strike for referring to himself as your daddy. Be that as it may, Bai Zemin was at a complete loss. I have no idea about which direction to go. Bai Zemin couldn't help but laugh as he thought of a gif he saw when he was younger in which a yellow dog sat around a table, drinking a cup of coffee with everything around it on fire. It's fine, he stood up still smiling cheerfully. What I have to do hasn't changed. Right? What Bai Zemin needed and had to do had never changed. From day one, he had only one option, so it wasn't really an option but an obligation, a necessity. He just had to look straight ahead and keep moving forward, only then would he get anywhere. Standing still was not an option unless his wish was to die. Bai Zemin opened his eyes after an unknown amount of time, and immediately grimaced in pain. He didn't even have to look down and look at his body. He could feel everything after all. The grimace of pain on his face turned into a grimace of helplessness and bitterness as he realized that his arm still needed to regenerate. The regeneration process of his arm had not even begun, as after healing his major wounds, his system began to focus on regrowing his left leg. The thing was that, regardless of how much time had passed, Bai Zemin couldn't help but notice that his leg from the thigh down had only just caught up to the formation of the knee. Holy fuck, that damn son of a bitch Thao Jai. I should have made him suffer a little longer before turning him into a proper alligator. Bai Zemin wailed with a dark expression on his face. You're awake, little king. Hearing a beautiful voice beside him, Bai Zemin looked to his right, and his black eyes met a beautiful pair of deep blue eyes. Who else besides Shangyuan Bingzu's mother used to refer to Bai Zemin, using the title Little King? Shangyuan Xinyu pursed her lips into a daydreamy smile and sighed as if she was remembering something. You were awesome last night. Looks like you brought your wild fighting style to bed while wielding a different greatsword. Bai Zemin almost fell to the ground, and only now realized that he was lying on a comfortable, expensive-looking bed that, although not as good as his treasure bed, was still comfortable and large. With a pale face, he subconsciously lifted the sheet that covered him softly. Seeing that he was still wearing the same shorts from before and not noticing anything unusual, Bai Zemin let his head fall back on the pillow and exhaled in relief. That's rude, you know. Shangyuan Xinyu was not happy at the young man's reaction in front of her. You have this beautiful little sister next to you, but instead of getting happy at the possibility of losing your virginity, what you feel is scared. Are you sure you only lost your left leg in the battle before? No, for starters, did you ever have one to begin with? Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu's mother, feeling a little speechless. Until not too long ago, Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Xinyu were not particularly close, as they had never really exchanged many words. However, the two had naturally grown closer after fighting to the death against Thao Jai not once but twice. Even so, Bai Zemin did not believe that Shangyuan Xinyu would joke with him in such a blatant and direct manner as this. Were it not for the fact that I do now know that beneath the ice layer covering Bingzu actually lurks a teasing little seductress, I would rather be beaten to death before associating the two women with each other as mother and daughter. Bai Zemin did not know whether to laugh or cry. But since Shangyuan Xinyu was poking at him, then Bai Zemin wasn't going to be polite. Little sister, Bai Zemin smiled slightly and said, feigning confusion, Auntie, where is the little sister you are talking about? In this room it's just you and me. I am 21 as for you. Bai Zemin had not finished his words, but Shangyuan Xinyu's expression was no longer all smiles as before. Little king, at this rate your reign might not last long, you know. Shangyuan Xinyu glared at him. HMPH, Bai Zemin snorted. After a minute or two of silence, he inquired in a low voice, how long has it been? 15 days, Shangyuan Xinyu calmly responded. After a short pause, she slowly explained the situation of each member that took part in the battle against Thao Jai. Evangeline has recovered to 50% thanks to Yijin and multiple potions. Bingzu will still probably need another 30 days to return to her peak since the bones in her arms literally turned to dust. Kang Jun is resting on that treasure bed of yours in a different room, and although his life is not in danger, he will probably need 3 to 4 months in this pocket world before he recovers 100%. After a few seconds of silence, Bai Zemin nodded. I see. 15 days in the collector's pocket world was equivalent to 1.5 days in the real world, so it really wasn't much from the point of view of all living beings who were living their lives normally in the outside world. Evangeline would be 100% recovered in another fortnight or so, and by then, only 3 days would have passed in the outside world. Although Shangyuan Bingzu's overall injuries were not life-threatening, the bone pulverization on both arms was not something that could be healed overnight. Considering that a normal fracture could take a minimum of 2 to 6 months for a normal human, pulverizing the bones was probably irreparable in a lifetime. Of course, Shangyuan Bingzu was far from being a normal human, and so she could probably recover within several more days after Evangeline's full recovery. As for Kong Jun, Bingzu and Yijin told me that it was thanks to your blood that Kong Jun is alive now. Although the time he needs to fight at full strength again is high, your blood kept him from the clutches of death. Shangyuan Xinyu gazed at Bai Zemin curiously. Yes, well, it's really a great fortune for everyone that my race evolved, improving my physique and blood to new heights. Bai Zemin sighed. I feel like an elixir walking. Shangyuan Xinyu's eyes shone, and after a few seconds of silence she whispered, Little King, could you give me some of your blood? Bai Zemin began to cough furiously when he heard the words of the woman lying next to him. His surprise was so big that he didn't even feel pain despite the sudden movements that coughing repeatedly brought with it. Seeing him like this, Shangyuan Xinyu rolled her eyes before licking her lips and saying softly, Although that little wooden pagoda of yours gave me back my humanity, I occasionally feel a certain desire to drink blood. It's not that I can't restrain it, it's really no big deal and doesn't affect me. But Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzun's mother in shock, as she grinned like a hungry little cat. I didn't lie when I said your blood was yummy back then. I'm sure it's much tasty now. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1004, Love versus Pride. HMPH, Bing Zhu, you should stay away from that little king. Shangyuan Xinyu pouted and folded her arms like a little girl angry at her parents for not buying her favorite candy. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at her mother feeling a bit speechless, and with an expression that exposed her bewilderment asked dumbfounded, "Did something happen?" Crocodile tears appeared in Shangyuan Xinyu's eyes as she wailed disconsolately, "Bingzu, you have to believe me. That little king actually tried to seduce me, and when I refused he said that." "Stop!" Shangyuan Bingzu looked at her mother with a serious expression and reprimanded, "Shangyuan Xinyu, you'd better tell the truth if you don't want me to get angry at you." But, Shangyuan Xinyu looked on the verge of tears. She stomped her feet loudly and looked at Bai Zemin in the distance with flames burning in her eyes. "I only asked for a bit of his blood, so why does he have to be so mean?" "Pooh, you did what?" Shangyuan Bingzu almost fell to the ground. And that way, for the next 10 minutes, Shangyuan Bingzu gazed at her mother with serious eyes and taught her manners with a firm hand. In the distance, Bai Zemin could feel the corner of his mouth trembling slightly every 2 or 3 seconds as he watched and listened to the mother-daughter duo engaging in a heated, not very elegant conversation. Ha ha ha! Just like Bai Zemin, Wu Yijin could feel the corner of her mouth trembling as she tried to chuckle. Auntie has always been this playful, much to Bing Zu's dismay. "I can imagine." Bai Zemin could barely hold back the urge to laugh out loud as he imagined certain scenarios of a daughter repeatedly reprimanding her mother for not acting appropriately. When Bing Zhu began to grow old enough to realize the effect her beauty had on men, her personality began to become more and more withdrawn to the point where, well, she ended up looking down on all men alike. Wu Yijin sighed. "That's no wonder." Bai Zemin nodded calmly and pointed out, lustful stares, offensive words, abandoned by her father as if she was a piece of trash. "It is just natural for Bing Zhu to protect herself and her mind through building a wall of ice and disdain against all men around her." Wu Yijin nodded. Aunt Xinyu tried her best to bring Bing Zhu out of her shell, even taking on a very funny and playful personality like the one you are seeing now. Aunt Xinyu tried to be more than a mother, but also went out of her way to be Bing Zhu's friend in an attempt to help her daughter move on while blaming herself for her insistence on a one-sided love. Bai Zemin was silent and did not comment on the matter. It was true that some of Shangyuan Xinyu's choices might have been harmful to Shangyuan Bingzu, But Bai Zemin was certain that she had given 200% of her best to raise her daughter. Wasn't it proof of this the fact that Shangyuan Bingzu was the second most perfect woman Bai Zemin had ever met in his entire life? Besides, Shangyuan Xinyu was in love with Chunyuan Wenchen back then, and people in love often could not see the world before them with complete clarity. Bai Zemin had been blinded by a false love after all. He was clear how powerful this emotion was. Unfortunately, Auntie could not turn Bingzu into what our past society considered a normal girl. No one could. Wu Yijin gave Bai Zemin a sidelong glance and said slowly, "That was until your appearance." Bai Zemin did not feign ignorance, as he was clear on how things were. At that time back at the university, all I was thinking about was surviving and meeting my family using whatever methods necessary. Killing, threatening, using the lives of my teammates. None of that really mattered to me, he said, looking at the mother-daughter duo calmly. My then self viewed Bingzu as an arrogant little bitch. I thought I could never feel positive emotions towards someone like her, and the only reason I was still with you all was because I needed everyone's help. Especially Bingzu's on account of her power. He, arrogant little bitch. Well, Bingzu definitely hated you to the core, so it's okay. Wu Yijin covered her mouth and giggled not quite slyly. After a few seconds, she returned to her previous posture and with a faint smile said softly, "But, just as your negative thoughts and feelings towards Bingzu have disappeared and are now positive, the thoughts and feelings Bingzu had towards you have changed as well." Seeing that Bai Zemin said nothing, Wu Yijin turned to look at him and said softly, "I will not say anything because I know what your thoughts are on the matter. You are a man who stands out not only for his strength but also for his intelligence. I have confidence that you know what I mean." Bai Zemin smiled somewhat bitterly and nodded without saying a word. Wu Yijin looked at the mother-daughter duo again and continued, "I don't understand very much about why you are so against having multiple partners, but I respect and in some respects admire this part of you. I don't know if what Bingzu feels for you is love, probably even she herself doesn't know for sure, but if at some point in our journey you change your mind, and if Bingzu happens to fall in love with you, I hope you'll accept her when the time comes." After a short pause, Bai Zemin asked without looking at her, "You won't speak for you?" "Me?" Wu Yijin shook her head gently and said with a faint smile, "There is no need, you already know how I feel and what I think. Just like a man who is too pushy is not attractive, the same applies to us women, he. I'll wait for you to accept me or for my feelings for you to fade away, and maybe I'll fall in love with someone else. Although I doubt that such a thing will happen. You never know, since we can live for at least several thousand years if we don't fall in the middle of the road." And if neither of those two things happen, Bai Zemin couldn't help but ask, "If you stand firm or don't love me at any point in the future to come, and if my feelings for you prevail against the test of time, then I will simply give my all to help you without troubling you," Wu Yijin said with no burden in her voice, "just like I did for the past year, and just like I will do tomorrow." The two stayed silent for a minute or two until Bai Zemin opened his mouth and said slowly, "Yijin, if at some point in the future to come, it turns out that I do accept having multiple partners and this does not discomfort my current partner, then you will certainly be by my side. If you still love me, that is." Wu Yijin turned her face to look at him with a surprised expression. Her beautiful eyes as black as night shone like stars in the sky, and her small mouth opened and closed as if she wanted to say something but not daring to say it just in case. In the past, Bai Zemin's response was always firm and negative to the approach of having more than one partner. Regardless of who suggested it, and regardless of whether it was a joke or not, Bai Zemin repeatedly made it clear that his heart would not accept anyone other than the one it had already accepted. Today, however, Bai Zemin did not refuse 100%, and for the first time left a small door open. To call it a door could be exaggerated. It was probably more correct to call it a small hole the size of a grain of sand. But this was more than enough for Wu Yijin, who, although never admitted it out loud, knew that her heart was desperate and aching. "However, I'm afraid matters are different with her," Bai Zemin continued as he looked at Shangyuan Bingzu in the distance, still scolding her mother. Shangyuan Xinyu had been reduced to a little kid, with both hands in front and her head down, as she nodded occasionally. "You mean?" Wu Yijin also looked at her good sister in the distance with a certain amount of concern. Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and said slowly, "Let's talk in the hypothetical case that I agree to have more than one life partner. I don't know how she feels about me for sure right now, but I do know with total certainty that even if Bingzu were to fall in love with me at some point in time to come, she and I will never be able to be together." Shangyuan Bingzu was extremely proud. Her pride might even be higher than that of Bai Zemin or anyone else he had ever met in his life. To many, this pride of hers was stupid or a bad trait, but the reality was that she, Shangyuan Bingzu, absolutely and totally had the qualifications to be proud and arrogant. Beautiful like an immortal fairy out of a fantasy fairy tale, powerful like a goddess capable of reigning over millions and crushing countless on the battlefield, Shangyuan Bingzu had and far surpassed the two main requirements one needed in this world to be able to stand proud and act arrogant. She did not need to say a word. A wave of her hand was enough for millions of men, and among them, outstanding soul evolvers to line up to get her favor. Such a woman would hardly be willing to become just another number, or one of a group of women competing for a man's favor. Why would she do it? Even if she were willing to be just another number in her beloved's group, her pride would certainly not allow it. Humans were proud creatures by nature. What more Shangyuan Bingzu, who was practically perfection among humans? Being Shangyuan Bingzu's best friend and practically sister despite not sharing even 1% DNA, Wu Yijin naturally understood what Bai Zemin meant without the need for him to put it into words. In the hypothetical case that you accept more than one partner and your heart accepts us, it will be up to Bingzu whether she decides to be your life partner or not. Wu Yijin said in a firm voice. I, Wu Yijin, am an arrogant and proud woman, I do admit it. I always was and always will be. But if I can have a life of thousands of years and even eternal happiness together with the man I love, then what good is my pride if it will only bring me pain? If Bingzu's pride turns out to be the victor at the end of the race, then the love she feels is not and never was anything big. Bai Zemin said nothing, and simply remained silent after making it clear that, although his stance was still the same at least, he no longer repudiated the thought. No longer after realizing that by his side were two women who were giving their all to support him. At the end of the road, however, the final decision lay not with Bai Zemin but with Lilith. If she did not accept it or felt uncomfortable, then he would be hers and only hers eternally, because Bai Zemin would never accept Lilith having someone else other than him, even if she could bring him all the happiness in the world both sentimentally and physically. One of Bai Zemin's mottos was, "Do not do what you would not like to be done to you," and therefore he was not only thinking of his own happiness and wants, but also of the happiness and wants of the woman he loved. As for the person in question, Lilith, she was fighting her last battle against the second-to-last invasion of the Golden Domain before the end that would mark a new beginning. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1005, The Queen of the Battlefield. About 2 days had passed since that fatal moment, when Lilith was a split second away from losing her life. Fortunately for her, the rank 6 earring that Bai Zemin had forged after working practically non-stop for over half a year, and in which Kali drew incredibly powerful runes, ended up being vital for her to escape the clutches of death. Of course, with her heart pierced, she couldn't help but pull out another of the trump cards she kept hidden for her own personal reasons. Back then, Fire Sorrow had advised Lilith to retreat back to the faction castle and rest. Although the loss of a soul evolver capable of becoming the queen of the battlefield and terrifying all enemies would certainly be a great loss to the demonic army, neither Fire Sorrow nor anyone else wanted to compromise a 6th-order talent capable of facing a 7th-order general on equal terms. However, Lilith did not listen to Fire Sorrow's words. After resting for about 6 or 7 hours and healing enough for her life to no longer be in danger, Lilith unleashed all the fear she had felt before and turned it into anger that was hardly seen in her. From that moment on, hell descended on the invaders' heads, and the defenders finally remembered once again the reason why Lilith was broadly known as Bloody Succubus. The only not-so-small difference was the fact that this time Lilith lived up to the word bloody in her title. She contained the area of effect of her freezing mist to only 500 meters around her instead of letting the mist spread over the entire battlefield. As a result of this decision, her allies were no longer receiving as much benefit as before and had to genuinely fight with their lives on the line with every passing second. Strangely, however, Lilith's mana consumption, which would naturally have to be lower as the skill's area of effect decreased, not only did not become lower, but over time seemed to increase. As for the reason, the first to discover it was Hanjian, the general invader user of a frost whip who had been facing Crow together with Daya. Hanjian was already injured after facing Crow for so long, and the only reason he was still alive was thanks to the fact that he had received timely support. Therefore, Han Jian definitely did not see the moment coming when all of his movements became sickeningly stiff to the point where it took him almost 1 second to regain his freedom. Less than a second sounded like a small thing, but for beings capable of cutting through space and moving great distances in the blink of an eye, that small span of time could be fatal or vital depending on the circumstances. Han Jian felt a sharp stab of pain in his chest, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw a sword as white as milk piercing his chest from behind. Bitch! Realizing what was happening, Han Jian became furious and unleashed all his energy in the hope of forcing the woman who was as beautiful as a goddess, but as annoying as the plague, to back down. However, to the utter shock of Han Jian, Daya, and Crow, Lilith did not back away and took the sonic blast head-on. Her bewitching body shook slightly, giving her an extremely fragile appearance as proof that she had not yet fully recovered. But Lilith not only ignored the pain, but also didn't seem to notice or simply didn't care about the trail of blood trickling down the corner of her lips. Total blizzard. The sweet voice of Lilith that Bai Zemin was used to hearing every day was nowhere to be found, and from Han Jian's point of view, it was no different than the voice of a true demon. Han Jian didn't have time to cry out in pain. Rather, he couldn't do it. From his chest down, up, and to both sides, Han Jian felt his internal organs and blood starting to freeze at dizzying speeds, and at this rate it wouldn't be long before if life would be lost forever. Fuck! Daya tightened his grip on his sword, and without hesitation lunged towards Lilith. In his heart, Daya knew that he needed Han Jian's help, or else the next to fall would be none other than him. Stray dog, where the fuck do you think you're going? Hearing the furious roar similar to that of a rabid lion thundering behind him, Daya had no choice but to turn around and hurriedly raised his sword on a diagonal to parry the attack of an enraged crow who was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. You had fun attacking with your little girlfriend, didn't you? Now it's my turn. Crow's body was riddled with wounds, and red-colored blood with golden hints had stained his 3 pairs of wings. His force had dropped tremendously, but even then Daya wasn't able to shake him. Shit, how are these old bastards so strong? The elders said that they were only 1 stage above us in terms of power, but what's with this stupid ability to fight for days on end? Daya brandished his sword in desperation, knowing what awaited him if he didn't do something soon, but unfortunately for him, all his attacks only managed to match Crow, and he could never break his blockade to charge towards the black-haired and ruby-eyed female. After a minute or two, Daya turned around when he heard Han Jian's piercing and desperate cry, and his eyes widened when he saw his now former battle partner being cut in 2 halves from the waist. Small crystals of frozen blood flew everywhere and floated into outer space as Han Jian howled in pain for the next good 30 seconds, which was not unlike the last level of hell for him. You have received. You get magic plus 315, strength plus 314, agility plus 283, stamina plus 125. You have leveled up and reached level 684. You have received 64 status points to distribute freely. After weeks of killing enemies, she had risen to level 684 from her previous 677. Quite impressive considering a higher existence could spend years at the same level. Lilith looked coldly at Daya, and he felt chills as his eyes met hers. Add 500 points to health. Lilith decided somewhat cautiously after realizing that she needed to get better fast. Once the status points to distribute at will were added to her health stat, Lilith didn't stop to feel the improvement, and with a fierce flapping of the 2 pairs of wings behind her back, she charged towards Daya, who kept cursing Crow. Daya was in better physical condition than Han Jian, as he never had to face Crow by himself, and had appeared 1 or 2 weeks after the battle started. However, even he was unable to do anything against the duo of the demonic army joining hands. Lilith's Ice Frost type skills naturally did not go well with Crow's Fire Heat type skills. However, the two carried out their tasks perfectly, and after fighting for about 4 hours, Daya finally succumbed under a whirlwind of purple flames that he had fallen prey to after his movements were stopped by small but incredibly terrifying ice particles floating around him. Once the whirlwind of purple flames over 5,000 meters high disappeared and stopped glowing in the dark outer space, Daya's charred and incomplete body appeared before Crow and Lilith's eyes. Pooh, Crow spat in the direction of the corpse and said angrily, "You arrogant little piece of shit, it turned out you were no big deal in the end, or were you?" Crow turned to look at Lilith, but was a bit surprised when he met the coldest look he had ever seen on her. Crow, you help Valiant. I'll go assist Hellscar. Her words sounded more like a command than a suggestion, and strangely Crow found himself nodding subconsciously. It perplexed him. Crow, like most higher existences, had been a leader of his own army at some point in history before joining the demonic army. However, this had been many, many years ago, and the bearing of a true leader had long since left him. On the other hand, Lilith seemed to be very used to giving orders and leading, almost as if what she told in the past about always fighting alone and never having an army under her control was a lie. It was then that Crow realized that neither he nor anyone else knew much about Lilith. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to think under the circumstances, and before he had a chance to say a single word, he saw how Lilith flapped her wings and turned into a flash of light, leaving a trail of frost in the direction of the distant battlefield, where Hellscar was facing two enemy generals. Approximately 10 hours later, Lim Kinyu and Duan Delan, who were fighting V's against Hellscar, succumbed after Lilith joined the battle. Lim Kinyu exploded into a pile of pieces of flesh and blood after receiving a vicious blow from the two-handed sword wielded by Hellscar, while Duan Delan was decapitated, and his blood turned into small pieces of frozen ruby-colored crystal. The invaders of the Golden Domain naturally began to despair from the first moment Henjian lost his life, and Daya followed soon after. Many tried to help, but it was then that Lilith's charm reminded them that approaching her without being strong enough was no different from committing suicide. Therefore, with over 50,000 invaders under her control, Lilith ordered them to start killing their former comrades, as her presence completely turned the tide of the war. Fire Sorrow was providing supporting fire to Lucia in the distance. Both women were doing their best to restrain a being with the strength of a faction leader, and the fact that they were able to hold back Qingli for so long left in proof that it wasn't for nothing that they were Lucifer's left hand and right hand. Impressive. Despite being at a disadvantage, Fire Sorrow couldn't help but divert her attention for a brief moment, and seeing how things were heading towards a pleasant ending for them, she sighed. This was the first time Fire Sorrow, and probably any other member of the demonic army, had seen Lilith let loose completely. The image of her causing terror among the enemies and wielding her sword like a goddess would certainly leave a deep mark on everyone's hearts. With Lilith and Hellscar joining Valiant and Crow, the two remaining enemy generals would probably not take long to fall. Fire Sorrow and Lucia only had to hold against Qingli until then, and with the union of all of them, their chances of killing him would certainly not be small. However, none of this mattered that much compared to the main battlefield itself. Fire Sorrow averted her eyes slightly and looked towards the distant large sphere of darkness that seemed like a world on its own in the middle of nowhere. There, inside that world of darkness, Lucifer and the wrinkled old man who almost killed Lilith had been fighting for the past several hours. From the outside, no noises could be heard, and there were no disturbances in the great black sphere, so it was difficult to know exactly what the situation was like inside. However, Fire Sorrow simply could not imagine Lucifer losing. She had only seen him lose to a single being, and that being was no longer around. An hour later, just as Fire Sorrow had predicted, the two remaining enemy generals finally fell under the union of four of the most powerful members of the demon army. Lucia and Qingli collided for the last time, in a thunderous explosion that, for an instant, illuminated part of the universe as if a star were releasing great amounts of energy. As Lucia flew backwards and with great difficulty stabilized herself after several hundred meters, she licked the trail of blood at the corner of her mouth with a cold expression, while her white eyes with golden pupils stared at her enemy with a serious expression on her beautiful face. Qingli observed the trembling of his right hand with which he wielded his sword and said with a chuckle, "As expected of you, spear goddess Lucia, your physical attacks are truly a monstrosity." "Unfortunately, I can't win alone," Lucia shrugged her shoulders. "Well," Qingli looked at Fire Sorrow and then looked at his left arm. The left sleeve of his robe had disappeared, and Qingli's red blood trickled down his arm until it dripped down his hand and subsequently floated into nothingness. "But you are not alone." It was then that Qingli's expression changed as he sensed several auras rapidly approaching, and when he saw Lilith and the others staring at him with murderous intent, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He had been so focused on killing Lucia that he had not paid attention to his surroundings, but when Qingli looked at the battlefield, his pupils shrank fiercely. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3. Chapter 1006, An Unknown Name and a Negative Feedback. Li sensed the murderous intent of the 6 members of the demonic army, but at this moment, he was not paying attention to them not because he disdained them, but because it was simply difficult for him to accept the situation in front of him. How can this be possible? He muttered to himself while wide-eyed looking at the most terrifying scene he could have imagined. Li had been fighting against Lucia for days, but although the spear goddess was certainly powerful to the point of being able to hold him back, it still wasn't enough for Li to have to give his 100%. Therefore, he could afford the privilege of diverting his attention to other areas of the battlefield in general, and thus get a clearer picture of how the war was developing over time. This naturally changed after Fire Sorrow decided to step in to support Lucia. The magical power of Fire Sorrow was simply monstrous, and even Li did not dare to act too arrogant under the assault of the 2 women. Therefore, he had to forget about the rest of the war and focus on his own battle, not only to kill 2 powerful enemy generals as soon as possible, but also to avoid losing his head in the process. Facing Lucia or Fire Sorrow in a one-on-one was one thing, and facing both at the same time was a completely different matter. But when Li saw the scene before him, it was hard for him to accept the reality. It had only been a few hours, maybe 40 at most, since he had stopped paying attention to his surroundings. However, in such a short time, the changes that had occurred were simply monumental. Broken limbs, shredded pieces of cloth, along with metal fragments of what were once complete weapons and armor. Even more terrifying than the incomplete corpses, however, was the massive river of crimson blood that floated in the emptiness like a legendary monster. Yes, there were corpses of members of the demonic army. However, the number of losses of the demonic army was nothing compared to the losses of the Golden Domain. But soon, Li understood what was going on. "I see," Li said as he looked at Lilith and the others. "You 4 killed the 6 sons of heaven and then took care of the younger ones." Li admitted in his heart that these enemies were powerful, so powerful that they could even hold their own against 2 sons of heaven at the same time, even though the power energy they used was inferior to theirs. Therefore, imagining the scene of 2 enemies of 7th order or similar strength joining together was no longer difficult to comprehend what had happened. Sons of Heaven, a title that geniuses among geniuses like Lim Kinyu and the rest held over their heads from the moment they were born. Li's expression was not very friendly. This was because warriors comparable to 5th order soul evolvers were replaceable, but warriors comparable to 6th order soul evolvers were geniuses, and the loss of a single one was quite painful. As for the loss of a single son of heaven, probably an entire sect would be shocked if such a thing happened. But now that 6 sons of heaven had fallen in this invasion, Li could only imagine how fierce the earthquake that would fall on the Golden Domain was going to be. Li looked at the red-colored crack in the distance at the same time as Fire Sorrow's voice sounded in front of him. "It looks like the crack is closing. No more reinforcements for you." The thought of going back the way he came flashed in Li's brain, but in less than a second, he simply dismissed the idea even faster than the speed at which it popped up. Li looked at Fire Sorrow and said indifferently, "The war of the little ones is over, but the war of the big ones is still ongoing." That was correct. Although the Golden Domain had lost the large-scale battle, the final outcome of the war had yet to be decided. Fire Sorrow and the rest looked toward the large black sphere in the distance. Almost 2 days had passed, but there was still no sound or change to give any clues about the situation inside. "Even though I and that old man you saw before are both in the same realm of power, I'm at stage 2, but he is at stage 7. Li scoffed. "In other words, I am at the early stage of foundation forging realm while the person your leader is facing is at the late stage. The difference in power is more than a little." Soon enough, the battle between Li against the 6 strongest generals of the demonic army broke out. For 17 continuous hours, the higher existences of the demonic army who had successfully survived the war against the Golden Domain, until today watched from afar how space constantly shuddered and vibrated under the burst of power from the diverse physical and magical attacks flying everywhere. None of them intervened, partly because they did not want to and partly because they could not. Li was indeed powerful, very powerful, powerful enough to compare to a faction leader of higher existences. However, despite the fact that 5 of the 6 generals of the demonic army were wounded and tired, the 6 of them together formed a practically perfect team. With Lucia, Valiant, and Hellscar in the vanguard, Xingli could not make use of his higher speed, and thus was unsuccessful every time he tried to reach the weaker mages in the rear. Relying on the triple alignment, Crow, Lilith, and Fire Sorrow were able to unleash their most powerful attacks, which forced Xingli to focus completely, as a single mistake would mean his death. After 17 hours of continuous battle, both sides broke apart and stared into each other's eyes. "Crap, I have almost nothing left of mana," Crow whispered under his breath. He had become a bloodstain, as there were practically no healthy places on his body. The rest of them didn't say anything, but they weren't much better either. One of Valiant's swords had been destroyed when its duration hit 0, and her full plate armor was filled with cracks through which red blood with a small golden tinge was seeping out. Lilith's face was pale as a sheet, and even her beautiful, usually red lips had lost their color. The expression on her face was a mixture of indifference and occasional pain, and although her life was no longer in real danger, there was still blood oozing occasionally from the wound on her chest. Hellscar had lost his armor and had 2 X-shaped gashes across his upper body. His internal organs were in plain display, and were it not for the fact that he was using one hand to hold them in place, he might have lost them along the way. Even Lucia had suffered. Her right arm guard had been broken to shreds, revealing her entire trembling, bloodied arm. In addition, her grip on her pitch-black spear was no longer as firm as before, and the sparkle in her eyes was a bit dull. Of course, Xingli was not unharmed at all. Despite the fact that there was no air in outer space, Xingli was panting as a natural response to the sudden drop in physical resistance. His eyes were wide open, his left arm was gone, and it was only with great difficulty that he was able to hold his now cracked sword. He did not underestimate his enemies and actually praised them. "You are really strong to think that you would be able to fight me in this kind of circumstance." However, Xingli's eyes focused on the only existence in the entire battlefield that to this day had yet to suffer even a scratch. "As expected of you, Calamity Witch." Xingli smiled with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Even after all this, you're still in perfect condition." "You flatter me." Fire Sorrow still had the same gentle smile that was so characteristic of her on her face. "It's only thanks to the fact that I have excellent teammates." Let's leave it at that then," Xingli sneered. Fire Sorrow's magic robe was neat, her hair well combed. Her face had a slight natural rosy color as proof that she still had plenty of mana to spend, and her breathing was steady and continuous. She took a step forward, much to the surprise of everyone except Valiant and Lucia. "You Fire Sorrow, are you crazy? Come back," Crow barked from behind with wide eyes. They had all seen and tasted firsthand how terrifying the enemy in front of them was. Although Fire Sorrow was an extremely powerful mage, she was exactly that, a mage. Closing the distance with Xingli, who was a melee warrior, was basically asking to be killed. However, Fire Sorrow ignored Crow and pretended not to see the wariness in her enemy's eyes. "Before we put an end to our own battle, I'd like to make a proposal to you in which we both stand to gain something. How about it?" she said with no change in her expression. Oh, Xingli looked at her noncommittally. "How about if we each answer a question from the other?" Fire Sorrow said, surprising not only Xingli but also her allies. "That way, whoever comes out of here alive will be able to bring more than just victory home, but also information that could be helpful for the future. Of course, if you're not confident about coming out on top, then pretend I didn't say anything." Xingli did not respond right away, but after some thought, he could find no reason why he should refuse such an opportunity, and therefore he nodded. "Very well, but I will ask first and you will answer. If you don't agree, then forget it." "Go ahead, ask anything you want and I'll answer with honesty." Fire Sorrow nodded indifferently. Xingli narrowed his eyes and slowly asked in a low voice, "By any random chance, the name Li Zixi ring any bells?" "Li Zixi?" Fire Sorrow frowned, and a flash of confusion shone in her purple pupils. "Among the 8 major factions, there should be at least a couple of existences with that name. But as one of the most powerful beings in the universe, I can guarantee you that none of those beings should be whomever you're looking for." Basically, while there might be some beings named Li Zixi among the factions of higher existences, none of them were even a 7th-order soul evolver, therefore someone at Xingli's level should be indifferent to such existences. Even then, Fire Sorrow remembered that name and filed it deep in her memory. She didn't believe that someone who the Golden Domain seemed to be looking for was insignificant. It might even be the reason why they were invading so persistently. "I see." Xingli nodded with a frown as he saw no trace of a lie or falsehood in the words or expression of the woman in front of him. "My turn," Fire Sorrow said. Xingli hesitated for a moment before nodding. He might as well take the opportunity to recover a little in the process. Fire Sorrow took a deep breath, and for the first time her calm voice changed slightly. Have you ever heard of a warrior capable of controlling some natural laws? Gravity, blood, that sort of thing. Xingli rolled his eyes and pointed out. There are all kinds of techniques in our golden domain. Those able to control gravity or blood a little are not rare at all. Fire Sorrow frowned and rephrased her question a bit. This warrior uses a spear as his main weapon. Also, when he gets angry, a giant wolf totem usually appears, which increases his battle power. Totem of a giant wolf. Xingli frowned and thought about it seriously for more than 2 minutes before finally shaking his head. I know that some of you can go to our golden domain when you reach a certain power limit, but all the records we have been studied, and in them, there is no one who meets the description you just gave me. Either that warrior you speak of died as soon as he landed, or he simply vanished into history without accomplishing anything great. Xingli was young compared to Fire Sorrow, and thus naturally was younger than Sirius the Heavenly Wolf, so much so that when Sirius ascended, Xingli was not even born. However, if there were no records at all, then Fire Sorrow could only fear the worst. Chapter 1007, Fire Sorrow in Conclusion. Hearing the other party's negative feedback, Fire Sorrow's expression changed for the worse, and as she stared at Xingli, she could feel 2 wet drops sliding down her cheeks at the same time as her beautiful eyes lost some of their sparkle. Xingli narrowed his eyes as he saw this, and after a moment of silence decided to talk some more to see if he could get some information before heading home. Over the years, there have been people from this side who have gone to our side, but at least within what I know, none of them made it too far before they were killed due to different circumstances. Xingli could feel the woman in front of him getting sadder and sadder with every word that came out of his mouth, and this gave him the courage to keep talking in the hope of destabilizing her emotionally, so that he would have a better chance of victory in the final clash to come. You all need to bring out the best of the best in order to stand against beings like me, but beyond the place you call Abyssal Rift, none of you would be much of anything. Xingli's revelation certainly came as a great shock to Crow and the others. Bullshit, if you guys have such strong warriors, then why are you sending trash instead of sending a stronger and smarter one? Hellscar snorted, not believing a single word Xingli was saying. In fact, even Valiant and the others didn't believe what Xingli was saying. It wasn't that they couldn't believe it, but that they simply didn't want to. They had practically reached the top of the universe after risking their lives for at least hundreds of thousands of years. They naturally wouldn't be willing to believe that beyond the abyssal rift they were no different from children. Our golden domain is divided into 3 great rings, Xingli scoffed. The outer ring is where those we consider mortals, the cultivator base, are located. The inner ring is where people like me are found, true cultivators who have broken the chains of mortality and can fly through the skies and even live millennia. You would certainly be powerful up to here, but there is still one more ring left. It is in the central ring beyond the endless sea that the strongest, the true gods live. In the central ring, you as well as I would be no different than ants. Xingli pointed his sword at the great sphere of darkness and said disdainfully, in the inner ring there are 5 realms of power above foundation forging that I and the wrinkled old man from before are in. Do you know what this means? It means that even the man leading you would be no more than a fart in the inner ring, compared to the really strong ones, not to mention the central ring. The more they listened, the uglier Crow and the others' expressions grew. If what Xingli was saying was true, and if the Golden Domain sent just one warrior who was 1 power realm higher than Xingli and the wrinkled old man, wouldn't that mean the total end of the universe the way they knew it? Xingli looked at Fire Sorrow and said disdainfully, unless the person you seek has managed to reach the central ring and become one of the strongest gods there, then he is definitely dead. However, don't get your hopes up too high. You guys are immediately wanted and hunted down once it is discovered that someone from this side crossed through the rift into the Golden Domain. For several seconds, no one said anything, and Xingli narrowed his eyes, trying to find the best moment to unleash his full strength and wipe out at least one of the enemies in front of him. Unfortunately, that opportunity would never come for him. Lucia looked at Xingli, and for the first time in a long time a glint of pity shone in her eyes as she slowly said, you have made a grave mistake. Before Xingli could say anything, his expression changed as he sensed something was wrong. The tears that Fire Sorrow had just shed, and was still shedding, suddenly turned into flames. And those flames soon began to spread everywhere with such speed that even the elder that Lucifer was fighting against in the great sphere of darkness could not avoid. Domain. As they looked at the back of Fire Sorrow's silhouette standing before them and under the shocked eyes of Lilith, Crow, and Hellscar, her purple hair suddenly began to gain a strong scarlet tint, and soon her figure and Xingli's disappeared into the terrifying sea of red flames. This. Crow was startled when he was engulfed by the red flames, but only calmed down and sighed in relief after he realized that he wasn't suffering any damage. You pahahaha, Crow, you're actually crying, Hellscar burst out laughing. You stupid fucking ape, you're crying too, so cut the laughter, Crow cursed loudly. What bullshit, Hellscar exclaimed with wide eyes. What's going on? Lilith was very surprised to realize that not only her teammates, but even she was shedding tears all of a sudden. Fire Sorrow has a flame that in the past was a divine flame capable of killing both gods and demons. The name of her flame is Red Soul-Devouring Flame, and as a twist of fate it turns out that the special characteristic of this flame fits perfectly with Fire Sorrow's domain. Valiant calmly explained, as she watched the crimson flames covering everything with no gaps. Now that you mention it, what is the domain of Fire Sorrow? Hellscar tried to fight back the tears streaming down his face without much success. Except for the name of her domain, no one knows for sure what it can do because no one has survived to tell the tale, and for obvious reasons, she's not interested in telling the secrets of her trump card either. Valiant shrugged indifferently. The more negative her emotions are, the more powerful her domain is. Lucia looked over and said casually, the name of her domain is Fire Sorrow. Everyone knew that Fire Sorrow naturally wasn't the real name of the most powerful mage in the universe, but no one ever bothered or dared to ask about it. After all, higher existences were eccentric creatures after having lived so long, and most of them had suffered greatly in their paths. The only thing that mattered was knowing whether the other party was ally or enemy. Things like names or age were never really important. I see, Lilith muttered, and a sparkle of light flashed in her ruby eyes. So Fire Sorrow decided to take her name from her domain. Among the strongest generals of the demonic army, only 3 of them used their real names, Crow, Lucia, and Valiant. As for Fire Sorrow, Hellscar, and Lilith, they 3 used aliases or names of skills or things important to them. Of course, the fact that Lilith was using a fake name was unknown to practically everyone, but even if everyone knew, it wouldn't be of any importance. Approximately 20 to 30 minutes later, the red-colored flames began to slowly recede, until finally the silhouette of Fire Sorrow standing in the distance with her 6 black wings spread wide appeared in everyone's view. Her hair was slowly returning to normal, and the bright red color was beginning to fade under the eyes of the 5 behind her. None of them asked what had happened to Xingli. There was no need to. Not after the 6 had received part of the records of the existence that made up the powerful invader seconds before. When Fire Sorrow turned to look at them, her sad expression from before was gone, and she had a faint, gentle smile on her face. A moment later, however, Fire Sorrow's expression slowly changed to indifference, and as she looked out into the vast world of darkness in the distance muttered softly, "We can only wait now." Everyone looked towards that place where Lucifer's domain had been active for the past 48 hours, and waited with some apprehension for the ultimate conclusion. Approximately 24 hours after Xingli's fall, inside the big sphere of darkness, Hu Jai coughed up a mouthful of blood, and when he looked at his bloodied palm, he noticed that his blood was now black instead of red. His wrinkled face was now pale as a ghost, and his veins now black as tree roots stood out horribly outward. His body was riddled with wounds, and from his body there was a strange mist of darkness continually coming out. For every second that passed, Hu Jai could feel himself growing weaker and weaker. I didn't expect you to actually be this strong." Hu Jai's voice was now not only raspy like 2 sandpaper rubbing together, but also sounded hoarse and heavy. "Kid, you're comparing me to the younger leaders who haven't even lived half my age. You should know better than me that even among those of the same realm, there are differences in class and status, not to mention power." Lucifer wiped the trail of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Lucifer was not untouched, of course. The enemy he was facing this time was terribly powerful to the point that, if not for his soul armament and domain, Lucifer would probably have been in a lot and greater danger. His internal organs were slightly damaged, his golden armor was cracked, one of his wings had been blown to pieces, and from the cracks in his armor there was golden blood constantly slipping out. Even then, this was nothing compared to Hu Jai's situation. Kid, few may call me that, but I suppose to someone who has lived as long as you have I'm just a kid. Although that long time would be much less if you had been born in the Golden Domain. Hu Jai nodded calmly as his aura continued to plummet. But Lucifer, don't act so full of yourself. If you're as strong as you think you are, why don't you walk through the gate and visit my Golden Domain? Hu Jai creepily laughed while more and more blood spurted out of his mouth. You should be able to go just like the other 7. Isn't that right? Forget it, where will I have time for my naps if I go to a place like that? Lucifer dismissed it as a joke. You won't be able to relax for long. The next invasion will be the last. It seems some people have gotten bored of playing farm, so it will soon be time to kill every plant in existence. Hu Jai smiled widely, showing his yellow teeth. And believe me, it will be much, much, much sooner than you can even come to imagine. Yeah, well. Lucifer held out his right hand and snapped his blood-stained fingers as he said in a low voice, but you won't be a part of it. Hu Jai's body began to tremble as he raised his head involuntarily. Immediately after, his body went rigid and his mouth opened wide, allowing a large amount of black smoke to pour out from his body through his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth. Soon, Hu Jai's body, which was already pure skin and bone, became even thinner to the point of being no different from a dried mummy. Lucifer ignored the soul record's message, and as he looked at the floating corpse before him, he frowned hard, losing the calm attitude he had a moment ago. Hu Jai's words had alarmed him, and Lucifer began to feel a deep sense of discomfort. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1008, World Evolution and Veil Falling, Part 1. When the sphere of darkness disappeared, the members of the demonic army immediately began to roar, loudly cheering at the sight of their leader being the final victor. Though his golden armor was riddled with cracks, though there were dried bloodstains being replaced by more blood pouring out from within his armor, the current Lucifer was a stark contrast to his ever lazy and disinterested self. Long blonde hair down to his lower back, bright emerald green eyes resembling the eyes of a hawk, and his back as straight as a spear. This was the leader they had decided to join. The newer members of the demonic army who saw Lucifer making a move personally for the first time were immediately enchanted by his presence. Lucifer looked around, and a flash of surprise shone in his indifferent eyes as he saw that the battle was over. Just then Fire Sorrow and Lucia approached. "Lucifer, you won." Fire Sorrow smiled slightly. "Of course." Lucifer nodded as if it was the obvious. His eyes went back and forth between both women before he said with an amused grin, "Man, you look like you got your ass kicked, don't you, Lucia?" "Lucia, you're no funny." Lucifer shook his head as he saw his little sister's cold and indifferent expression. On the other hand, Lucifer looked at Fire Sorrow with a weird expression and said slowly, "Fire Sorrow, it's not that I'm not happy about the fact that you're unharmed, but somehow I'm a little pissed off by your relaxed appearance. Did you just finish your walk in the park or something?" All the members of the demonic army who had not died were wounded, some more, some less, but wounded nonetheless. However, Fire Sorrow was literally in perfect condition, as if she had never faced anyone in this war, or like an elephant stepping on a small group of ants. "What can I say about it? I'm this impressive." Fire Sorrow used her left hand to flip her violet hair as she smiled arrogantly and elegantly. "Ha-ha-uh." Lucifer was really happy to see his two closest people looking well, but when he started to laugh, he was forced to stop after being hit by a sudden wave of pain. "Are you okay?" Fire Sorrow asked worriedly. Lucifer waved his hand and said self-deprecatingly, "It's been a long time since I've suffered any injuries. In the past, this level of pain would mean nothing to me. But now, a little damage to my inner organs is enough to make me suffer this much. That's what happens when you sleep all day without looking to train or fight someone strong." Lucia snorted. "Your pain tolerance is low, definitely lower than a lower existence used to fighting to the death." "Lower existences, huh?" Lucifer smiled with nostalgia, and as he looked at his army proudly cheering, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. "I miss those days. When we were lower existences, we never celebrated our victories right away out of respect for our fallen comrades. But higher existences are proud by nature." Lucifer had worked hard to try to make his demonic army more like a family than a mere rallying point for powerhouses who wanted to break the limitation of time. And from a certain point of view, he had succeeded in doing so considering that his faction shared relatively close ties compared to most other factions. However, Lucifer was still unable to reach the extent he wished. I wonder if our wolf could have done it. No, he probably could. Lucifer smiled somewhat bitterly and shook his head as he wondered where he had gone wrong or what he had overlooked. Is there a need to compare yourself to others? Lucia pointed out casually. That person is that person and you are you. You just have to do what you can do and improve. We are soul evolvers, are you forgetting that? We are the ones who are limiting ourselves. Lucifer looked at his younger sister and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, sometimes I really wish I had as positive a mindset as you do. Is there anything that worries you in this life? Not having enemies to kill, Lucia replied with the same tone of voice and expression as before. As Lucifer frowned in pain, Fire Sorrow approached him and whispered her little exchange of words with Xing Li before she killed him. Li Zixi, Lucifer frowned and said dumbfounded, who the fuck is that? Fire Sorrow shook her head in response, as a sad expression crossed her face. Seeing this, Lucifer pushed to the back of his head the unknown name to think about it later, and an increasingly hesitant expression appeared on his face. He had noticed that Fire Sorrow's sadness had begun to grow from the moment she started talking about the Golden Domain, and the fact that Xing Li did not know any warriors with the characteristics that represented the heavenly wolf. Seeing Lucifer's hesitant expression and Fire Sorrow's sentimental loss, Lucia snorted and turned away from both of them without any desire to want her mentality to be affected by emotions or doubts. While the mages of the demonic army did their work using healing-type skills to help those in the worst condition, Fire Sorrow and Lucifer remained silent for a minute or two before she finally realized that something wasn't right. Fire Sorrow's expression grew more and more serious, even getting a hint of coldness as she stared him in the face. Lucifer and Fire Sorrow were friends who had known each other all their lives. They knew each other better than their parents had got to know them when they were still alive. Millions of years of friendship, and although they sometimes went whole years without seeing each other even once, it was not that long compared to the time they had spent together, fighting side by side, and coming up with ideas to evolve and gain power. It was impossible for Fire Sorrow not to realize that Lucifer was hiding something important from her given her understanding of him. As to what he was hiding, Fire Sorrow wasn't stupid, quite the contrary. Seeing Fire Sorrow's expression becoming colder and colder to the point of being bone-chilling and emotionless, Lucifer finally sighed and shook his head. Forget it, I was planning on telling you after the war against the Golden Domain anyway. Fire Sorrow just stared at him with a cold expression on her face, but they both knew how agitated her heart was jumping in her chest as she waited for him to continue. Lucifer explained how he made his way to the Milky Way, and told her about him waiting for many hours in outer space, surrounded by nothing but stars in the location where previously there had been a small but beautiful sky blue planet. The more Fire Sorrow heard, the louder her heart beat. Gradually, her firm and indifferent expression began to waver. The reaction of the bloody succubus was strange after Meads launched a joke-like attack, but at the time I didn't think much of it. It wasn't until later that I remembered that if that planet was there, it would definitely have been hit by that old fart's beam of light. Lucifer continued. Back then, the bloody succubus seemed frightened and subsequently furious with Meads. The level of hatred and anger from her at that moment were too high to have originated from just a joke attack, so I thought that the reason the bloody succubus had become that sentimental resembled someone who had just had something precious taken away from them. At this point, Lucifer finally saw Fire Sorrow's pupils shrink fiercely and finally understood that she had already been able to draw her own conclusions. There's definitely something fishy going on, but it might not be what you think. Lucifer dumped a bucket of cold water over her head and said casually, I did my best to look, but I found nothing there. Not even the slightest spatial disturbance or defensive barrier. So I could be wrong and maybe it's not what you're thinking. Unfortunately or not, Fire Sorrow was no longer listening to what he was saying. She waved her magic staff to her left, and along with a sound similar to that caused by a glass cup falling to the ground and shattering into dozens of pieces, a spatial crack appeared. Wait a minute. Lucifer opened his eyes wide in shock as he saw Fire Sorrow step forward and walk into the rift. You still have to help me heal. Lucifer paused as he stood dumbfounded watching the space rift closing in front of his eyes, with his left hand stupidly stretched forward without grabbing anything. The others, he sighed and finally retracted his hand helplessly. A few seconds later, Lucifer felt a small number of familiar auras approaching, and as he looked ahead he saw Valiant, Lilith, Crow, and Hellscar flapping their wings towards where he was. "Your Majesty, did something important happen?" Valiant asked as she looked over to where Fire Sorrow had just disappeared. Lucifer sighed wearily and waved his hand several times. "It's nothing important. Fire Sorrow will probably be gone for a couple of days and then come back disappointed." Disappointed, Hellscar looked even more confused. "Your Majesty, is it good that Fire Sorrow is gone?" Crow frowned. He looked beyond the large wall and said with some hesitation, "Although it's not highly probable, we can't rule out the fact that someone might try to take advantage now that we're all in a state of extreme weakness." "HMPH, they dare to," Lucifer snorted, and a glint of coldness shone in his eyes. "This daddy's been sleeping too long anyway. Might as well teach newborns to respect adults if they don't know how to behave." The corner of Crow's mouth twitched several times, but in the end he said nothing and simply nodded silently. Just at that moment, all the blood, flesh, and bodies of the invaders floating on the battlefield suddenly began to release a white glow that became brighter and brighter with each passing second. Lilith, who had been looking at the place where Fire Sorrow had opened a spatial rift, immediately shifted her focus to what was happening, and her expression turned grim. "Don't worry, bloody succubus Lilith," Valiant explained upon seeing her expression. "It's nothing bad. This always happens after every war against the beings living on the other side of the abyssal rift." Under the surprised eyes of Lilith and those experiencing this phenomenon for the first time, all the records that made up the invaders' bodies were decompressed into particles of light. Half of these light particles hit the abyssal rift, reducing its size in real time, until in less than 5 minutes it became a virtually unnoticeable glowing red dot in the middle of the vast outer space. As for the other half, Lilith watched in awe as flashes of white light flew everywhere, piercing through the chaos wall and disappearing beyond as if they had a clear destination, off to somewhere unknown. "Heh," Lucifer sneered. "Those idiots are using us as a farm, but little do they know that we also see them as our personal farm." "Your Majesty." This time even Valiant was confused by Lucifer's words. However, he simply shook his head and said nothing more. "Everyone, let's go back to Cram World. We'll recover first, then you can leave and continue doing whatever you were doing before." Lucifer flew towards his castle and was soon followed by the other members of the demonic army. Lilith frowned at the place where Fire Sorrow had disappeared, but after several seconds she simply shook her head and headed for the castle as well. Her wound needed to heal, and she needed to replenish her mana and stamina before returning to Earth. "If that little man sees me in this condition, I fear he will go mad." Lilith smiled lovingly at the thought of a certain lower existence. "As for that," said certain lower existence. "Wah, what the fuck is this?" Bai Zemin was dumbfounded as he stared at the ice mirror in front of him. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// very, very soon. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1009, World Evolution and Veil Falling Part 2. After his heart-to-heart talk with Wu Yijun, Bai Zemin did not make any sudden moves at all and simply tried to relax and rest to recover from his injuries as fast as possible. Like Shangyuan Bingzu and Evangeline, Bai Zemin was out of danger but still had an arm and a leg to recover. In exactly 45 days after Bai Zemin opened his eyes after sleeping for 15 days straight in the collector's pocket world, Shangyuan Bingzu made a 100% recovery, and the pulverized bones in her arms were once again harder than steel. Evangeline had recovered 100% 15 days before Shangyuan Bingzu, and leaving aside Kong Jun, who still needed considerable time to recover, the biggest problem was still Bai Zemin. Having spent a total of 2 months in the collector's pocket world, but only 12 days in the outside world, the healing speed of the group would be seen as insane from the point of view of those unaware of the power that the collector's pocket watch had. Unfortunately, even 2 months was not enough for Bai Zemin to recover his lost limbs 100%. Bai Zemin looked at his left arm, which was 1/4 fully regenerated, and then looked at his left leg, which still needed to grow from the calf down. Arg, fuck its mother, this daddy can't stand still anymore. You stand still. Bingzu, I'm telling you to let go of me. Bingzu, let mommy help you hold him back. You mom, what are you doing? Shangyu and Xinyu, where do you think you're touching? Evangeline and Wu Yijin had rather interesting expressions on their faces as they watched the scene in front of them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In the end, Bai Zemin managed to convince Shangyu and Bingzu that even though he had not fully recovered, it was not a good idea to stay MIA for too long. To begin with, 3 of the most important figures for the smooth running of the Transcendent faction and its development had been missing for almost 2 weeks. This was naturally not good, especially not now that China had just fully united and needed stability. Furthermore, neither Bai Zemin nor any of those inside the collector's pocket world had a clear idea of what was happening on the mainland at the moment. In fact, they didn't even have a clear idea of how things were on the Earth in general now, and Bai Zemin was worried about what the former Queen Shilin had seen when she used her clairvoyant skill. It's been 12 days since Meng Qi is in the Sea City, Bai Zemin remarked in a deep voice with a hint of worry. Although I don't think anything bad will happen to her since Xian Mayer is with her, none of us can completely rule out the possibility that the East Sea King is a complete idiot and doesn't understand the repercussions of harming her. Bai Zemin didn't care whether he had the power to take revenge or not. What he cared about was the safety and well-being of his little sister. It was no use having the power and ability to annihilate the entire East Sea if Meng Qi was no longer alive. Revenge was only a way to temporarily vent anger and sadness, but eventually all that would remain was sadness, and anger not only towards one's enemies but towards one's own powerlessness. Hearing all the valid points given by Bai Zemin, even Shangyu and Bingzu could no longer hold him back despite the fact that she, as well as everyone else, preferred him to make a full recovery before leaving this place. But Wu Yijin looked at Bai Zemin's current condition and said worriedly, "How are you supposed to move with your left leg like this?" Bai Zemin frowned but quickly eased up. "Actually, I've been thinking about this before, but I think I can move using my blood manipulation skill. Just give me a few hours to practice, and then we can get out of here." Bai Zemin headed to his room after leaving everyone behind, but before he began to put his theory into practice, what he did was to take out the scrolls containing the skills Shadow Control, Dark Mist, and Drain Life. AN. CH 926, 866, and 823 respectively. After learning the 3 skills, Bai Zemin immediately felt more powerful even though none of the skills he had just learned were actually increasing his strength unless he activated them. The best thing about this is that I still have 16 free slots to learn active skills. Bai Zemin sighed as he recalled his times of abstinence while stuck at level 50. Once I get out of here and make sure Meng Qi is okay, the first thing I will do is look for enemies to defeat. Now that I can use Drain Life and use the health stat of my enemies to my advantage, the power of restoration will be far stronger. All this added together with overlap regeneration, and Bai Zemin had turned into a truly terrifying existence. At this moment, he was simply perfect no matter which way one looked at him. Terrifying physical attack power. Extremely high magical attack power. Physical defense high enough that no pre-apocalypse weapon below annihilation level could harm him. Magical defense frightening enough to be able to fight powerful 4th Order mages despite being in the 2nd Order. Stamina high enough to fight for days without any problem. Ability to regenerate his stamina and mana dozens of times. Mass and field control skills. Vital recovery and body regeneration skills. The more he thought about it, the more surprised Bai Zemin became at how well his skills were synchronized. After learning the 3 skills he had reserved for himself, Bai Zemin used blood manipulation to create something similar to a prosthesis, and carefully attached that prosthesis to the part of his leg that had yet to regenerate. Using small blood thread-like connectors, Bai Zemin carefully attached them to the flesh and then to the nerves of his leg, and although he felt a bit of pain in the process, it wasn't too bad. It took Bai Zemin about 1.5 hours to be able to move with about 60% of his total freedom, but that was the absolute limit, and he soon realized that if he tried to overcome it, the blood prosthesis would be destroyed, unless he was willing to spend hundreds of mana points per second to sustain it. In the end, Bai Zemin decided to accept that 60% at the cost of consuming only 5 mana point every 10 minutes to keep the prosthesis hard and firm. After that, Bai Zemin did the same, but this time he created a prosthesis for his left arm using blood manipulation. Being able to move his fake arm with 50% freedom was not that difficult when it came to walking, jumping, and running short distances. However, the freedom Bai Zemin had was less. If he used too much strength or too much agility for a sudden movement, what would happen was that the prosthesis would burst into pieces, damaging Bai Zemin's nerves in the process. In the end, Bai Zemin's mana consumption amounted to 1 mana point per minute to keep both prostheses at the same time at all moments. Considering that he now had over 6,700 mana points in total, even without taking into account overlap regeneration, such consumption was negligible in his eyes. When Shangyuan Bingzu, Wu Yijun, Evangeline and Shangyuan Xinyu saw Bai Zemin casually walking out of the house wearing a reddish-colored leather armor, the three women were a bit speechless. This is basically cheating. Shangyuan Bingzu forced a smile and shook her head. On the other hand, Wu Yijun didn't seem worried about amazing sights, but rather was worried about another more important matter. Won't walking like this hinder your recovery? Wu Yijun asked as she looked into his eyes worriedly. Wu Yijun had been using Revitalize on Bai Zemin at least 1 time a day for the past 2 months in the collector's pocket watch. This made the effect of restoration double during the initial minutes, and thus she had a clearer idea of his current situation. Indeed, Bai Zemin sighed and said with some regret, I'm practically not regenerating at all as these 2 prosthetics hinder the growth of more flesh and the evolution of tissues. Isn't that bad? Evangeline frowned. It's fine, I just need to keep myself like this in front of the king, and such so they don't try to cause trouble unnecessarily. I'll use all my free time to help my limbs regrow. Bai Zemin dismissed this easily. When you say the word help, I somehow don't think you mean rest. Shangyuan Bingzu glared at him. Little Bingzu, I see you know me quite well. Bai Zemin grimaced before nodding. You're right, it's not about rest, but you'll see what I mean later. I just learned a couple of good skills, and one of them deals precisely with increasing my recovery rate when I'm facing an enemy. Who are you calling Little Bingzu? Forget it if you've already made up your mind, you stubborn man. The person in question rolled her eyes before letting go of a small sigh that perhaps only she understood. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin weirdly and said slowly, By the way, have you looked at yourself in a mirror during these past 60 days? Looked in a mirror? Bai Zemin shook his head. No, there are no mirrors in this place and I don't need one. He paused as he realized something and asked with a frown, Why do you ask? Shangyuan Bingzu did not respond immediately but first exchanged glances with her mother and the other 2 women before looking at Bai Zemin with a somewhat funny expression on her face. I think it will be better if you look at it with your own eyes instead of hearing it from someone else. At the same time, and as she said these words, Shangyuan Bingzu extended her right hand in front of her upwards, and a small but powerful amount of fog began to swirl in her palm. Soon, a surprisingly elegant silver-colored small hand mirror floated above Shangyuan Bingzu's palm. She used Ice Maker, and soon the small ice mirror floated toward Bai Zemin. Bai Zemin took the mirror with his right hand and looked at Shangyuan Bingzu before looking at Wu Yijun, and then moving on to Shangyuan Xinyu and Evangeline. Just look in the mirror. You won't figure out anything by looking in our faces. Wu Yijun let out an amused chuckle. Bai Zemin nodded slowly before looking at his reflection with some apprehension in his heart. He didn't have to look too hard. The change was evident at a glance. Bai Zemin watched wide-eyed as his hair swayed gently in the warm breeze blowing from a distance. The hair of Bai Delan, Bai Zemin's father, was black, and the hair color of Yi Linger, who was Bai Zemin's mother, was also jet black. Most Chinese had black hair after all. Brown hair was a bit rare, while Shangyuan Bingzu's white hair color was simply a rarity among thousands of rarities. Bai Zemin's hair had been black all his life. Jet black, deep black like the dark night sky, devoid of moonlight or stars. But when Bai Zemin saw the several strands of bright crimson red intermingling with his black hair, what he felt was as if someone had given him a heavy blow on the back of the head and almost fell to the ground. Wah, what the fuck is this? Bai Zemin was dumbfounded as he stared at the ice mirror in front of him. Bai Zemin's reaction was completely expected, but to the 3 women who had been seeing him for 2 months, it was no longer anything unusual. Don't worry, you look way sexier now. Wu Yijun blushed slightly. It's not about sexy or not sexy. Bai Zemin admitted in his heart that he did indeed look hot, but that wasn't the problem. My mother will definitely rip my head off if she sees this. Bai Zemin could still remember how his mother always complained about hooligans who dyed their hair different colors. Pffft ha ha ha. Shangyu and Xinyu laughed good-naturedly, and in between tears and laughter said in a cheerful voice, "King or not, it seems that we mothers are the real rulers after all." Backslash 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 backslash. One more chapter before the reset. I was going to write the two I promised together, but I have a headache, so I'm going to rest now. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 10:10 World Evolution and Veil Falling, last. Be that as it may, as Bai Zemin looked at himself in the mirror, he finally remembered that when he became blood mystic upon reaching the second order, and along with the evolution process of his race, there wasn't just a massive increase in overall power. I understand the part about increasing my charm and all that, but, Bai Zemin sighed as he handed the mirror back to Shangyu and Bingzu, was it really necessary to change my hair color like this? It's okay, little king. Shangyu and Xinyu, who had finally stopped laughing, comforted him. Yijin wasn't lying just now. You really look hotter and more mature this way. Even if you say it like that, I can't help but feel that I look like a teenager in his rebellious stage. Bai Zemin winced. You'll get used to it soon, and when that happens you won't feel anything strange. Shangyu and Bingzu pointed out calmly. Once you get used to the change, you'll realize that you actually look better than you think, and you won't pay any attention to it anymore. A matter of getting used to the changes, I guess. Like everything else in this life. Bai Zemin sighed before finally nodding. Forget it, nothing to do about it anyway. We'll see how things turn out. About an hour later. Are you all ready? Bai Zemin looked at the 4 women in front of him and said in a serious voice, remember, we're not looking for trouble, we'll just go look for Meng Qi while showing our support towards Xian Mayer. That's all. Shangyu and Bingzu was wearing a new armor that Bai Zemin had given her, and although it was not as good as her previous one, it was still good enough to help her out of a tight spot. I understand. Even though we have control of China, controlling the seas surrounding China is a completely different matter. Fighting in the water is really troublesome. My agility drops drastically in the ocean. I can't move freely, and I need to consume too much stamina and mana so that the water waves don't reveal my position. Evangeline, who was wearing tight leather armor, pointed out with a sigh. If possible, I don't want to have to fight in the water ever again in my life. Shangyu and Xinyu was wearing a seemingly normal white-colored dress, but it was actually a rank 2 magic robe. I felt completely useless in the battle against the alligator from before. The feelings you 3 have are my feelings. Bai Zemin nodded with a serious expression on his face. Fighting on dry land or even in the air were 2 absolutely and completely different things from fighting underwater. Even Bai Zemin felt a tremendous drop in his power under the sea. Well, I felt pretty good fighting underwater. Wu Yijin smiled shyly. My hydrokinesis skill is much stronger here. In fact, Wu Yijin and Shangyu and Bingzu were the only ones who, despite losing something, had also gained something in return, while fighting under the sea. After the group of 4 emerged from the collector's pocket world, what greeted them was pure darkness. The 4 felt a great force pressing down on their bodies, not only from above, but also from the sides and from below. It was as if 4 giant steamrollers were advancing towards a central point, which was where they were, gradually squashing them. Are we in the same place as before? Wu Yijin asked with a frown. Shangyu and Bingzu felt the cold temperature of the surroundings and said in a clear but cold voice, we are definitely under the sea. But what is wrong with this gravity? Bai Zemin frowned as he felt a very bad premonition in his chest, and as if life itself was waiting for him and his team to come out of the collector's pocket world. A message flashed in the eyes of all living beings on planet Earth. Earth officially enters the 3rd stage of evolution. Bai Zemin and his group did not know it as they were too deep below sea level, but if they were on the surface, they would undoubtedly be greatly shocked. From different parts of the world, even from a marine area somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, 5 bright and thick beams of light rose up like columns and burst into the sky. The 5 columns of light were so bright, and their aura so powerful that from anywhere in the world, one would definitely be able to see them break through the clouds and illuminate the sky for several seconds. At the same time, millions of survivors all over the world, ranging from humans to animals, and plants found themselves being crushed by the sudden increased gravitational pressure of the world. Strong earthquakes shook the planet Earth, and ferocious waves, hundreds of meters high, rose like giants before hitting the coast and wreaking catastrophic havoc. Millions died, exploding into a pile of bloody pulp, with broken bones unable to withstand the gravitational pressure. But the number of deaths caused by apocalyptic disasters definitely amounted to at least a few 100,000 all over the Earth. The world expanded, its laws strengthened, and the countless mana tornadoes spinning out of control everywhere looked threatening even to the strongest. The density and purity of the mana that surrounded the world did not stop growing, and those soul evolvers with less capacity to adapt fell on their knees and little by little began to mutate into zombies. The commander's ring in Bai Zemin's hands was glowing brightly, and all the golden communication runes were beating violently. Shangyuan Bingzu, Shangyuan Xinyu, Wu Yijun, and Evangeline were stunned as they listened to the frenetic voices coming out from the ring. From different bases, reports of everything that was happening were coming in real time, one after another. "How can this be possible?" Wu Yijun murmured in shock. "Fuck," Bai Zemin thundered in frustration and anger, causing the already agitated waters to shudder and explode outward at his outburst. Some bases had already fallen, and the losses his faction had suffered in a matter of minutes were already incalculable, and they had yet to even take into account the impending future attack from other races. "Why are their soul evolvers turning into zombies?" Shangyuan Bingzu exclaimed with a fluttering heart. "Weren't we supposed to be fine after the first wave?" The first wave of mana had turned at least 70% or 80% of humanity into zombies, mindless creatures. This second wave certainly wouldn't be as terrifying, but that didn't mean it would be any less frightening considering there would be soul evolvers falling this time. "You four don't resist and quickly return to the collector's pocket world," Bai Zemin ordered in a deep voice, and without waiting for a response sent his will towards the four females beside him. Evangeline and Shangyuan Xinyu disappeared in an instant without asking questions, but Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun seemed to have thought the same thing as they both asked at exactly the same time. "What about you?" The two friends looked at each other, and although they could not see each other's faces as they were both wearing masks, they could sense each other's surprise. "I'll go find Mengqi first, then I'll teleport to where our families are," Bai Zemin replied firmly. "There is no time to waste." Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun nodded and no longer insisted, and the next second they both disappeared without even leaving a trace of their auras behind. "Damn bastard!" Bai Zemin shouted through his teeth, and with a mighty stomp he launched himself towards the bottom of the sea, completely ignoring and shattering all pressure and resistance the sea put in front of him. Along the way, many frenzied sea creatures rushed towards Bai Zemin, while others fought each other. Giant snakes over 300 meters long and with bodies as wide as buildings, giant squids over 1,000 meters, whale-like mutant sharks, and many other mutant sea beasts unleashed a bloody hell under the sea. "Scram to hell," Bai Zemin roared, and without stopping he continued to move forward at full speed. Regardless of their size or level, all the sea creatures that crossed his path either froze and exploded, or their bodies were pierced from side to side as they were ripped through by Bai Zemin, who moved several times faster than a bullet. With the Earth expanding in real time, the East Sea naturally became larger and deeper. Therefore, the small white dot that was once in sight was nowhere to be seen. Just at that moment, a message that only Bai Zemin received flashed across his retinas. After the fall of one of the strongest beings of the past, the buried history phase has been opened. Buried history? What the hell is that? Bai Zemin no longer knew what was going on, but he certainly did not stop to think, and unfortunately, there was no one to answer his doubts. However, deep in his soul, the same sleeping object that had released a streak of crimson lightning, just at the moment when the attack of the Bible God should have destroyed the planet, lit up for a brief moment before it practically faded out completely. Approximately 10 minutes later, and with the support of Crimson Lightning Flash, as well as overlap regeneration, Bai Zemin finally spotted the white dot from before. There it is! He sped up even more, but was soon surprised to see bright flashes of light breaking in all directions from the white spot that was where the capital of the kingdom Xi'an Mayor was part of. BOOM. 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 Explosion after explosion caused the East Sea to shake, and soon Bai Zemin could feel the unmistakable feeling of blood enveloping his existence completely. The water around him had become so viscous that even without being able to see further than 5 meters ahead, Bai Zemin understood what was happening. It seems that the sea creatures are also experiencing their own battle. The mere thought made Bai Zemin uneasy, and with a dragon roar caused all the sea creatures before him to explode all at once as he headed towards where Meng Qi was. Even without being blood siblings, Bai Zemin could feel her approximate location. It was impossible for him to miss that feeling of familiarity belonging to someone he had spent most of his life with. If it was his past self, performing this feat would have been impossible, considering that Bai Zemin had even crushed more than 5 second-order beings without even looking at them, while turning tens of thousands per second into warm, liquid blood. But his current self was a completely different being, and the power of his new class was being displayed even though he wasn't even trying. Outer space. Fire Sorrow had taken about a day to reach the place where her home had once been. She had spent 70% of her total mana, practically triple what she had consumed during the war against the invaders of the Golden Domain. This was because Fire Sorrow tried to cut off as much space as possible and jump extremely long distances in order to reach her target even a second earlier. Unfortunately, when she got there, all she saw was a huge empty space of nothingness. But Fire Sorrow wasn't too discouraged. Lucifer said he saw Lilith coming out of this place. A door, a crack, something. There has to be something. She seemed to be ignoring on a subconscious level the words in which Lucifer harshly pointed out to her that even after searching for a long time and studying the area, he couldn't find the slightest spatial disturbance or defensive barrier. Fire Sorrow searched with her eyes, cast detection magic, summoned some special beasts created from magic specialized in sensing magical power, and even used high-tech devices to detect anomalies in space. Unfortunately, even after about 5 hours she had found nothing. 5 hours of time was nothing to an eternal being. 5 hours was certainly nothing for someone who had lived millions of years. To Fire Sorrow, 5 hours was no different than the blink of an eye. But for the first time in a long time, 5 hours meant a lot to her. Although only 5 hours had passed, Fire Sorrow began to despair at finding nothing. The disappointment of feeling hope after so long only to find that it was all in her head proved to be much stronger than she expected. Fire Sorrow looked up at the bright hot sun, and with a bitter smile on her face pulled out the little old and nothing special-looking pendant that, when the ghost of the heavenly wolf attacked, could have been salvation, but that she refused to sacrifice even if it cost her life. This pendant had not much meaning. To others it would be no different than a piece of junk. But to her, it was something very important, her most prized possession, even more than her most powerful treasures. "What am I supposed to do?" she said with hidden bitterness. Just then, Fire Sorrow felt as if something was being torn apart behind her. As she looked straight ahead, her eyes widened slightly and her heart began to race. Fire Sorrow watched as her surroundings lit up crimson red and heard what seemed to be countless flashes of lightning crackling for a few seconds before everything returned to normal, except for one thing. Fire Sorrow's surroundings had now taken on a faint sky-blue radiance, warm and not at all blinding, but pleasant to look at. Like someone scared of running into an illusion and getting even more disappointment, Fire Sorrow did not turn completely around, but like a malfunctioning machine, slowly turned her head to look over her shoulder. Once the right side of her pretty face lit up before the faint blue radiance, Fire Sorrow's world fell silent as she watched with tears in her eyes and her heart beating faster and faster as the beautiful big blue planet grew bigger and bigger in real time before her eyes. Backslash 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 backslash. We have been in the top 1 GT for 10 months in a row, and it means a lot to me to see that my effort pays off. Many thanks to you, who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock. Chapter 10, 11v1 Immune Vaccine. Regardless of how many enemies came his way, Bai Zemin was unstoppable in the most optimal sense of the word. No one, regardless of level or size and regardless of their qualities or skills, could stop him or make him stop for even a fraction of a second. All the sea creatures that obstructed him in the slightest were crushed to the point where their bodies simply exploded without even leaving a fragment of flesh intact behind, only liquid, viscous blood. After a few more minutes, Bai Zemin finally got a clearer view of the city under the sea, but despite its sheer size, he didn't have time to appreciate it or to be surprised by the fact that there was some sort of white bubble that seemed to push the seawater away from the city's interior, something that Bai Zemin found strange. Unfortunately, The number of sea monsters attacking the city was simply colossal. Bai Zemin could only see glimpses of the city every time one of the defensive cannons fired, or when a large number of enemies were wiped out by a powerful attack from the other side before the city disappeared once again under overwhelming numbers. Fu, what's the problem with all these fucking monsters? Bai Zemin waved his right hand, and his voice sounded hollow from inside the treasure mask Xian Mayer had given him. Explode. All the water several kilometers around was filled with blood and corpses, so when Bai Zemin's words came out of his mouth, all that blood released an intense crimson radiance that illuminated a good part of the East Sea, and immediately after that, hell broke loose. A terrifying explosion shook even the city below, and a large number of soldiers belonging to the East Sea defensive troops were sent flying backwards with serious wounds after being hit by the huge sphere of water and void that was forced out in the middle of the battlefield. Bai Zemin watched coldly as the walls of the blood sphere he had created to protect himself grew covered in cracks, and while being slightly surprised by his magical power, made a mental note to be more careful with his next attacks or else he would end up causing damage upon himself. About a minute later, the rumble of the surroundings calmed down a bit, and Bai Zemin finally broke apart the sphere of blood he was using as a shield. What he saw left him a little breathless. Thanks to the bright lights of the city, Bai Zemin could now see everything around him with complete ease. It was then when he realized that all the darkness he was seeing before was not exactly darkness but enemies. Bai Zemin felt a shiver run down his spine as he realized that he was being watched by millions of eyes, and without realizing it, he had walked right through the middle of the army of uncontrolled beasts. Even more shocking, however, was the fact that Bai Zemin could no longer see enemies no matter where he looked. I only spent like 2,500 mana points, not even half of my total, thinking about what might have happened if he used even more mana to boost his previous attack. Slowly but surely, Bai Zemin was discovering that his current power league was simply off the board. Big brother. An anxious voice filled with joy, impossible to hide, brought Bai Zemin back. He looked over and spotted his little sister Meng-Chi, riding a large giant electric eel straight towards him. Thank heavens, Bai Zemin whispered under his breath, and instead of waiting he advanced to meet her. Meng-Chi jumped off the giant eel's back, and there was no hesitation or wavering in her movements as she hugged him tightly. She even wrapped her legs like an octopus around his waist, as if she was telling him with actions that she would not let him go even if she was beaten to death right there. However, Bai Zemin had no intention or reason to push her away from him. Are you all okay? Did someone hurt you? Bai Zemin asked immediately as he used his right hand to pat her back gently in an attempt to calm her down a bit. Big brother, thank God. I prayed every single day for you to be okay. Days and days went by but you didn't come back. Instead of answering Bai Zemin's questions, Meng-Chi began to sob as she whispered her fears and worries. Bai Zemin, you really are alive. Bai Zemin followed the source of the new voice, and through his mask saw Xian Mayer swimming towards him with graceful swishes of her mermaid tail. There were several powerful soul evolvers near the city ranging from sharks, swordfish, electric jellyfish, sea snakes, purple octopuses, tritons, and much more. However, they all stared silently, and although Bai Zemin perceived wariness, he did not sense animosity from any of them. You managed to evolve. That's great. Xian Mayer stopped near him with a joy-filled expression. Instead of saying something to Xian Mayer right away, Bai Zemin looked beyond the semi-transparent bubble, and his night-black eyes met two pairs of electric blue eyes belonging to a sturdy middle-aged man on top of one of the city walls. After a few seconds, the other party nodded, and Bai Zemin returned the gesture, before turning his focus back to the seventh princess of the East Sea. Xian Mayer, I need to return to my faction. With all these problems, I'm afraid I won't be able to help you anymore until matters settle down. You go and don't worry about me. Our alliance is stronger than ever, Xian Mayer assured him in a serious voice. Although it is not yet certain, the fact that I am in an alliance with a human king is already known throughout the East Sea, and although there is some opposition, many see it as an opportunity to strengthen ties with other species. Bai Zemin nodded and said without further delay, I will contact you through Zio when things calm down a bit on the surface. That's okay with me, Xian Mayer said in a serious voice. Just now you helped us out of a big predicament. Over 40% of the sea creatures under our family's control got out of hand, and we were having trouble dealing with them all. Besides, This is only one of the 20 cities under the control of our royal family, so it will take a while to stabilize everything around here. In that case, I wish you good luck. Same to you. Bai Zemin and Xian Mayer said their goodbyes, and after a last glance at the bottom of the sea, Bai Zemin activated his King of China title and teleported directly to one of his kingdom bases. A few seconds later, Xian Mayer returned to the wall, and when her body passed through the semi-transparent bubble around the city, her fishtail disappeared, and two beautiful legs replaced it. Royal Father, Bai Zemin has returned to his kingdom to lead his army to overcome this crisis, she announced in a respectful voice. The East Sea King nodded and said in a deep voice, Mayor, your human friend has inadvertently given us a great opportunity, so you are in charge of maintaining order and security in Royal City now, while I and your siblings will take care of defending the other cities. Can you do that? Xian Mayer's beautiful blue eyes sparkled brightly, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Of course, Father. I promise to protect Kreia City no matter what. Father, isn't this inappropriate? The first princess and the eldest sister among all the princesses couldn't help but be taken aback and subconsciously wanted to raise a complaint. Inappropriate? Chenyan, do you think you are more apt than me to decide what is appropriate and what is not for my people? The East Sea King looked at his eldest daughter sideways and asked composedly. And no, of course I am not. I apologize if my words have offended Royal Father. Chenyan had no such intentions. Princess Xian Chenyan immediately shook her head and apologized as she realized her mistake. Xian Chenyan did not want to get on her father's bad side now that there was so little time left to select the next ruler. Move, spread out among the outlying cities, and don't let our territory be reduced by rogue drones, who will surely seize the opportunity to attack. The East Sea King snorted, and in an instant, his body disappeared. He had used the power of his title King of the East Sea to teleport somewhere in his territory. Xian Mayer could feel the intense gazes of her siblings, but she wasn't worried about that. To begin with, she never saw them as enemies, but they were the ones who saw everything as war and profit. She just wanted peace. Seeing that Xian Mayer began to give orders with capacity and ignored them, the princes and princesses, who were fit to fight and lead, immediately moved to follow the king's orders. If they did not move quickly to respond to the call for help from other cities, it would only be a matter of time before only Kreia City stood. ////. Lord Bai, please understand the situation. Understand, I understand the situation perfectly. In that case, why are you making things difficult for us? We are just carrying out our duties. You are carrying out your duties, and I am carrying out mine as a man and as a husband. But there's no need to say more. I understand the situation you are in, and I don't resent you, but unless you kill me, don't even dream about laying a finger on my wife. When Bai Zemin teleported home, the first thing that caught his attention was that apart from the sound of gunshots and explosions coming from everywhere, from the front yard of his family's residence, there seemed to be a small crowd of people arguing heatedly about something that, in the heat of the moment, he could not understand. However, his expression suddenly changed when he felt something, and in an instant, his body seemed to move of its own accord in the direction of the main entrance. Bang! A small group of people, approximately 5 or 6 of them, all soul evolvers, looked at Bai Delan, who was standing with his sword drawn, not knowing what to do or how to proceed. Moreover, from the hesitation on their faces, it was clear that it was not only a matter of not knowing what to do, but they also seemed to be hesitating whether or not to dare to do whatever it was they were thinking of doing. When the door of the house exploded into pieces, as Bai Zemin did not bother to slow down, half a dozen pairs of eyes immediately focused on him. The small group of soul evolvers froze when they saw him, and Bai Delan's eyes, which were red and swollen like someone who had just shed thousands of tears, lit up. Zemin Princess, thank God. The man who, despite being over 50 years old, looked like he was 25, ignored the group in front of him, and was about to go hug his 2 children when he stopped as he remembered something. Bai Zemin's eyes only stopped on his father for a moment, as his focus immediately fell on the person currently clinging to him in a similar manner to how Meng-Chi was holding him. However, the person clinging onto Bai Delan was not doing it in a particularly affectionate manner, but quite the opposite. Mom! Meng-Chi's eyes trembled, and had it not been for Bai Zemin having his right hand around her waist, she would have fallen to the ground, as her 4 limbs seemed to lose strength at the sight before her. The aura of a level 29 soul evolver was continuously coming out of Linger's body, proof that Bai Zemin's plan to make his mother level up had worked successfully. Level 29 was not much, and it seemed that Linger was not particularly talented, as it had been about 3 months, but she had not been able to level up too much. Even then, the level 29 of a first-order soul evolver who had eaten meat of the highest quality all this time was more than enough for Bai Zemin's mother not to be harmed by the sudden gravitational change. The real problem was not Linger's low level at all, especially not now that Bai Zemin was able to steal and bestow the records of his enemies to any ally he wanted. The problem was that Linger was no longer human. She had turned into a zombie and was currently biting Bai Delan with her face red in blood. Bai Zemin looked at his father's right arm and immediately noticed that a large chunk of skin and flesh was missing, and trying to keep calm he asked, "Hey, old man, are you okay?" Bai Delan nodded and said in a voice somewhat choked with pain that was not coming from the flesh wound on his arm but was pain coming from his heart, "I already used the V1 immune vaccine so I won't turn. But your mother, Linger." V1 immune vaccine. As the name suggested, the V1 immune vaccine was a dose prepared to make humans immune to the infection of the wild mana inside the zombie's body. This vaccine had been developed after approximately 8 months of testing and failures, using Liao Su's blood as its core component. AN, Chapter 575. The only drawback of this vaccine was that if a zombie scratched or bit a person before that person injected the dose, there was no salvation. Precisely why the name was V1 Immune Vaccine, as the scientists and developers were working on an advanced and more optimal version. Linger had turned into a zombie not long ago, but her conversion occurred because of the excess and purity of mana that hit her body all at once without her being able to handle that much. This was the Soul Record's way of trying to preserve all life instead of eliminating them. Simply put, the V1 immune vaccine was useless in this case. Bai Zemin could understand why his father was so desperate. He gave Mengqi a kiss on the forehead to try to ease her anxiety a little, and surprisingly it worked more than he expected as his little sister soon stopped trembling. Although she was still terrified, it was obvious that she had complete and utter faith in him. Few knew of the existence of the pagoda of Bai Zemin, and his family was not aware of this information. It was not that he did not want to tell them, but simply that there was no opportunity and never a need to do so. "Everything is okay, Dad." Bai Zemin sighed and nodded calmly, "Leave it to me." Without waiting for a reply, Bai Zemin looked at the small group of soul evolvers. Leader Bai, the leader of the group, a second-order soul evolver, bowed his head and his body began to tremble with fear. The others behind him were not very different. The story of how hard Bai Zemin had worked all for the sake of finding his family was widely known by everyone on the base. His love for his loved ones was as high as the stars in the sky. To the surprise of this small group, however, Bai Zemin was not angry with the fact that they were obviously here with the intention of killing his mother. He didn't have the qualifications to do so even if he wanted to. "Don't worry, you guys were just carrying out orders that I set out myself," he said calmly. To prevent the higher echelons of all the bases or their families from abusing the power their positions conferred upon them, Bai Zemin had ordered to imprison or outright kill anyone who caused trouble or compromised the safety of the base in general. Linger was a first-order zombie, and while she was not powerful enough to lead the base to its doom, she was certainly more than capable of turning many survivors into zombies. Such a huge disaster in the midst of the even bigger disaster outside the walls needed to be avoided at all costs, and this small group of soul evolvers was brave enough to confront Bai Delan, who was a third-order soul evolver, and even knowing that the target was the mother of the leader himself. Hearing Bai Zemin's words, all the members of the small group let out sighs of relief and felt as if they were being sent back to life from hell. "Thank you, leader, thank you." The 4 men and 2 women bowed profusely as they expressed their thanks. "Go back to doing what you were doing. The base is in chaos and we need to move quickly," Bai Zemin ordered in a deep voice. After the group of soul evolvers left, he used the commander's ring and gave out several orders to all the leaders of all the bases of his faction. "This is Bai Zemin. Pass my order to all soldiers and soul evolvers. As long as possible, try to capture the zombies that turned during the evolution of Earth this time. Your life takes priority, but if you can capture a converted survivor or better yet, a converted soul evolver, you will be pleasantly rewarded." Backslash 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 backslash. We have been in the top 1 GT for 10 months in a row, and it means a lot to me to see that my effort pays off. Many thanks to you, who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock. Chapter 10, 12 Higher Existence's Fast Heartbeat. Bai Zemin looked at his currently unconscious wife, Yilinger resting in his arms, and although he could feel that she was suffering from a high fever, he couldn't help but feel grateful to life in general. He looked at his son, who was currently in the process of guarding the giant pagoda in front of their house, and said in a somewhat choked voice, "Zemin, thank you." Bai Zemin looked at his father with a frown and said with some discomfort in his voice, "Thank you." His father was thanking him because Bai Zemin had brought back his own mother. If that was the case, then Bai Zemin probably needed a good beating. However, Bai Zemin shook his head and said in a serious voice, "I'm thanking you for being my son." Bai Zemin was taken by surprise this time, and for a few seconds, he didn't know what to say. It's supposed to be the duty of a husband and a father to protect his wife and children. That's how it should be. Bai Zemin smiled with some bitterness, but there was also a bit of pride and a lot of gratitude as he spoke slowly amidst the constant explosions. "But I couldn't do anything to look for you and protect you while this whole mess was blowing up. I could barely protect your mother and sister. But you, Zemin, you were not only resolute and brave, but also able to walk across an entire large district, fight against millions of monstrous creatures, all for the sake of finding us. Even though I don't want to admit it, I know in my heart that myself back then had given up a little on you, and I thought you were already dead or had turned into a zombie." Bai Zemin looked at his father serenely and gave him a few seconds to catch his breath. Bai Zemin stroked his wife's hair and looked at her affectionately despite her misaligned appearance. "Maybe it was at that time that I should have realized that you were destined to be someone really great, but maybe my yearning for a normal family didn't let me see it. But now I finally understand that having a normal family is impossible in this world, unless you want to live in constant fear of losing everything the next day." Bai Zemin could still remember how this morning he and his wife were having breakfast together before he headed off to work. In a matter of hours, what had started out as a normal day had turned into a new hell, and the woman who had been with him for most of his life was almost leaving him forever. No, Bai Zemin had in fact lost his wife. It was his son who had brought her back. "It was you who found us. It was you who solved Meng Qi's worries and fear when that little brat surnamed Sun wouldn't stop harassing her. It was you who stabilized everything around here, and now you even restored your mother's humanity." Bai Zemin had tears running down his face as he said with lingering fear, "That's why. Thank you for being my son. And I'm sorry for being such an incompetent father. I really did and do my best, but a little firefly can only shine this much no matter how hard it tries in contrast with the sun." After a moment of silence, Bai Zemin suddenly said, "Old man, does that mean you are finally ready to step aside and obediently accept that the new man of the house is this daddy?" Meng Qi had barely sighed in relief now that her mother had been turned human again and didn't even have time to feel pride in her chest when she heard her brother's words. She gawked at him, feeling quite speechless. Their father was clearly depressed and felt worthless as he believed he was not doing his duty as a father and husband. But instead of offering words that would lift his spirits, Bai Zemin was simply kicking him in the stomach. However, Meng Qi clearly did not know how men's mentality worked in such cases. "Brat, dream on." Bai Zemin snorted before letting out a short laugh. He wiped the tears from his eyes and shook his head. "It seems that even if evolution helps regain youth, it still can't do anything about your mind." Before Bai Zemin could say anything else, Bai Zemin waved a hand and said with his eyes fixed on his wife, "Go and do your business. If it's you, you surely can fix this mess. As for me, well, I know the strength of a third-order soul evolver might be needed, but you stay here and take care of Mom and Meng Qi." Bai Zemin interrupted, "We'll take care of the rest." "We?" Bai Zemin didn't understand what his son meant by "we," if he even wanted Meng Qi to stay behind. And it was just then that 4 flashes of white light shot out from Bai Zemin's chest. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 flashes of light turned into 4 people, and Bai Zemin immediately recognized them as Shangyuan Bingzu, Shangyuan Xinyu, Evangeline, and Wu Yijun. "This?" Bai Zemin was shocked, but only for a second, as he soon smiled and shook his head without saying anything else. Every second he spent together with his son, Bai Zemin realized more and more how amazing Bai Zemin was. "Big brother, Dad can take care of Mom perfectly well with his strength. I want to go fight too." Meng-Chi took a step forward and said firmly. But, no buts, I'm 18 now, and in the eyes of the law I'm an adult. Meng-Chi snorted, interrupting his older brother's next words. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twitched, and he muttered to himself, Little brat, are you forgetting that the law is determined by me? In the end, however, Bai Zemin agreed. Bingzu, Aunt Xinyu, would you two please take care of the south gate of the base? Shangyuan Bingzu and Shangyuan Xinyu did not stop to nod, but immediately shot off into the distance at full speed. Now that the Earth had evolved, moving through the sky using monstrous strength no longer seemed to be possible, but with Shangyuan Xinyu using the air gusts to her advantage, it wasn't particularly challenging. Yijun, can you use your skills to quell the anxiety and fear of the survivors who weren't crushed by the sudden gravitational increase in the world? Wu Yijun nodded with a serious expression, leave it to me. While it was true that many had died, those survivors who had worked and eaten enough mutant beast meat had much stronger bodies than a normal human. Even if they had suffered some broken bones or had difficulty with their mobility, they had at least managed to preserve their lives. Evangeline, dear adult little sister, support Yijun please. Soon, the three women departed for the base to follow Bai Zemin's orders. Of course, before leaving, Meng-Chi did not forget to glare at him with flames in her eyes. Bai Delan took Yilinger to the house, and just as Bai Zemin was about to leave, he got astonished when he felt a very powerful aura coming out from the backyard. Oh, I almost forgot. Bai Delan appeared at the door again with Yilinger in his arms and said with a chuckle, take that little thing with you. She's been waiting for you. Little thing. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed at the sight of a 10-foot snow-white large dog stomping through the air, as if walking on solid ground. Little Snow. Awo. Bai Zemin had no time to be surprised by the fact that his family dog howled like a wolf instead of barking like a dog. Little Snow, you've evolved to third order. Impressive. Bai Zemin stroked the big animal's white fur with a happy smile. Little Snow lowered her head and closed her eyes in pleasure as she wagged her fluffy tail from side to side. Little Snow, can you go help Meng-Chi? I need to do something important right now. I'll give you as many pats as you want later. However, Little Snow did not obey as usual. In fact, the big giant dog lay down on the ground and signaled Bai Zemin with her head as if she was asking him to ride on her back. Bai Zemin could have refused, but that would have wasted too much time as he could sense the stubbornness of the animal before him. Therefore, and without further delay, he jumped on her back. He was not ready for what happened next. Little Snow, I need to go high in the sky to the midpoint of the base. Swoosh. Bai Zemin had to shut his mouth abruptly to avoid biting his tongue, because using agility surprisingly above his current natural agility without the use of overlap regeneration, Little Snow shot out like white lightning into the sky. Laser beams flew from the base to the outside, from where all kinds of insects and mutant beasts were relentlessly arriving. Soul Evolvers were fighting with their lives on the line to stop the advance of tens of thousands of zombies and prevent them from spreading. At least 3 mana tornadoes were spinning dangerously close to the north gate. Bai Zemin watched all this from the clouds, feeling awe and disbelief in his heart at the terrifying speed Little Snow had just displayed. Looks like now you'll be able to follow me and be my mount. Bai Zemin stroked the animal's fur, getting a purr from her. Bai Zemin hadn't spent much time with his pet, as although Little Snow was strong, she was not particularly useful on the battlefields Bai Zemin needed to fight. However, it was different now. If Little Snow could move this fast, fly through the sky, and her stamina was high, then she could be the perfect mount for him, getting him to his destination faster and helping him save stamina and mana for when it was time to fight. All right, let's finish with this. Bai Zemin looked at the chaos hitting his base and with a cold expression extended his right hand towards the sky. Soon, 2 huge spheres, a blood-red one on the left and a deep blue one on the right, began to grow larger and larger 50 meters above his head, with him and Little Snow as their center. /////. Fire Sorrow looked at the big blue planet with awe, joy, nostalgia, sadness, and also with a bit of confusion. This is definitely Earth, but it looks very different too. Fire Sorrow was puzzled at the sight of multiple landmasses, as her home was a single far larger landmass instead of several separate smaller ones. I guess that's normal. It has been millions of years. A lot can change in that much time. She took a deep breath and was a little glad to sense that there was a lot of intelligent life evolving. She didn't know how long her old home had been evolving, but there was something Fire Sorrow didn't understand. Third stage, and just recently evolved out of that, she frowned slightly. The Earth she knew was a higher world, not a lower world in its third stage. Oh, Fire Sorrow soon realized something and quickly pulled out a small, extremely old book. There were several maps there, and after looking at the main map and comparing it to the continents of the world in front of her, Fire Sorrow's eyes sparkled. I see. The continent split up, but it really is still my world after all. With her heart racing at 1,000 beats per minute, Fire Sorrow turned her eyes towards a certain part of the Asian continent and murmured with some apprehension, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be over there." Soon her alluring body swayed, and an instant later her silhouette vanished from its previous position. What was Fire Sorrow going to find? She didn't know. In fact, Fire Sorrow didn't even know what she was looking for, and was aware that she only wanted to have false hopes about an impossible. However, for someone who had lived so long without feeling strong emotions, it was hard to restrain herself once her heart began to beat that fast. Backslash 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 backslash. Many thanks to you who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock. Chapter 10:13, Seeing Blood Manipulation Again. The one who was in charge of leading the army at the South Gate was none other than Wu Yijin's mother, Sun Ling. She had evolved to the Third Order and had currently become a level 116 soul evolver. Her special class had a rather distinctive name. Danger and Charm Embodiment was her Third Order class, a name that was perhaps more apt for a title than a job. The thing was that Sun Ling was very powerful, but besides being able to fight thousands of enemies at the same time without any problem, she was also a great leader on the battlefield. For God's sake, will we ever have time to rest? Sun Ling complained aloud. Despite her complaints, however, the movement of her two daggers did not stop. Her arms were like long whips that swung in sync with her snake-like waist, and for every second that passed, there was a great torrent of blood splashing everywhere. Sun Ling was the only truly powerful soul evolver at the South Gate, and if one were to look down from above, one could see a line of red blood making its way amidst the endless sea of beasts and zombies. Every mana explosion in the distance gave birth to monsters, and those monsters began to kill each other or run towards the human base when they sensed the great mass of soul power behind the walls. Suddenly, a 5-meter-tall, jet black-furred ape raised its head to the sky and roared at the more than 20 assault helicopters that barely paused in between each shot. One of the helicopters spotted the giant ape just in time, as the beast grabbed a 10-meter-plus rhino with both hands like a toy and launched it skyward like a cannonball. Shit, the helicopter pilot quickly moved aside and narrowly managed to evade the attack. Unfortunately, the pilot of another helicopter a little higher up was not so lucky, and before he realized what was happening, the helicopter was hit directly by the big rhino. Boom! Amidst flames and sparks with pieces of metal raining down from the sky, the flesh and blood of the unclassified rhino baptized the battlefield even more than it already was. The mutant ape was a second-order beast and was preparing to attack again when an exquisite fragrance caused it to subconsciously stop to look for the source. Bad boy, Mummy needs to punish you. It was unknown when, but Sun Ling was on top of the beast's head, and with a swift movement, she easily drove the tip of her dagger into the animal's skull. The ape barely had time to roar in pain, as in just an instant its head exploded into thousands of pieces after being struck by a lightning bolt that shot out from Sun Ling's dagger. The battle had only begun a few minutes ago, but the base was in a mess. Everything had happened too fast, and no one foresaw the sudden evolution of the world. In a moment, the soldiers on the walls were fulfilling their role of patrolling and guarding, but only a second later they found themselves opening fire on thousands of creatures born from the excessive mana. With tens of thousands of survivors being crushed to death by the gravitational rise, and tens of thousands more turning into zombies in the base walls, coupled with the fact that they were suddenly under attack. No one saw it coming, and therefore they were being pushed back continuously. In fact, had it not been for Sun Ling and the 30 goblin magic cannons on the walls, as well as the support of the assault helicopters, the South Gate would have fallen in less than 2 minutes from the time it all started. On the west wall, practically all the electromagnetic rifles available on the base had been mobilized, and there were also 5 second-order soul evolvers, along with 19 goblin magic cannons holding the fort. In the east, Wu Keqian, who had barely managed to break the Third Order and was currently a level 102 powerhouse, was leading a small troop of just over 1,000 soul evolvers, and over 50 war tanks that were already in place before the whole mess started. The south was the gate with the fewest soul evolvers and soldiers, but to make up for this, there were over 70 goblin magic cannons firing constantly and clearing large patches of enemies with each blast. Unfortunately, the enemies were too many, and the Transcendent faction had been taken by surprise. All they were doing was delaying the inevitable. The Sky Destroyer is still being studied, and without that little boy around, no one can move it. Sun Ling regretted as she tried to pick up the pace and kill more enemies. Just at that moment, the dark sky was tinged in purple, and an instant later, a huge lightning dragon rained down on the southern battlefield. Rumble! That's, even from the opposite battlefield, Sun Ling could feel the ground beneath her feet trembling after the elemental dragon's attack. Looks like Xinyu is back. She sighed in relief and soon smiled as she felt a gust of cold air blowing from the distance, and Bingzu too. If Shangyuan Xinyu and Shangyuan Bingzu were here, that meant boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Rumble. Sun Ling, just like all the other soul evolutions and soldiers firing from the walls, gawked as hundreds of thousands of blood spears and fire spears rained down from the distant gray clouds. Each spear was falling from thousands of feet high and were powered by a great abundance of magical power. Regardless of how much mana the mage behind this large-scale attack invested, it was clear that he or she had great control over their magic, as no soldier or soul evolver of the Transcendent faction received any damage at all. Even the countless shockwaves resulting from each explosion could not harm the allies, as after a spear took the lives of hundreds of enemies, they immediately turned into shields that took practically 100% of the shockwave before it could spread too far. Sun Ling's face lit up at the crimson and deep blue glow of the spears, and she subconsciously sighed in relief as she patted her ample bosom. Thank goodness that Bai Zemin is back here. Perhaps even Sun Lin herself had not realized that, subconsciously, she had already called the battle over with their absolute victory. Perhaps even Sun Ling herself had not realized that her level of trust in Bai Zemin had practically reached the total pinnacle. But Sun Ling was not alone. Wu Keqian, who stood at the east gate, was also sighing in relief as he watched the hell in the form of blood and fire spears raining down from the sky. Above the gray clouds, Bai Zemin's expression was indifferent, and with his eyes closed, he focused on carefully controlling his blood and fire attacks. Suddenly, his lips curved upward slightly, and with a single thought, a huge blood chain shot out at full speed from the center of the huge blood sphere floating beside him. Seconds later, a huge behemoth beetle with its body filled with thorns and flames was lifted into the sky before Bai Zemin. The creature shrieked and tried to break loose, but Bai Zemin's blood chain barely moved and it did not show any signs of cracking. Forget about breaking at any time. Your life force is quite strong for a second-order creature. Bai Zemin spoke without opening his eyes. I guess I'll try drain life on you. Without delay, he created a huge blood hammer, and with a thought made the weapon fiercely slam into the back of the giant beetle. Boom! The beetle shrieked in pain as a large amount of thick, foul greenish liquid exploded outward from inside its body, oozing through the cracks in its innate armor. Soon, the giant beetle's head began to sway from side to side, and it was clear that the creature could barely fight off the loss of consciousness. Drain life. A pale green radiance suddenly covered the beetle's body and Bai Zemin's body at the same time. While keeping his eyes closed and with no change in his expression, Bai Zemin couldn't help but nod as he felt his recovery speed increase more than just a little. Unfortunately, the giant beetle's health stat was soon sucked down to 0, and the beast lost its life, meaning the effect of the drain life skill was immediately cut off. Although the effect was short, only a few seconds, Bai Zemin was not discouraged, and as he continued making rain down blood and fire spears, he estimated that if he could hunt some third-order enemies and take a rest for another 10 days in the Collector's Pocket world, he should be able to regenerate his 2 limbs to 100%. It might have been more challenging to find third-order enemies in the past, and as proof of this was the fact that Bai Zemin hadn't even encountered 100 in total since day 1 when the apocalypse broke out until now. But now that the Earth evolved to the 3rd stage, they probably won't be a rarity anymore. Bai Zemin slowly opened his eyes and smiled ironically. It feels like cultivation novels. A hard-to-reach realm suddenly becomes somewhat normal, and experts from the Screw, their grandmother realm, come out from under the rocks. After about 20 minutes, Bai Zemin realized that, at this rate, he would never finish killing all the enemies even though he was literally wiping out over 500,000 per second. Those damn mana tornadoes. Bai Zemin frowned tightly as he realized the problem. This was the first time he had seen mana tornadoes this close, and he finally understood that aside from being terrifying, because of the power they packed they were also terrifying, because of the fact that the excess mana they didn't absorb seemed to be being used by the soul record to spawn new life. Although most of the mana-born creatures had not even reached level 15, some stronger ones had been born directly on level 30, and these were not few in number. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Zemin finally decided to do something crazy that in the past he would never think of. "Little Snow, can you get a little closer to those 3 tornadoes?" "Awo." With even a wolf howl in agreement, Little Snow immediately moved her paws and at full speed rushed forward. The closest of the 3 mana tornadoes was spinning only about 20 kilometers away from the south gate of the base, and although none of the 3 were getting any closer, no one knew for sure if a second later they would change their hearts or not. After approaching until they were within 5 kilometers of the first mana tornado, Little Snow stopped, and Bai Zemin did not ask her to continue moving forward. Really scary. Bai Zemin opened his eyes in astonishment at the huge black-colored monster with flashes of purple lightning spinning and devouring everything that came across its path. Bai Zemin had no doubt in his heart that if he got any closer, he would definitely end up being torn into thousands of pieces without even being able to fight back. Swoosh! Annihilation of the falling sky in its bow form appeared on Bai Zemin's left prosthesis, and he tightened his grip on it as he looked at the beast of mana with a determined expression on his face. Since he had made his decision, then he would follow it to the end regardless. If not for the fact that Bai Zemin had evolved to second order recently and upgraded his race to a new stage, it would have been impossible for him to focus on the blood and fire magic attacks more than 20 kilometers behind and prepare a new, even more powerful attack now. Bai Zemin closed his eyes and directly expended 3,000 mana points at the same time, as he imagined the most powerful, toughest, and most penetrating arrow he had ever created or seen to date. From the liquid storage pearl, large amounts of blood spurted out, but despite being several liters, all that blood gathered into a small arrow that slowly began to take shape. Be it a coincidence of fate or not, it was just at that moment when Fire Sorrow flew through the sky watching with interest, and at the same time disinterest as humans and beasts clashed. She came to this part of Asia since, according to her memories, she had been born somewhere in this great extension of land, and while passing through, she decided to go and see how the humans of this world lived. However, what she saw by mere coincidence brought her movements to an abrupt halt. "That's..." Fire Sorrow's eyes widened in surprise as she watched the movement of blood at the hands of the human on the white dog. "Bloodmaker? No, it's not Bloodmaker." Her pupils suddenly trembled fiercely at the realization, and she subconsciously muttered in shock, "That's blood manipulation." Backslash 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 backslash. Everyone. I will try to upload the new chapter in less than 12 hours, but no promises. Many thanks to you who still donate your golden tickets and support Blood Warlock.